All right, I'd like to welcome everyone inside Eastway Bowl here in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. A first for NDBowlTV, broadcasting live from probably the southernmost city out here and there and all that good stuff. So I am Darren Sini with NDBowling.com. I am joined today by good friend Ken Fletcher. Ken, welcome to NDBowlTV.
Thanks, Darren, thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure. We got quite the format here today. This is a little bit different tournament than I guess I'm used to live streaming. We're going to go 7-game scratch qualifier here, and then they cut to the top 16 into like a bracket format, and we'll go over the bracket a little bit later on in the show. And one thing to keep in mind is the number 1 seed gets an automatic bye all the way to the semifinals. Kind of like an eliminator is what they do there in the semifinals, and the number 2 seed gets an automatic bye to the round 2, and the rest of the people will start in round 1, kind of based on their qualifying finish. So a lot to look forward to today. We're going to cover a lot of topics. We're going to see a lot of bowlers through 7 games. What will happen today is after our qualifying round, they're going to stop, they're going to re-oil. So we're going to have about an hour and a half break. We'll probably stop the live stream there, and we'll start back up for the match play portion of the event. So we'll try to cover that as the day goes on. I do want to let everyone know that is watching at home that we are kind of working off of a limited connection here. So if the stream gets a little choppy at times, I do apologize. We're finishing up our 10 minutes of practice, 15 minutes of practice, whatever they got, and then we'll be underway here, and we'll get the scores up on the screen for you. I do understand that they kind of have a new scoring system in here, so they're unable to kind of put in their names to go with them as they bowl. So what you're going to see on the screen is A, B, C, D, and E, but we'll try to help you differentiate who's who as we go. We are bowling on a 2.14 to 1 ratio oil pattern, so it is sport compliant. Ken, what are you seeing so far out there in practice?
Well, there is a lot of hook out there for sure. Looks like a garden overlay almost.
Right. What I see is an older synthetic surface, so it's a surface that has a little more hook to it, natural hook, just because it's the older. It's not a pro anvil for sure.
No, definitely not. I've gotten a bowl on this house a couple times, and there are some good scores out there. I think if you hit the right pair at the right time, you could shoot something pretty good. But right away, it looks really tight, as evidenced by the pattern. For those of you who've seen it, it's going to be fun to watch. Probably a lot of low scores today, though. Absolutely.
And before we do get started, I do want to mention to everyone that NDBowlTV is sponsored by Ebonite, the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. Everyone bowling here today, if they do shoot a 300 game with an Ebonite ball, they will get a free Ebonite ball compliments of NDBowlTV and Ebonite incentive for them. And a reminder, you're all watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. And in a week from today, we will be live in Alexandria for the 4th annual Sun Opta Sweeper. So be sure to check in with us in a week. That's where we'll be. All right, where it looks like we're finished up with practice here, we're going to get going.
Thanks for coming down for the 4th annual. A lot of new faces. The record for us this year, 78 entries.
They have 78 entries they just announced. That's pretty good.
It's quite the field out here today.
Yeah, you look around, there's pretty high quality bowlers out here today, and I know for sure there is 1 female participant. There might be a couple more.
Couple former Eagle winners at the Open Championship.
Absolutely. You got Nicholas J's Pro Shop in the house. Nick and Andy are here. We got some people from North Dakota too. We have Joel on our featured pair. Joel Galley. We have Randy Peterson, Matt Smallin, Chris Charles. So some of the people that you normally see here on NDBowlTV, they'll be here today. They're just going through last-minute announcements, and we're going to make one for you guys. Be sure to go on to Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, follow us, like us. We do actually have a free ball contest right now that is going on our Facebook page. Head over to NDBowling.com Facebook page and hit the like button. Once we get to 1,000 likes, we'll give away a free Ebonite Warrior. So be sure to go over there, stay connected with NDBowling.com. And with that, we are underway here at the Great Plains Scratch Classic, live from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Eastway Bowl. This is quite a nice center. This is the first time I've been here. And it looks like our scores are a little bright.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit, but we can work with that.
Yep, and just to let you know, as things go, we can kind of look at the scores here. Might have to see if I can work with the settings a little bit to get that a little darker so we can see.
Plenty of time for that. We're going to be here for a while today.
Yeah, we have 7 games of qualifying, and we'll try to give you score updates as they happen. Once again, this is going to be a pretty difficult pattern. I talked to one of the main guys behind the tournament, Joe Fleming, last night, and he said with the ratio around 2.14 to 1, he expects the cut to be close to even. So we'll keep an eye on where that is as the day progresses. And if you want to connect with us here in the booth, just use the hashtag NDBowlTV on Twitter. You can ask Ken or I a question, and we'll try to get back to you as quick as we can. There's also the chat room in your live feed there. If you're watching on the YouTube page, if you're watching on our NDBowlTV page, you'll have to use Twitter to connect with us. But it looks like everything is working so far. This is just our second show with all the new equipment, with the score cam, with kind of an updated interface here. So, you know, I'm expecting a few glitches throughout the day because it's going to be, I think we're going to be here till about 5 or 6 o'clock from what we hear. So,
Yeah, going to be a lot of fun. Going to enjoy this, I think.
Absolutely. And if you guys are out there watching, please share the link, share the live stream with your friends. Live bowling, you don't get that very often anymore, so let people know you can connect with your mobile devices, tablets, desktop. We're compatible with all the above. All right, and I do apologize. There's a few bowlers here that we really don't know, being predominantly from North Dakota. There's a bunch of these guys that bowl some of the tournaments up in North Dakota, but there's a few here that are locals, and we're going to try to get the score sheets on the people who are on our featured pairs so we can give you a good idea who's on our pair, who's bowling, and things like that.
One guy I do recognize here up on the right lane is Josh Hepp, pretty good bowler from the area. Got to bowl with him at the CMA a couple years ago.
Yep. And I'm sure he'll be up here quite a bit. As many of you know, Joel Galley there, who just struck on the left lane. See him a lot up in North Dakota. Henry Trutwin, he's from Minnesota. So he'll be up here in a minute. We have Randy Schmidt. Any guess on that one?
Looks like Ryan DeVries, I believe.
Okay.
He's up on the left lane right now in the red shirt.
And throughout the day, we'll kind of be looking at this pattern and how it breaks down, and, you know, looking at the angles everyone's playing, and we're going to try to identify some equipment for you to give you a good idea of what people are using. And Henry Trutwin is not on our pair. He is actually on the pair to the left. So
You can still see him in the shot there.
Yep. And with, what did they say, 78 entries?
78, yep.
We're here. So it looks like they have 5 on pairs, so they'll move rather quickly. I know up at the CMA they get about 8 on a pair, and it takes a good portion of the day for qualifying. I expect we'll be here until roughly, I'd say about 2 o'clock, 2, 3 o'clock for the qualifying portion. We'll cut the live stream and they'll re-oil, and then we'll come back for the match play portion, and we'll try to give you the best idea of how this bracket's going to work. Once again, kind of new scoring system in here, showing up a little brighter on our scores than I was anticipating. I'm going to see if we can do anything about that. Looks like we're going to have to take the brightness on that down. I wonder if the colors of the scoring is going to change after each game. I know a lot of interfaces do that, but I'm not sure on this one.
Well, you could only hope. Maybe that'll help a little bit.
Right, yeah. With the white there, it kind of
just brightens everything up. our controls here a little. Well, we'll try to explain here as much as we can, and hopefully with any luck the scoring will change a little bit, won't be as bright. So well, leaving so a long way off.
yeah, wonder if we do. Maybe that's it. We have a overhead light in the view, so maybe that is what's causing it here. think it's the best we're gonna do here. All right, once again, if you're just joining us, please share the live stream with all your friends. We are going to be here for a while, so let us know what you think. Kind of working on our score cam here. The new scoring systems here are pretty bright, so it's hard to capture a good view there. Suppose with any luck, I hope the colors change.
Well, if not, that's just a lot more talking for us.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, indicative by that shot by Joel Galley, you can't miss that much.
Nope. You can see over to the right lane a little bit. A lot of 2-8-10s already. A lot of that, exactly what Joel and Josh just did.
Yep.
You can see a lot of strikes out there, but a lot of splits, a lot of opens early on.
House today, there will be some that we won't see. We'll try to get score updates for you when we have them. And once again, if you're just joining us, we are working on kind of a limited connection here. So if it does get a little choppy, if it does get a little glitchy on us, we do apologize. We're kind of doing the best we can with what we have here. All right, can we see kind of what everyone's throwing here? I see some, a little bit of dull equipment. We got some pearls out here, a little bit of everything.
That's a good mix so far. Nothing's really standing out that I can tell. Of course, my eyesight isn't the greatest at the moment.
Yeah, we both know that.
Yeah, it looks like mostly dull equipment. A lot of down lane movement, so don't really need that pearl cover at the moment.
Right, and they're using fire oil here, and there's 29 milliliters of oil, so it's definitely not a small amount of oil. But the back ends are flying right away, so it's not like you have to make the ball hook. Oh, we got a tweet in from Clayton Moore saying they look pretty tough. They definitely are from what we can see. Clayton not here today. He had some other things going on back home. So I'm sure we'll see him on our next live stream in Alexandria next week at the Sun Opta Sweeper. So it's his hometown. I'm guessing he's going to bowl that one.
You would imagine so. I think when you bowl in your own house, might be a little advantage to him too.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure the viewers are kind of wondering, you know, every time they watch NDBowlTV, Clayton's bowling. So it's not a bad thing. That means he's bowling really well, but I think he's been on every show we've had in the last 2-3 years. So.
Yeah, what is the last one that he missed? No, he wasn't at the Classic last year.
Yeah, because he didn't bowl it.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
For every tournament that he's bowled, he's been on NDBowlTV, so. Yes, and he did confirm he's bowling next weekend. And he did mention that flat and medium length plays really hard, and I will agree with that with what we're seeing here. So
definitely.
Once again, we're going to try to get you score updates when we get them. We're doing our best to kind of help you understand the scores here. They're not coming through as clearly as we would like. I'm sure it's a simple setting in the camera, but we're rookies here, so bear with us.
Yeah, you've done this once or twice.
Once or twice, that's about it. There's a quick look at the scores from what you can see. Got a couple decent games going on up there.
Yeah, a couple 220s. Looks like Joel's got a 220 going. And I believe it's Ryan that's right below him also.
Yeah, he's got the 5-bagger going on there.
Yep.
Okay. Once again, you're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. Live coverage of the Great Plains Scratch Classic here in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Our first live stream down here in South Dakota. We will make our first live stream appearance in Minnesota next weekend, so pretty busy month for us. Once again, we are sponsored by Ebonite, so if there's a bowler in the house today that does shoot a 300 with an Ebonite ball, they will get a free high-performance ball from NDBowling.com and Ebonite. So a good incentive for bowlers to go out there and purchase an Ebonite ball. They've got a lot of good equipment. I know I really enjoy the Game Breaker 2 and the Warrior series, so go out and get one today.
Yeah, I'd have to back those opinions. Thrown a little bit of Ebonite in my day, and they've had as good a stuff as anybody.
Absolutely, and I kind of threw my first tournament up at State Doubles last weekend with Game Breaker 2, and I had a Warrior, and they all worked really well for me. I was pleasantly surprised, and look forward to bowling some more tournaments out there, the ones that I'm not here doing the live feed, I guess. Not to interrupt you, but we got a nice game going on here over on 8, the pair to the right. We got a guy through 8 frames on 270 pace here, so.
Ooh, didn't even notice that.
Just missed once. We'll try to gather who that is.
Yeah, and over to our left, Adam Peters just up on lane 4 has got potential 260.
Wow, yeah. Yep, you got the first one there in the 10th, so if he strikes here, he's in the 260s, and he'll be coming up on the lane 4, the immediate pair to the left on your screen.
It's one guy you might want to watch out for. When he won the Classic, what was it, 3 years ago?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, just kind of snuck in there, and I think took everybody by surprise how he bowled, especially the second day.
Yep, so he is an NDBowling.com major champion. And ooh, when you trip 4 like that, you know you're throwing it good. So
yeah, on the roll that he's got, he can get in and just pushes down lane better than anybody else, it seems like.
So Adam Peters with a quick 260 on the board, and over here on lane 8, I'm not quite sure who that is. He's wearing a Cruises Pro Shop, so he's probably among those people with Adam Peters and that group of guys. Once again, we're NDBowlTV, so we're not very well versed on the people bowling down here, the locals here in South Dakota, so you'll have to bear with us.
If anybody notices anybody they recognize, please tell us. We'd love to be able to relay that.
Yeah, we'll try to learn who people are here as we go. All right, let's take a look here. They have a suggested prize fund on the poster based on 64 and 80 entries, and we have 78, so the 80 entry prize fund should be relatively accurate. They're going to give away $12.50 for first. This isn't official now. This is based on 80 entries, so it might be plus or minus a few bucks, but you get the idea. First place $12.50, second $1,000, third is $900, fourth is $800, fifth is $700, and then 6 through 9, since the bracket format will eliminate so many people per round, we'll get $500. 10 through 16, $250, and then 17 through 20 is $150. So they're paying out possibly anywhere from about 17 to 20 people today based on 78 entries. So I'd say that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a nice amount of money for just 78 bowlers.
Absolutely, and they are doing a couple extra things at this tournament too that I noticed, is if enough females in the division, they are going to
take that with you. We will come by and get that updated in our standing sheet and give you guys an update hopefully after game 2.
Okay, and we just had the owners announce here that after game 2, they're going to give us a scoring update, so we'll have a little better chance to update you on what's going on there. And these bowlers will be moving a pair to the right, or skipping a pair to the right, so they'll cover most of the house.
Yeah, just looking over on 3 and 4, 260, 230, 240. I believe
Wow.
that's Nick Heilman with 240. It's,
Eagle winner there.
it's some good scores out there early on, but you also look around 150, 180, 170.
Yeah, our 2 scores already up on the board here on our featured pair, 211 on lane 5 and a 200 on 6. We have Joel Galley up here. He can strike to be in the 240s. Good start for him. Josh Hepp could strike here for 194. So.
And Ryan on the bottom looks like he can still shoot 269, I believe.
Yes. So once again, we have a little plater movement going on here, and we'll fill you in on some of the things going on NDBowling.com here in the next few weeks. We got some tournaments coming up that many of you might be interested in. If you go to NDBowling.com, click on upcoming events, you'll be able to see all the exciting events coming up. I think we have an event every weekend until the first week in December actually up there. So if you want something to bowl, go on NDBowling.com. I'm sure you can find something that'll fit your eye. We have some handicap events. We have some scratch events, something for everyone.
And not that far away from major season, too.
Absolutely. Our first major of the year will be up in Manitoba at the Manitoba Open in Winnipeg. Excited to go back there, and we haven't had that one officially confirmed yet for NDBowlTV, but I'm almost certain that we may be up there again. And then a week after that, we'll be in Minot for, if you ask me, one of the most exciting tournaments of the year. It's exciting for me because it's in my backyard, but for many other reasons.
Well, especially when you pay $5,000 for first.
Absolutely, and
that brings in the cream of the crop right there.
And I agree with that, because I think that that tournament alone has one of the strongest fields in our area and one of the toughest tournaments to win. So we've had 12 years, 12 different champions. Wonder if we'll have a new one this year, or maybe our first time repeat winner.
You know what? Especially with Blake Clayton's bowling, I could see that happen again.
It's possible. Yep. You know, Eric Parvey, Matt Smallin, they'll all be in the field. I'm sure Dave Langer. We might see a return from Matt McNeil as well, now that he's not in college.
That's very
bowling
possible.
on that weekend anymore.
Yeah,
so
another former champion. You'd always consider him a favorite up there.
For sure. And while people are moving around, we're going to remind you that you're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. We'll be live again next weekend at the 4th Annual Sunopta Sweeper in the Garden Center in Alexandria, Minnesota, live on NDBowlTV. And in case you didn't see earlier, we are sponsored by Ebonite. So go out, buy the latest and greatest Ebonite ball. They make good equipment. And you can connect with us on Facebook, Twitter, and on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Give the video a thumbs up. Helps us in rankings and everything else. Let's see who we've got coming on to the featured pair here.
Can't quite tell who's on our pair yet, but off to our left I do see Andy Mills and Joe Fleming over on 3 and 4.
Yep, some guys that bowl up in North Dakota a few times, especially at the Morris Anderson, so sure we'll see them there again. I think Joe said he'll be up in Manitoba. He won't be in Minot. I do expect Andy to be in Minot as well. Him and Nick travel quite a bit around the region to bowl tournaments, so good shot there by Andy on the left of your screen. Now we'll see if we can gather who's on our featured pair here. Once again, they don't have the names on the scores, and from what I see, the scores are not going to change colors for us, so I think we're going to have to deal with
Well,
the scores the way they are, but we can do our best.
it did change from a blue to a bluish gray, so that's a little bit.
Maybe the slight change in tint will happen here. And once again, with the tournaments upcoming, we have the Sun Opta Sweeper next weekend in Alexandria, Minnesota. That is a handicap event. It does benefit the food shelf down there, and it's for a good cause. I know they raise a lot of money down there, and it's a very good tournament for that. The day after that, we go to Carrington for the 8-game singles in Carrington. That's Randy Peterson's tournament. And yes, indeed, we do have Mr. 900 here up on lane 5 on the left.
That is the first ever sanctioned, we should say, 900, Mr. Jeremy Sonnenfeld.
And we would like to mention he is an Ebonite guy,
Yeah.
which goes very well here on NDBowlTV. Let's kind of see where he's playing. That greenish ball does look like maybe a Elite Warrior, which is a ball I have on my radar, that's for sure.
I would say that's probably about right.
We will confirm that one, and it does look like that's what it is. But yeah, going back to the tournaments we have upcoming, we have the 8-game singles in Carrington, which is a little 8-lane center, and Randy Peterson does a great job, North Dakota Bowling Hall of Famer. And it seems like every tournament in Carrington, it maxes out at 32 people with 8 lanes, and it seems like they fill that tournament every year within like 5 days.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I'm not sure what it is, what Randy does, what he puts in the sloppy joes he feeds everyone every year, but everyone comes back. It's a centrally located spot in North Dakota, and it's a really well-run tournament. So I'm excited to go back there and bowl that one.
Oh, yeah. Randy's always a great guy to be around, too.
The weekend after that, I think it's Sunday of Thanksgiving weekend, is the King of the Hill up in Minot. That's always a fun tournament. It's a 6-game qualifier, and you cut to the top 16 no matter what into a double elimination bracket, and the winner will take home a free entry to the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. So a good incentive to go bowl that one. And then the week after, one of the more exciting tournaments on my schedule is the North Dakota State Scratch Team event. An event won by ND Storm the past, I believe, 4 years. So maybe we can see a different champion this year, but you will see recaps of those tournaments on ndbowling.com on Monday or Tuesday following the event, so look forward to that.
Yeah, it's a busy time of year for bowling right now.
Where are we going to see you on the lanes, Ken?
Might be a while. Definitely up in Minot. I'll be there for sure. It's one you can't miss.
Oh yeah, that's always a fun weekend for us since I live in Minot and you're in Fargo, so it's a good weekend for us to catch up. For those of you who don't know, I used to live in Fargo for college for 7 years and had a lot of good friends down there, and then I moved back to Minot for a very nice job. This is hard to pass up, and so it's good to connect with old friends from the Fargo-Moorhead area. Let's see what we got here. Once again, we are now in game 2 of qualifying. We're going to be here for 7 games, and then following the qualifying round, we might talk a couple bowlers. Just kind of get their insights on what they saw out here today, and then we'll cut the live stream, and then we'll fire it back up in about an hour and a half or an hour after the qualifying round is over. We'll start the bracket portion of the event, and we'll try to explain it the best we can. The top 2 qualifiers do receive a bye of some sort in the bracket, so there is an advantage to qualifying high in this event. And we're not going to see Joe Fleming on our featured pair, but he's on that pair to the left right now, and he'll jump our featured pair. But I do want to say thanks to Joe. He kind of made it happen to get NDBowlTV down here today, and it's a really nice venue. It's a really good setup for us. And, you know, we had to work out some logistics last night and this morning, but everything's working out just fine. It looks like our stream is working for you guys. And I do want to thank him for, you know, bringing us down here. It's a good time, our first time in South Dakota.
Yeah, it's a great center here, that's for sure, and great viewing area. You don't get a whole lot of space, it seems like, up in the North Dakota centers.
Right.
But down here, it's something else.
They don't want to see that, I don't think it is, so it's just the... And once again, if you guys are watching at home, please share the live stream. The URL are on Facebook, Twitter. Anything you can do, it helps us. Our main method of advertising is you, the fans. Anything you can do would help us. Once again, I'm Darren Sioux with NDBowling.com, joined by good friend Ken Fletcher today. He was nice enough to make the trip down from Fargo with me last night, set up this morning, and we'll be here for the entire portion of this event. Should be a long day, probably one of our longest days on the live stream. Good shot there by Jeremy. Looks like he's got that left lane dialed in. He kind of pulled one on the right lane.
Turn a Brooklyn into a 3-bagger. That's the best way to do it.
Yep. As Patrick Allen would say, take it to the bank, baby. Cash it in, Wass.
Speaking of lefties, I'm not sure if I've seen one yet.
Yeah, I know Eric Harvey's in the field.
Oh, that's true.
I'm sure we'll see him coming up. I see him down on the high end of the house, so he will be jumping down to the low end here with us. So we might see him on the featured pair or close by soon. But yeah, close to where we're at. I haven't seen any lefties yet, so.
Yeah, and especially if one gets in here and gets lined up. Can I talk today?
Welcome to NDBowlTV. This is your first time, don't worry.
It's all right. I stutter in real life too.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm sure if you talk to my wife, I think she's glad I'm here talking right now, because then by the time I get home, I won't want to talk anymore, and she doesn't want to listen to me anyways. I do want to send out a good luck to my wife and her cheerleaders. She is a cheer coach at Minot High, and they're in their state competition today up in Fargo, so a traveling weekend for both of us. I just want to wish them good luck. Our football team actually lost the state title game last night in a crazy game, and I don't know if any of you watched Sports Center, but the Century Patriots wide receiver caught a one-handed catch into the end zone that made Sports Center's number 3 play last night, so pretty crazy game from what I hear.
Yeah, that would have been something else to be at. Been to a couple Minot games with you, and they've all been a lot of fun to watch, that's for sure.
Yep, I do drag Ken along with to some Minot High basketball games, and I did take him to the state championship game last year for Minot, because he was in Fargo, and that's where the game was, and it came down to like a last shot, like a 3-point that rimmed out, and Minot ended up winning the title. So
that was one of the best basketball games I think I've seen, pro, college, whatever, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it was crazy. I believe Minot went out in front early, and then as the game went on, the Century Patriots kind of chipped away, and then at the last second they threw up a prayer just from behind the three-point stripe for the win, and it hit back iron, and celebration ensued right there. So
I think it was more shock for anybody else the way that game went.
I do agree. Throughout the day, we're going to be discussing a lot of topics. I know Ken and I will be talking about the USBC Open and the recent changes they did to that tournament that, you know, a lot of people sounded off on social media, a lot of good and bad feedback on that one, but we'll be going over that. And we'll be talking about a few other things like local tournaments, so, you know, stay with us. We'll have some entertaining topics going on, and if you want us to talk about something, just let us know in the chat room, or connect with us on Twitter. Just use the hashtag NDBowlTV, or you can tweet directly at me, at Darren Cini. We've been getting some tweets in here from Clayton Moore back home. Good to see you watching the stream. And it looks like our stream's working all right for now based on our limited connection that we have. I do want to thank the staff here at Eastway Bowl. They kind of went out of their way to make sure everything worked and worked to the best of its ability based on what we're given here. They have a fabulous center, a lot of room here if you haven't been to Eastway Bowl. Come out and bowl. They have a great scoring system here. Nice little arcade going on. From what I hear, they have great food in the bar restaurant area. They did mention that the bar will open here at 10 a.m. So just right now, everyone can start ordering their favorite adult beverages if that's what they choose to do while they bowl. Once again, we're in game 2 of 7. We have Jeremy Sonnenfeld on our featured pair here. He is the E, the bottom score on the right lane. And we do have a lot of recognizable bowlers here, and then some that I do apologize that we don't know, I've never met. They're locals from the South Dakota area, and this is our first time down in South Dakota here on NDBowlTV. Well, once we get to the bracket portion of the event in the scoring there, so it'll be easier for us here in the booth. Throughout the day, we might have some visitors in here. We'll talk to them and get a little insight as to what they see out there on the lanes, what they're throwing. All of our bowlers here, they rotate, or they skip a pair after each game, so we'll see the majority of the bowlers in the house, but there are a few that we will not see unless we see them in the match play portion. If any of you are out there watching and are interested in having NDBowlTV cover your event, all my contact information is on ndbowling.com. Send me an email, we'll send you a free quote, and maybe we can get NDBowlTV to a new location next year. I think we have about 7 different shows this year. 2 up in Minot, 1 in Winnipeg, not confirmed, but I'm pretty sure we'll be up there. We have a show in Alexandria next weekend. We had one in Jamestown 2 weeks ago at the Kickoff Classic. So if you want your event on NDBowlTV, just let me know. You can find my contact information on the website. And I'm going to step away from our stream here for a little bit, and I'll be right back. I'll turn it over here to Ken for a minute.
Sounds good, Darren. Yeah, for those of you watching, I just took a quick walk around the house, kind of check things out. A lot of people playing a lot of different angles out there. Let's see Andy and Joel over here on the left side playing a little bit towards the middle, kind of same where Jeremy Sonnenfeld's playing. Seen a couple guys outside trying to play up the gutter and can play from about anywhere, it looks like. Scores again here on the low end look like they're pretty good. Maybe not as much on the high end, but definitely anything out there. Anybody else tuning in here right now, I want to thank them for watching and thank Darren while he's away for letting me sit in here. Good opportunity, a lot of fun to do this. Please, anybody who's got a tournament, you know, like you said, just contact him. If you want to live stream, it's a good chance to get your tournament known and bring in a lot more bowlers. Can see that up in North Dakota. A lot of times when he live streams, entries take a jump just because everybody wants to be on it. A lot of fun, good times here.
All right, and back in the set. You know, this is our second show this year, and I think it's only like my 7th overall, and you learn something new at each show, and what I'm learning on this one is don't chug a bunch of water before a 9-hour show. We've already had to step away from the set a couple times just to use the restroom. So, and it just so happens in this bowling center that the restroom is on the complete opposite end of the bowling center. I think it's right behind 28, 29 or something like that.
Yeah, you think we would have scouted that a little bit better.
Right, but the way it worked out, the staff here at Eastway Bowl has some league coming in tonight, and the bracket portion of the tournament is on the low end of the house, and this is actually the championship pair. So, you know, I don't think we had much of a choice, but the setup does not bode well for people who, you know, go drink a bunch and stuff like that. So.
Well, live and learn. Next time, maybe you won't.
Yeah. All right. Once again, we're bowling on a 2.14 to 1 sport compliant pattern here. That so far, it seems like some people have decent looks. Other people, they're kind of struggling to find something consistent. Spares are going to be pretty important here today.
Definitely. I was touching on that a little while you were away. Kind of looked where some of the guys were playing down there. You see Matt Smallin out in his usual area, out by the gutter.
Yep.
Randy Peterson playing a little bit more up the boards, but you know that's what he does. You can see over on our left, Andy Mills likes to swing it a little bit more. So
yep.
You can do just about anything on this pattern from the looks of it and get to the hole pretty easily.
Absolutely. And one thing that I always try to do on a pattern like this is whatever type of moves you make, whether it's with your feet, with a different ball, it's to not give away the pocket. Because once you give away the pocket on a condition like this, you kind of put yourself against the 8-ball a little bit. And as long as you keep the pocket with your moves and make your spares, I think you'll be successful throughout the day. So we'll see how people move and kind of observe that as we go.
Yeah, definitely, and especially with them re-oiling later on, it's going to be more imperative to not give it away, try and keep it in play, keep it in the area of the pocket.
Absolutely, and you know how a lot of tournaments that we bowl on day 2, the condition is a lot tighter because it's in the oiling machine, it's on the lane, and the more times you put that on the lane, the more defined it becomes, and it becomes a little tighter. So I think they're going to re-oil or go fresh oil like 3 different times in this event. from what I see on the poster.
Yep, I believe after qualifying, and I want to say even for the finals. Is that what I read earlier?
Yep, I'm gonna look here. It says on the poster they're gonna go 7-game qualifier, and then they're gonna re-oil the lanes for the bracket match play, and then for the eliminator finals, which is gonna be, I believe, 4 guys, and then the high out of that will end up. It says 4 bowlers will bowl a 1-game match on the same pair, and the low score dropping out after each game. So you'll have 4 guys bowl a game, cut a guy out, bowl a game, cut another guy out, and then we'll have a championship match between 2 people. So they re-oil twice. So what you see now in the early portion of this game and qualifying is kind of what we're going to see successful bowlers are going to be doing here in the match play portion. Believe we got a 245 over there from Andy Mills on the pair to the left.
Yeah, I believe you're right. A little bit going on here. Jeremy can go for 230. So we've got a 250 over to our right potential.
Yeah, we have a couple guys still here that could shoot plus on our featured pair. And once again, I do apologize with the scores. The way the scores come through, it highlights their name, and it's in white, so everything is really bright, and there's not much contrast for our cameras to get that. And I'm sure it's just a quick like white balance fix, but
nothing's ever quick when you're trying to do all of this at once.
Yeah, we had 2 people here, and it's if you could see the booth right now, there are a bunch of cords and stuff scattered everywhere. So let's just be happy we have live bowling right now, and we'll do our best to get you all the scores that you need. Once game 2 is wrapping up here, I think they're going to try to get a score sheet out to us so we can let you know what's going on in the standings and where that cut line is.
And actually, I want to make a correction. I think that was Joe Fleming that had 245.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
And that was with an open in the second frame, too.
Okay. I think is Andy the one below him?
I can't remember.
Well, the lowest game on that pair is a 188, so that's a pretty good set of games there for those guys.
Yeah, 3 and 4 seemed to be a pretty good pair early on. Just want to share a quick story about Joe last year at the Classic.
Yeah.
I think you know where I'm going with this.
Absolutely. This is a good one.
In the match play portion last year, I sat around for most of the day, got to watch him bowl quite a bit. Left the 2-4-8-10 5 times in match play and picked it up 5 times.
5 for 5 on the 2-4-8-10.
I think I picked it up 5 times in my life, and
right.
he did it 5 times in a day.
And I think one of those might actually be on the live feed that we had last year. If you go into our archives on the YouTube page, look up the NDBowling.com Classic from last year at Sunset Lanes, and we started live streaming towards the end of match play, and I believe one of his 5 conversions was on the live stream. So
yeah, I believe you're right. I was right there behind you when he did it.
That's something I've never seen. That's pretty good. Okay, we're just finishing up game 2 here on our featured pair. We're going to be here for the duration, so if you have any questions for us, connect with us through Twitter or in the chat room. Let us know where you're watching from. Looks like we have 23 people are on right now, which is more than I expected this early in the tournament on a Saturday. I know a lot of people are probably sleeping in late. Maybe they had a little too much to drink last night, but I do appreciate you guys joining us.
For 10 o'clock, that's not too shabby.
Yep. One thing we're going to be looking at here on this pattern, they look like they're nice, easy for a few people. From what I've heard from people over the past couple years is when they break down, they do kind of, that transition period does get a little ugly. So I'm curious to see how these lanes break down based on where people are playing. It seems like we see a wide variety of angles that people are using to attack the pocket. So
definitely. Yeah, I can see a lot of guys trying to play that inside portion. That could get pretty ugly later on today.
Mm-hmm.
Just checking out who we've got coming up on our feature pair, too. It looks like we got some of the younger bowlers.
Yeah.
And one familiar face coming up is Matt Pausch.
Yeah, we see Matt at a lot of local tournaments. I know he bowls the CMA. I have seen him up in Manitoba, actually, too. I think I've seen him bowl up there. And we usually come down and bowl that tournament in Aberdeen, the scratch tournament there. So our first event, we're going to end up seeing you probably at a major. That's pretty brave. Not bowling a tournament until a major.
Well, that's kind of how it works out. It's a busy time of year at work for me. Hard to get too many weekends away.
That's understandable. And, I know you're a lot like me. You want to be ready for the tournament, but at the same time, you want to work out, in your daily life and through work and everything like that. So,
yeah, it's just finding that balance at this point, Want to bowl the big tournaments, obviously, but just want to be happy with what I do, too. Had a reputation when I was younger.
Yeah, for those of you who know Ken Fletcher, he might have been a little bit of a hothead back when we were in juniors, and we kind of grew up bowling juniors somewhat together. I was up in Minot, he was Fargo, but when I moved to Fargo for college, we bowled a few years on the same travel team, and I remember a few puff balls being thrown at the wall and kickball returns.
Oh, yeah, and that's putting it nicely, I think. I've done a lot worse things in league.
Yeah, and known for the chicken wing and everything else, so... He could be the punching bag of bowling in our area.
That's fine. Somebody's got to be.
We like to give him a hard time a lot, but we are happy to have you here on NDBowlTV. It's nice to have someone in the booth with me instead of talking to myself the whole time.
Yeah, even that couple minutes away, that seemed a little bit funky by myself.
Yeah, I tried doing that for a whole tournament. I think last year I did 3 or 4 tournaments where I sat there and talked to myself, and there's only so much you can do. You can update them on scores and everything, but...
Yep. Well, I'm always happy to if I can.
Absolutely, and while we have a minute, we're going to remind everyone that you are watching NDBowlTV is the High Plains Bowling Network. We are sponsored by Ebonite. I would like to thank the folks there at Ebonite. Our main contact is Sean Morris. They kind of rolled out the red carpet for us this year and really supported us. They gave us some equipment to give away and give us a little more reach in the bowling community, having a big title sponsor like Ebonite. So it's been good for us, and I do thank all of them. And next week we'll be at the Sun Opt Sweeper in Alexandria, Minnesota. I believe that starts at 11 a.m. So tune in to NDBowlTV. You can find that on ndbowling.com or go to our YouTube page, which is right here. You can go to youtube.com/ndbowling, subscribe to our channel. You can like our page on Facebook and follow us on Twitter. And I will mention on Facebook we are running a competition. Oh, I don't know if it's a competition, a contest of sort, where if we get to 1,000 likes on our Facebook page, we are giving away an Ebonite Warrior to one lucky fan. I don't know how I'll do it at the time. When the time comes, we might have to do a guess my score at league kind of thing. But we will do that. It looks like our scores are getting darker. That might help us a little bit. And I can see the scores a little bit better. Yes, we can.
Yeah, that's a little nice.
You won't be able to see the person that's bowling because it's a little bright, but you will be able to see the scores. And we do have a scoring update. I'll let Ken talk about the scores here. We have our cut line and everything else.
Looks like it's after game 1 so far. Got a couple 260s. Yeah, we saw both the high scores. Ryan DeVries, Adam Peters are top 2 guys after 1 game. Nick Heilman's right there. Joel Galley's right there. So definitely some good scores out there early on.
Okay, what's our cut line at?
Cutting looks like about 220 right now.
So 20 over is our cut, and are they taking the 14?
shows 14 on here. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, because the bracket on their poster is showing 16, so...
Well, 14, 16, yeah, right around that 220 mark is going to be in at the moment.
Okay, we'll get clarification as the tournament goes on as to what we're doing here, but they quoted the prize fund based on 80, and they're 78, so I don't expect them to change the bracket too much. Maybe the highlight here on the 14.
It could have just been a misprint, or meant to highlight 16.
For sure. And let's see. We have what appears to be 6 youth bowlers in the field, noted by the Y here on the score sheet. I think they have a youth division, which they might get that bonus casher for the youth if they have enough people, and then I'm sure all the winnings that they get will go directly to their SMART scholarship fund for college, so they can't win cash, of course, because you'll negate your youth eligibility if you do win cash. So by looking at the scores here, we also see Randy Peterson, a local of ours. He had 231 the first game. Chris Charles, 234. Jason Polrice, 234. Brady Stearns, 222. And then on our way down, let's see who else we have in the field. Ted Skykoff is in the field this week.
Oh, yeah.
Mike Cruz Jr.
Justin Schiffler up there, I see.
Yep, Schiffler. We did see Josh Hepp earlier on our featured pair. So quite a few names that we do recognize on here. Matt Smallin with a 167 the first game. So for those of you following back in North Dakota, he is kind of a main guy here on NDBowlTV. He's got 9 spare strike, start. He's on 1 and 2, so he's off our screen here. So we'll keep you updated on him. I know a lot of people back home want to know how he's doing.
Yeah, so he had look at 220. I don't know what he finished out at.
Right, because we only got through game 1 and we are currently in game 3. As many of you know, Matt briefly held the lead in a couple events at the Open last year, and did finish pretty good out in El Paso. He took second 3 weeks ago now.
Yep,
All
3
screwed
weeks
up
ago, I
at the
believe.
Kickoff Classic. He was the defending champion there. He lost to Mike Morris in a very exciting show on NDBowlTV. So if you guys want to go watch that, head over to our YouTube page. We do have that in the archives. I think we had a 9th and 10th frame roll-off in one match, and then the title match came down to the final ball. So very exciting.
Yeah, one of the better shows I think I've seen in a while, along with last year's CMA.
Yeah, which was won by Clayton Moore. I think he threw like 4 in a row towards the end of that match to win it. And
Yep.
on the condition that was out there was rough. That condition was pretty brutal, even though we did see a 300 by Scott Endersby in that show as well. So
Yeah, considering how the entire day I wanted to see what Scott did and then what Clayton did to finish it off. Some of the best bowling you'll see.
absolutely, that was a very good show, and that show it also, I believe, included Sam Lantos. So some big names in that show. So you'll have to go back to the YouTube page and watch some of our archive shows. And I do want to let you know, last year we didn't have the upgraded equipment to have scoring on the screen or anything like that. So when you do watch a show last year, it's going to be from last year. It'll be a little different, but we've upgraded since, and we'll keep getting better here at NDBowlTV. And speaking of, we just mentioned the USBC Open. Just recently, USBC made some changes to that tournament. They added a 3rd division, and they also have decided to not release the pattern until the end of the event. How do you think that's going to change that tournament? Do you think it's good or bad? I know we've had a lot of people talk about it on social media. What's your input on that?
I've always been a fan of not releasing the pattern early. It evens out the playing field. You see so many tournaments around here that will release it early too, especially the guys that live around town. It's a little disadvantage to me. So in that aspect, I like that portion of the change, but it also kind of hinders the NDBowling.com Classic for
Right.
what were going to be some changes in it.
Right, and like Ken was highlighting there, the NDBowling.com Classic, we moved from the end of January to the beginning of March, and the intention of having one of the open patterns out at the event to kind of give some people who don't normally have the chance to bowl in the pattern early to do so. And we're still going to try to have that happen this year, but next year when they implement the changes is to kind of the added division is going to change things.
Well, I like the added division in one sense that it can kind of separate bowlers when you're capping it at 180 for the lower division, and then anybody that's 181 or higher has got to bowl against the best of the best. You know, you don't feel like you have a chance. So,
right.
In one sense, I think it's good. I think they could have done a little bit more because I think you'll see a lot of the bowlers in it now. But
it's standard, I believe, and regular,
yep.
and then classified. So.
Yeah, I think you'll see a lot of bowlers that will be in that standard division now that would have been in the regular division before, just because, you know, they don't want to bowl against the best of the best because they know they won't compete.
Right. And I know the defense for a lot of people when they read that is that tournament is kind of built and held off of, let's say, the average Joe who averages anywhere from 190 to 210. And they're the main people that keep that tournament alive, so you kind of have to tailor to them in a way.
Yep.
And the really good bowlers, the high-end bowlers, the Matt McNeils of the world, the Mike Rose Juniors of the world, you know, they're going to come back and they're going to bowl every year. So I think it was a smart move by USBC to kind of tailor to the middle range people a little bit.
Yep, absolutely. I think I would have almost capped it, you know, gone a little bit lower with the average for the middle division, though.
Yeah, like a 205 maybe, a little lower.
I mean, you could even keep it at what it is. I think 209 right now is what they changed it to.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, you could go with that, but go with the lower end a little bit lower because there's so much room for, you know, you hate to say it, but sandbagging
right.
to go from one division to the next now that, you know, it'll happen. We all know what's going to happen. But, you know what, the changes are probably for the best, you know, and they've been looking at this for a while, so
right.
It'll all work out in the end, you know.
And one thing I do, you know, everyone has kind of put caution out there is the fact that the first year they're implementing all these changes is in Las Vegas, and if you look at the past statistics, the year it was in Vegas, I believe, 07, 09, something like that?
Yeah, 2009.
The entries spiked way up, and there's no destination like Las Vegas for bowling.
For sure.
And I know people are going to look at the entries are going to spike up, and they're going to say those changes were great, and
yep.
I don't believe that is a true testament to the changes. I think you're going to have to look over a 4-year span, starting in Syracuse in 2018.
I think you'd even have to wait almost to 2020, see what happens when it goes back to Reno.
Yeah, because everyone has their Reno fatigue, and
which I don't get. I love Reno.
Yeah, we enjoy it, but at the same time, you know, you and I road trip to this tournament every year, and we bring golf clubs, we go to golf tournaments, we do all sorts of stuff, and we see things along the way, and you know, not a lot of people see it that way, and I don't think a lot of people when they go to Reno they get outside of downtown.
No, probably not. I would say, you know, a majority of the people, not a majority, but a lot of the people that go are there for the bowling, and we've kind of made it a vacation essentially.
Yep.
To like I said, go around and see some things that you normally wouldn't get to see since living in North Dakota.
Yeah. And, you know, a lot of people say, well, why don't you have one out east, closer to us? Why don't you have it here? Well, when it comes to us, I don't think it doesn't matter where they put the event. It's expensive to fly to if it's not Vegas.
Absolutely.
And it's not a short drive either.
No, what's the shortest drive I think we've had since I've been going is...
Well, they're close because
I think they are all pretty close, actually.
We've driven to Baton Rouge, we've driven to El Paso, we've driven to Reno. So from the North Dakota area, they're a ways.
It doesn't matter. You'd have to put it in like Minneapolis for it to be close for us.
Right. Yep. So there, you know, for us, I think you and I are the kind of bowlers that we're going to go regardless, and
Absolutely.
we're probably going to be in the top division because, you know, I go there to win. I'm not going to – it's not going to break my heart if I go there and I don't cash or whatever.
I couldn't agree with you more on that one.
And on the speaking of winning, one change that they made that I completely disagree with, and this is just my own opinion, is they changed it so that now the champions of each of the 3 divisions receive an Eagle trophy.
Okay.
And in my mind, the Eagle at the USBC Open is kind of like a sacred thing. It's one of those things where the top scorer should get the Eagle, and people are known by Eagles and how many Eagles they have. You know,
Definitely.
Savoy has 6. Todd Savoy, I believe he's got 6 Eagles.
Yeah, he's still the leader, I believe, isn't he?
Yep, and the thing is, you know, 10 years down the road, are we going to have a guy in the middle division win 3 or 4 Eagles, and then you're saying, oh, he compares to Matt McNeil? In my mind, no.
Yep.
The Eagle should be something separate. Give those people awards and make their own kind of awards that are traditions, so to speak. But I believe that the highest score in every event, whether it's the middle division or the top division gets it,
True.
should be the Eagle winner, and that holds its own precedent over everything else.
Yep, you could have some kind of, you know, you could have a certain trophy for each division winner, but yeah, like you said, give the overall Eagle to the top score for the overall tournament. I would probably agree with that one for sure.
Because it's going to happen at some point. You're going to have a higher winning score in the middle division than you will the top. It will eventually happen, probably in singles. You know, someone will just go crazy.
Yep.
It's a lot easier to post a big score in singles than it is in any of the other ones.
I will attest to that one.
Yeah. But it'll happen someday. I really think that's kind of what the players have always said, and now you're giving it. I would like it to see, you know, the top score.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd say tarnishes it, so to speak, but yeah, you can see your point behind that, and but it's also USBC's call. It's not really ours, unfortunately.
I hope they run the tournament, and we're going to keep going regardless. So.
Yep, we will.
I believe we were joking about it yesterday on the car ride down here. We were talking about, I think, Baton Rouge 2025. We were talking about what we were going to do on that trip.
Yep, planning 10 years out already.
Because for those of you who don't know, Ken and I, we road trip to this tournament every year, and we kind of plan out a vacation along the way. And we've been really looking forward to this Syracuse year because it's our first year out east. And he grew up in Michigan, and I'm a big fan of Pittsburgh sports teams, so we're going to see a lot of stuff along the way.
Yep.
And we joked on the way down here that we were planning on trips like 4 or 5 years out in the future, you know, and I think we need to focus on the first trip, which is...
considering we don't have next year planned quite yet, yeah, we might want to do that.
Yeah, and we already have next year planned in Vegas because I actually turned 30 the day we bowl singles and doubles in Vegas, so...
yeah, you do. You're going to be an old man that day.
Yep, and people will still think I'm 18, and I can still get into high school sports at the student rate, which I did actually earlier this year, and I'm 28. So
yes, you did. Just got to take off your hat, and then they'll be like, "Oh, that's right."
Yep. And like last night, we went to Applebee's, and the lady carded me, and I joked that once she looked at it, she was like, "Oh wow, you're old," you know, and she kind of laughed about it, and I was like, "Yeah,
you get that a lot."
I think I surprise people when they see my ID, and because when you look at me, people think I'm 18, and then you take a hat off, they think I'm 40, and then if you listen to me on the live stream with the deep voice, people probably think I'm 35, 40, but I'm not.
Yeah, and you've been that way for what, about 10 years too, since I've known you.
And for most of you, we're not using the booth cam today. We're going to try that out probably at the 10-game marathon. We're going to live stream the entire tournament. We're going to try out the booth cam there. And if it works, you know, well, you'll get your first shot of me on the live stream. So I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing.
Depends how you look at it, I guess.
Yeah.
It'd be a good thing for everybody else to see who they're actually hearing.
Yeah, and then when they see me at tournaments, they can talk to me instead of...
Who's that guy that does NDBowling.com? Oh, that's right, it's you.
Yeah, they have to wait till I talk to them, and then they'll know. All right, so we are in the middle of Game 3.
Yeah, it looks like there are a lot of guys just finishing up game 3 here.
Yep. We will have Matt Smallin, who is the top-ranked NDBowling.com scratch rankings player, on our featured pair the next game, so look forward to that. We have Randy Peterson here. Randy, how you doing, man?
Oh, hey, Randy.
Looks like...
Tough time the last game.
Yeah, he went 230, 220 for plus 53, and then not so good the last game. We're not going to tell him what that last game was on the live feed, but let's just say he went minus a little bit. And
he's still plus
he's
overall,
still
though.
plus, so...
He's in good shape at this point. Yeah, looking around at scores, can see him start to go down a little. Joe Fleming 220 over there. See a 230 with his pair. Andy Mills going to shoot about 2 teens. Hopefully, if he picks that up.
And the one thing I'm worried about is our scoring monitors here after each game. They get a shade darker each time, which I like. But eventually, there are no more shades to go dark. And I'm worried what it's going to do. And if it goes to something like bright yellow, I think our scoring monitors aren't going to work. I like where it's at right now. I think it looks really well, with as good as it's going to get. And we'll take a look at our scores really quick here. I think that's about as good as we're going to get.
Well, maybe they've got something they can just keep it right there. Who knows?
Right.
Might have the capability to do that.
But we're doing the best we can. We'll let you know. If you have a question as to how a certain bowler is doing, let us know. You know, come into the chat room or send us a tweet, see what scores you want, and we'll let you know how your favorite bowler is doing. We have 78 in the field today, so there are quite a few that we're not going to mention. Once again, we're bowling on a 2.14 to 1 ratio sport compliant pattern, which is proving to be a test for some bowlers out here. From what we see already, a few low scores on our featured pair now.
Yep, you can see transition going right now. That's for sure.
Yeah, and Andy Mills did miss that spare, so he's got 201 that game. And I think over here when he was on the pair before, I think he had the like 211 or something like that. So
yep, I believe that was 211, 209, something right in that area.
And I think that's what you're going to have to do in this tournament today. You're going to have maybe 1 or 2 really good games, but you're going to have to grind out 190s, 2 2 teens. You know, make your spares, don't have that tournament killing game, and I think you'll be all right. And to be top 16, I believe what it's going to be out of 78. That's
you know, you and always first game you see a bunch of those big scores, so it'll even itself out in the end, I would imagine.
Yeah, I agree. We are finishing up game 3 for those of you watching at home. Looks like our stream and everything is working quite well. We are going off of limited connection here. It's working really well for what we have. And I do want to thank the staff here at Eastway Bowl. They've kind of helped us work everything out to make this work to the best of the ability. Looking around at scores, Matt Smallin still has 220 on the board, 225.
Yeah, looks like he's in the 2 teens already.
Yeah, got the first one in the 10th. He did have the 160 the first game. I don't know what he had game 2. You said he was on about 220 pace.
Yeah, I think he could punch 9th, 10th for 220.
And I am very good friends with Smalls. We bowled scratch doubles last weekend, finished second, and we know each other's game very well. And so on the next, when he's on the featured pair, we'll be able to provide a little bit of insight to his game.
Yeah, I think if there's any 2 guys in this state, or at least the state of North Dakota, I should say, that know each other's games, it's probably you 2.
Oh, yeah. I think at state doubles there was one point where we changed pairs, we knew who we were following, and he picked up a ball. He throws mainly Storm Roto Grip equipment, and he switched balls, and I was like, okay, that works for him. I'm going to basically pick up this ball, move so many left or right at him, and then it worked. And there was one towards the end of the day. This is actually a pretty funny story. At the end of the day on day 2, he was kind of lost. He was kind of working with his swing a little bit. Didn't have much of a rhythm going, and I shot 260. I think it was game 6 or 7. And we moved pairs, and I threw one shot, and he looked at me, and he's like, I have that ball, and I can throw like you. Because one thing you know as well as I do is Matt can emulate anybody.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And so he picks up a ball similar to the one I was throwing, and he goes out there, he throws like me, and proceeds to go 260, 260 to finish. And I was like, dude, you throw it better as me better than I do. That's embarrassing. And like I could only muster up 220 those 2 games, and he goes 260, 260. So,
well, some people just have that ability to turn it on when they need to.
right, his talent is very unique in a way that he can emulate people like that. So, we're gonna see him throwing here on our featured pair the next game. So, I'll be able to offer up a little bit of insight as to where he's throwing, what he's throwing, and I usually know off his hand if it's good or not, so we'll see how that goes. Looking around here, Randy Peterson is going to be up on 1 and 2 for we're going to go on game 4 now.
So yeah, he'll be on our stream in game 5.
So for those of you back home in North Dakota, you'll be able to see not only Matt bowl this game, but Randy Peterson the game after. So some recognizable faces, and for us, some not so recognizable faces. Quite a few locals here that we don't know, and we do apologize. The way their scoring system works, they're using a new beta scoring system from Brunswick, so they're trying out some new stuff, and they were unable to put names in and go with you from pair to pair, so they're using A, B, C, D, and E. And hopefully as you're watching the stream, you're able to match up the score with the player, and hopefully you know the players a little bit better than we do. So,
well, it's nice. A few of them have names on the back, so we can get that out there for them.
yeah, we have a question from Chantel there in the chat room. How is Henry doing? Henry did go 212 the first game, and that is as far as we have in the scores, and we should be getting a scoring update here soon, and we'll let you know how he's doing. Thanks for chiming in there on the chat room. That's pretty good. That's what it's for.
Yeah, well, Adam, he did look like he had a pretty nice look early on. We'll see how the day goes on, though.
Yeah, he is one of the bowlers that we do know. I did bowl a few tournaments out in Minnesota with Matt in our day, and I got to know quite a few of the Minnesota bowlers. I know a few of the South Dakota bowlers from the Aberdeen tournament we bowl every year, but there's a few locals from Sioux Falls and places south, and maybe over in Iowa as well, that we don't know as well. Let's look at our scores here on our featured pair. Doesn't look like we're going to see a 200 game on this pair. So
nope.
You can see the scores are starting to drop. It's getting a little rough out there, and as you know, as you go later in blocks, people are starting to look at that cut line a little bit, squeeze the ball a little bit more. It's harder to get off your hand, I think.
Oh, that sounds like
me. You know more about as good as anyone else. And
yeah, definitely. I mean, it's still early on. 3 games, you don't really worry about it yet, but you start shooting, 150s, 140s, and all of a sudden it gets a little tighter, a little bit more tense, and it can go south in a hurry.
And I can actually see Henry Trutwin in our viewing down on lane 12, and it looks like he's going to have 170-ish on the board here.
Yeah, it's hard to see, but
I believe that's a 183. Yeah. So he had 183 game 3 with the 212 game 1. I don't know what he did game 2. So he's grinding around even. So that's what you got to do on a condition like this, and you got to get them while the getting's good, and then grind out when they get a little rough. So.
Yep, spare shooting, as we all know, is going to be key right now, because and while I interrupt myself, looks like we've got a game 2 sheet. Looks like Jason Polrice jumped out to a quick lead after 230-260.
Yeah, so he's 99 over right now. So
yep, Adam Peters right there, Joel Galley, Sean Mason, Joe Fleming, Randy Peterson looks like our top 6 at the moment. And
we did just mention Randy didn't have the best third game, so he's going to have to make up for that here on the low end of the house.
Yep, but that's star-studded top 16 so far.
Definitely.
Jeremy Sonnenfeld, Brady Stearns, Chris Charles, all right in there.
Yeah, and it seemed like they still highlight the top 14 on here. So I'm going to, at some point in the qualifying, I'm going to step away and kind of get the lowdown so we can give to you guys all the details of what's happening here. You know, on the poster it says top 16 make the bracket. They have top 14 highlighted. Maybe there's a slight change. I'm sure they're going to pay out 1 and 3, 1 and 4. Oh, we got the guy, the man of the hour.
Joe Fleming right here.
They're highlighting top 14. Are we taking 14 to the bracket, or?
No, it should be 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 should
So
be Matt Payne.
they are taking 16, and are we paying 17, 18?
We're going to pay 18 spots, so
Okay.
we're still keeping that 1 to 4 ratio.
Perfect. So that's the key here. So, and after 2 games, that cut.
Looked at it on my phone, looks great.
So yeah, the cut is plus 18. We got the correction. It is actually top 16 going. So
Yep, that's right around where you would figure.
okay, while we have a minute here, while players are moving around, we're going to remind everyone that you are watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. I'm Darren Cini along with Ken Fletcher. We'll be here for the duration of the event. NDBowlTV is sponsored by Ebonite. Any bowler here that performance ball compliments of Ebonite and NDBowling.com. And next weekend on Saturday, we're going to be at the Garden Center in Alexandria, Minnesota for the Sun Opta Sweeper. It's an event that benefits the food shelf there. They raise a lot of money for it. It's a very good event. You'll have to check us out at about 11 a.m. on Saturday next week. And you can find us on Facebook, Twitter, and on YouTube. And we'll give you all the updates as we have them. We do update Facebook quite a bit. You'll find us on Twitter every now and then do subscribe to our channel on YouTube. It helps us out. Give us a thumbs up on your player, and that'd be greatly appreciated. We're running a contest as well on Facebook. Once we get to 1,000 likes on our Facebook page, we will give away an Ebonite Warrior to one lucky fan. So head on over to Facebook/BowlND. Hit the like button. That'd be greatly appreciated. I think we're about 300 likes short. Looking at our scoring update, Matt Smallin started out 166, 177. Did you catch what he had over here on one?
I believe he finished at 209.
Okay, and
so yeah, he's still in the hunt. You know, Matt, as much as anybody, can throw a big game together.
okay, and he is now up here on our left lane on our featured pair. Let's see where he's playing. I believe he is still throwing the Defiant Soul by
Looks
Storm.
like it. Ooh. That looked like a big move, and as you can all see, that was a flag left.
Yep, and I don't think he expected that ball to hook that much, and I do recall, you know, this pair started out with Joel Galley, Josh Hepp,
Yep.
early on, and some people were playing the middle of the lane, so that might come into hand. And
Yeah, he looked like he lay down right on before they started.
yeah, they're hooking a lot more for him, so he's gonna have to make a move quick. And that brings up another thing, you know, when you're in tournament bowling and you're moving pair to pair, you know, how do you watch who you follow? Are you pretty like how do you go about tournament bowling when you move pairs like that?
Well, I mean, for the most part, I try and watch who I follow, kind of see what they're doing, but you can usually get a pretty sense as you go on what the lanes are doing. And if you're skipping like you are today, where it's, you know, one pair each game and you're not going every which way, you know, generally ball reactions aren't going to change a whole lot throughout the day, in my mind at least. You don't usually have to make those big jumps like Matt just tried to.
Yeah, let's see what he does here on 6, because obviously this pair is quite a bit different from where he was on 1 and 2, and possibly over there on the as well. So if you look there immediately on the left, you'll see Chris Charles, a North Dakota bowler. Looks like he's playing pretty direct up 10, but there you go. It's a little touchy.
Yeah, maybe get a little bit of that carry down right now since, you know, Joe and Andy just going through there, probably pushing that out to where he's trying to play.
So Matt moved right, and the ball kind of labored. He's going to get away with it. And there it is.
And that's a shout out to us.
Shout out to the camera. So yeah, we're in game 4. I do like this center. I know you guys can't see them on your screen, but they do actually have what appears to be like almost 40-inch TVs, maybe even bigger. They look smaller here, but if they were in your house, it'd be a pretty big TV in between every other pair. And we can sit here and watch Sports Center while we're live on air. And
yeah, actually, I think that's going to be looks like ESPN2. That'll be my game later on today.
Of course, it will be Mr. Michigan over here. So I do apologize if we get a little Michigan talk going on.
Yeah, I'll try and keep it to a minimum.
It's, you know, nothing against the other bowlers from the locals from South Dakota, but when we get a guy that we're used to seeing, it's a lot easier to kind of see what's happening out here on the lane because we know their game's a little bit better.
Yeah, we can. It's easier to focus on bowling when we know who's bowling.
Yep, and we do have Eric Parvey on lane 3. He just threw a shot and struck there on your screen, far left, and that's I think our first shot of a lefty that we've seen here today. So
there actually were. I saw a couple lefties on that pair the last game, so
okay,
it could get a little bit interesting with him having to follow 2 lefties all day long.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that kind of goes here, and I'm curious to see what Matt does on the left lane off of that first shot. He moved way right on 6 and kind of got away with it. It looked like it hydroplaned a little bit down lane and still picked up, got lucky.
As that first shot was just a tester, see if that middle was anything, and immediately jump back out to where I would assume he was playing down on the high end of the house.
Looks like what I've noticed with this pattern too is it's very speed sensitive. If you shove the ball and kind of throw it through the back of the house, it's never going to recover enough to get to the head pin.
Yep.
And if you kind of baby it to make sure it gets to the head pin, like that one on lane 6 that we just saw, it's going to take off. And see what Matt does here on lane 5. Looks like he moved right.
Yeah, back right, and that one looked pretty good.
Yeah, that was a good shot there, and I will admit I'm normally like a better coach than I am bowling when it comes to smalls. I see the slight small parts of his game, and it's easier for me to pick that out, so I might be giving him a little few things that I see as we progress in our show here today.
Yes, and can't coach themselves. That's not towards you. That's more towards me.
Well, I've always told smalls too. I'm a much better guy at. If I could do what I say, it'd be a lot easier. Like I could tell smalls, you know, take this ball, go here, throw here, and he can do it. And that's why we work so well together. If I could do that myself, I'd probably be a much better bowler, and I wouldn't be sitting back here on the set with you.
Amen to that. I feel the same way some nights.
But it is what it is, and we make it work, and I do well at some tournaments, and then some not so well. So
yeah, you've had your fair share you bowled pretty well at.
You know, blind squirrel meet acorn is what I say.
Yeah, I had one of those once.
We won't mention at that tournament, but
it's okay. You can go ahead.
Well, Matt just threw that shot on 6. The same thing happened. It kind of hydroplaned down the lane, and it never recovered as much as it did on the other shot where he got lucky. So once again, this pattern puts an emphasis on shot making, and we'll have to see how it goes here. Here's a 2-4, 8-10, and
Ooh, just hooked by it.
gave it a run, but what I would like to do, we talked about it this morning too. Our thoughts and prayers do go out to everyone that was involved out in Paris in the horrific attacks out there. You know, I don't know why anyone would do such a thing, and you know, it happened in our country, and they supported us, and I don't care where it happens, it's a terrible thing. So, you know, everyone here at NDBowling.com does send our thoughts out to them, the families, the victims that were involved in that, and it reminds us too how thankful we are for our military with Veterans Day just not that long ago.
Yep.
We're thankful for all the servicemen and women who risk their lives to give us the freedoms that we have.
Yep, it kind of reminds us how lucky we are where we live. You know,
absolutely.
I don't want to say we can enjoy some of the freedoms that other people don't, but you can sometimes feel a little bit safer about it, you know. But that just goes to show that bad things like that can happen anywhere. I mean, Paris, one of the biggest cities in the world, and something like that could happen. Nobody ever does, but yeah, prayers out to everybody with that. I will totally echo what Darren just said.
Absolutely. And I guess while we're talking about our nation's military and everything, out of Washington, D.C., we have a viewer, John Herman, actually gave us a shout out watching the Great Plains Scratch Classic from the nation's capital. So,
oh, nice.
Shout out to John. Thanks for checking in. We appreciate that.
Yeah, that's about as far away as I think I've ever seen you have.
So that's pretty good. We did do a little more advertising this week. We're trying to expand our social reach within the nation, you know, get a few more bowlers on board with ndbowling.com and what we're doing here. Live bowling is good anywhere, so, you know, connect with us, let your friends know. We're here to stay, and we'll be here for a while. We have, I believe, 5 more shows this year after this. We're going to Alexandria next weekend, and then we'll be in Minot at the 10-game marathon. We'll be at the CMA, the major. We'll be in Manitoba, another major, and back-to-back weekends. And then our final show of the year, as of right now, will be in Fargo at the NDBowling.com Classic, the season's final major. So check it out. Glory's last shot, as they call it.
I was waiting for that.
And it's fun to have my buddy Ken Fletcher here in the booth with me. We're pretty big fans of golf as well. We're history buffs when it comes to golf and bowling and stuff like that. So you'll hear some references in regards to that. And we actually purchased tickets to the Ryder Cup for next October. Is that correct?
We did. Down in at Hazeltine and Chanhassen, I believe.
Chaska, Minnesota.
Chaska, my bad. Same area. But looking forward to that. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. This past year when Ken and I went down to El Paso, it worked out perfectly where once we were done with doubles and singles, we hopped in the car and we hightailed it over to Dallas-Fort Worth. And we attended the Crown Plaza Invitational at Colonial, which was the first PGA Tour event that we've ever been to. And unfortunately, that was about the time where Texas got flooded out with a bunch of rain.
Yeah, it was a little wet there, that's for sure.
We had to wade through the mud and all sorts of stuff. And one moment of that day that I clearly remember is we were standing on the 9th green, and we were standing in a spot where it was at the corner of the ropes where the players would walk off that green. And they usually have marquee groups at this thing, and it was like Adam Scott, Zach Johnson, and then a group behind them was like Jordan Spieth, and you know Jordan Spieth's pretty big in Texas, so we're like, all right, let's stay here, and this is our spot.
Yep.
He was like 3 holes back yet. We'll wait for him. Well, then the skies opened up, and it turned out that was like the only time they opened up that day. And I told Ken, I was like, we got to stay here. We have prime position, and everyone in the crowd had umbrellas except us. You couldn't tell we were rookies at this. And, you know, we got pretty drenched that time, and it got to the point where it rained so hard we said, you know what, we're going to go into the tent, and we walked into one of the hospitality tents and dried up, and you know, the rest of the day turned out to be pretty nice, but we learned our lesson there. And I told them on the way down here, when we go to the Ryder Cup, I'm bringing umbrella, overshoes if I need them.
Yep, absolutely.
we learned our lesson right there, because when you're outside from 7 a.m. until 5, you got to be prepared for the weather to do anything. So
that is for certain.
And if you're watching at home, whether it's, you know, in the local area or like John was out at the nation's capital, share our stream with everyone you know on social media. Our main source of advertising is you, the fans, and we do appreciate everything you do to spread the word about NDBowlTV and NDBowling.com. I do appreciate that. We're in the middle of game 4.
Game 4, and some people actually already finishing up game 4, down on 1 and 2.
Yep, there are some pairs that only have 4 bowlers on them, so they're getting done a little quicker than the pairs with 5. Yep. Our local here, the top-ranked bowler on NDBowling.com, Matt Smallin, looks like he's struggling on this pattern.
Yep, he went nose left to 310 the last shot on 6, and unfortunately missed that, and the classic overcompensation, it looks like, and through the heart.
To be honest, if we were in a doubles tournament right now, I would kind of encourage Matt to make a ball change. He's throwing that Defiant Soul, and from what I've known him bowling with it, when it's good, it's a really good ball, and it starts to get over-under when it's a touchy pattern. So, you know, if hopefully he can regroup here. This is a really, really tough pattern for people, and some people, they have the game to match up with it a little better than other people do. So
yep,
that's what I've noticed so far today.
But yeah, definitely scores coming down across the board from what I can see.
That's what a lot of people were saying early on, that the condition does get ugly as you go, and we saw it here, how the first people to bowl on this pair were kind of playing in. They were, because they jumped so quick, they played in, and now as more people come onto this pair, they're starting to see the differences from pair to pair. And
yep, watching it just blow apart right in front of us.
yeah, I think we're going to have a low-scoring final when it gets time for that. But at the same time, it's going to be on fresh oil. So
yep, it could go either way. I mean, you know, like we were saying, once you lay down again, it just gets a little tighter and a little tighter the more you do it. But with scores being bigger early on, who knows?
Right, and one thing to keep in mind, and we're all guilty of it, is people like to start where they finish when you go like to day 2.
Oh yeah, how many years have we talked about that in Minot?
Yeah, and so when we oil these lanes and we go on to the match play portion of it, are people going to try to play the fresh a little different? I know they will, but
well, at least with early on, you can see all the hook down lane, and I think you could almost probably start where you finish in a lot of cases here.
And there you go. Matt Smallin just threw a shot with the ball change, so it's almost like he read my mind.
Yeah, maybe he was listening to us. Maybe he has earphones in that you can't see.
Well, I think that was a good change, because I believe he changed the lights out, which is a pretty good ball for him.
Yeah, seen a lot of good score shot. I think he had 299. Was it kickoff last year? Or?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, once again, we're in game 4 of 7, and once we are done with the qualifying round, we will cut the stream. I think Ken and I are going to grab lunch quick while we have a minute. We'll fire the stream back up in about an hour and a half. We'll let you know about what time we'll be back up and running, and we'll get you going on that. So we'll keep you updated towards the end of this block, and then we'll get started in the match play portion. Once again, the top 2 qualifiers in today's qualifying round will receive a bye of some sort. The top qualifier goes all the way to the mini eliminator in the finals, so the top qualifier will have a chance to bowl for the title no matter what, and the second qualifier will be in the second round on the bracket where everyone else will go into the first. So
yeah, huge advantage for them right there. I will say too, it kind of seems like we're moving along at a pretty good pace. It's only 11 o'clock and 4 games in already almost.
Yeah, we might actually get done with this by about 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
We were thinking 2:30.
Yeah, at one point.
The staff here did mention that they only want people to give 1 lane courtesy to kind of speed things up. We did mention earlier they do have leagues and stuff going on later tonight, like birthday parties and, you know, typical open bowling stuff going on at a bowling center. So moving the tournament along a little quicker is definitely a good thing.
Well, yeah, that's how they make their money, is open bowling.
And I'm sure all those proprietors watching can chime in on that.
Well, both of us having worked at a bowling alley at one point or another.
Multiple bowling alleys at
yeah,
that.
in your case. Well, both of our cases,
Yes.
actually. We know all too well that it's not the league where you make your money, it's the open bowling.
Yep. And, you know, that kind of works against us, you know, tournament bowlers a little bit, and that's why we really do appreciate bowling centers that hold bowling tournaments and allow us to do what we love to do and have the passion for it. So
Yep, absolutely.
send a thank you out to all those proprietors out there who do hold tournaments and still allow us competitive freaks out there to bowl tournaments when we want to. So, well, it looks like for the pride of North Dakota, I guess if you want to call him that, Matt Smallin, it's either strike or bust for him.
Yeah, not so.
He's got
not so good.
Punch out here for what, a 146?
146. Yep.
And I think that just proves to you he might have a big lead in the NDBowling.com scratch rankings, but everyone is human, folks. If you don't match up with the pattern, you don't match up, and some people match up relatively well. And it looks like Eric Parvey, who just threw a shot there on 4, threw a pretty good shot. And I want to make a shout out to Eric. You know, this guy has worked really hard in the last year and a half, and he's lost a lot of weight. He probably doesn't care for us to mention him on the live stream, but I have a what's a good word for it? Yeah, what he's doing is pretty incredible. He's lost a lot of weight, and he said he wanted to make a lot of life choices for his family, and you know, I commend him for what he's doing. It's just a lot of hard work.
I will definitely second that. I think I know it's been a couple years since he got married, I think, and
Yep.
I know he's got at least 1 kid.
2 kids
Does he
now.
have 2 kids now? Okay, that's right. But I think the family has definitely helped him. You don't want to say turn his life around, but, you know, we will say he was a little bit bigger guy, but he's
Make
definitely
better life choices. Yeah.
But yeah, he's definitely
He looks really good.
Yeah, he does look really good. I mean, that's all you can say about that. He's a smart guy. We all know that.
Yep. You know, very well for him. So you got to give him props for what he did. That's tough to do. I know for a lot of people that's a tough life change to make. You have to, you know, set your mind to it because it's changes all around. And he puts in the hard work, and I give him tons of credit for what he's doing. So, and he's bowling well today too. So.
Yep,
perfect.
absolutely.
Looks like through 2, he was at 3 over, so he's only 15 off the cut. And he's got a potential good game here, just throwing a shot on 3. Got out of trouble there.
Yeah, good break.
So yeah, shout out to Eric Parvey, since we will not see him on our featured pair unless he is in the match play portion. Looks like we'll get Randy Peterson up next.
Yep, Randy will be up next, coming off looks like 199, so yeah, he's in good shape at plus 11.
And something tells me, and I know Matt probably better than a lot of people in this building do, and after that game, I think he's going to make a quick exit of Sioux Falls and get back home tonight because he's not willing to stick around if he's not bowling too well. So
Yeah, I've seen that a couple times from a few different people.
Yeah,
but
we all do it.
Yeah, definitely will agree with that. Unless he can turn it around quick.
Yeah, and he's going to need some big games, and we were kind of speaking of that earlier, is avoiding the tournament killer, and I think that game right there from Matt was just that. As we take a look at the scores, it's a 125 on the board for him. There was a 222 on the pair with an open in the 10th. So
I will like to add that split in the 10th, I believe, was a pocket 6-7. Light pocket 6-7.
That's how cruel this game is. You struggle to find a decent look, and then when you throw a good one.
I know he turned around, and I think he gave a little, that's a great look to us. We're in the middle of another topic at the moment, but that's tough when you see that happen to those kind of guys.
Well, there you see our scores now turned green, so we're back to having bright scores. I apologize for that, and I think maybe the shade of green will darken as we go. Who knows?
Yeah, you can hope.
I can sit here and switch the cameras until I'm blue in the face, but if they change colors every time, it's not going to do any good. So we'll make do with what we got. If you're watching at home, please give us a shout out. Share the link on social media. That would be great. We have a scoring update too. Through 16th place is plus 12. That's Randy Peterson. After that bad game in Game 3 that he mentioned. Our leader, Adam Peters, shot 739 his first three. That's a pretty good set on this. Jason Polrice at 724. Joel Galley still up there at 698. He went 240, 220, 230. So like we mentioned, last week at state doubles, Joel Galley had a hard time matching up with that pattern, and Matt and myself actually matched up well. We come here, and Joel's matching up really well, and Matt, he's kind of struggling finding a dependable look, I should say.
Yep.
And looking on down the standings, Joe Fleming at 676 in 5th, Tristan Smith at 672, Nick Heilman in 7th at 653, Brady Foreman at 650, Sean Mason 631, Justin Schiffler at 630, Adam Danielson at 629. Now he's got Scott Erzman, I think, at 628. Sorry if I butcher anyone's name. Chris Charles at 624, Matt Payne at 622, Ryan DeVries at DeVries, I think. Is that how you say it?
Yeah, something like that. DeVries. Yeah, hear it both ways.
I don't want to call him like DeVry University or anything like that, but and sorry, Ryan, if you ever watch this. He's at 621, and then the cut, Randy Peterson at 612. First guy out is Ted Steichhoff at 11 over. So
made a nice little move there after a tough start, it looks like, too.
Yeah, and to our fan Chantel, Henry Trutwin is at even 600. He's in 22nd place, so he's only 12 off the cut. Jeremy Sonnenfeld at 1 under at 599. He had a lot of people hovering around that even mark, so they're all still in it. We just saw Eric Parvey. He's at 559 after 3.
Yeah, he's looking at 2 teens here this game.
Yep, he's about to throw his last shot up here on lane 4 to the left of your screen.
It was Chris Charles with 194 also that game.
Okay, so 194 for Charles, 214 for Eric Parvey. That'll help him out. Game 4 that was, so he'll jump a little closer to that cut line. Once again, your pride of North Dakota, or Minot, North Dakota, I should say, Matt Smallin is struggling. It's a kind of a strange thing even for me to see, and I grew up bowling with the kid. For him not to find something to at least grind out 180, 190, I think that's kind of where he makes his money a lot of the time. And we have North Dakota Hall of Famer Randy Peterson on our pair this game, so we'll see where he's playing. He just mentioned to us that this pair is hooking a lot more than the rest, and it's kind of what we were gathering, watching.
Yep, I think we've noticed that already.
So we'll have to see, maybe, is it a topography thing? Is it, maybe this pair, because you and I both know if we go to certain pairs in Minot, they're completely different. Maybe that's the case here at Eastway.
It's very possible, especially with the older lane surface. I could see that being the case. I haven't bowled here enough myself. I think I bowled here 3 times for the Big Sioux tournament.
3 times more than me there, big fella.
Yep.
We'll have to see how this pair breaks down on the other re-oils. You know, maybe it breaks down the same way. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Randy up on the right. He does have the first 2 strikes here. Looks like he's playing a little direct, and
yeah, the right lane again.
you know, and I'm sensing a theme for everyone on this pair. They come back shaking their head like they're not sure what's going on here.
Well, especially just after you make a big jump. I think it
Right.
seems like in almost every bowling alley, 1 and 2 play different than any pair in the house.
I think that's safe to say, and I know in Minot, and I touched on this in Jamestown, how at Minot, the low end of the house is where all the tournaments, the smaller tournaments take place, and on the high end of the house, all your birthday parties always take place.
Yep.
So as I go down the house, I, tend to gather that it's going to hook less. You have a little more hold room, and when you make that jump, you better ball down or move left. And
Yep, absolutely. I think you're probably right with that.
I'm probably giving out some insider information to those of you who are going to bowl the CMA Memorial Shootout in about a month and a half or so. And actually, I think
almost
it's
more like 2 months. Yeah.
It's about 2 months from now. So, and you'll see us live on NDBowlTV only for the finals of that one, the stepladder finals of an NDBowling.com major. It's right here on NDBowlTV. So. Tune in, middle of January, go to ndbowling.com, click on the upcoming events page, and you'll see all the events. You'll find something for everyone on there. Another bowler that we know very well is Brady Stearns. Just threw a shot there on 4. He bowls a lot of tournaments around North Dakota.
Yep, that looked pretty good. He's having a good day so far.
Yeah, he was inside of our cut line there on our last score update. It's also nice too, I don't know if it's nice, it's kind of bad for us. They changed our TVs that had Sports Center on it to scrolling the scores so all the bowlers can see what the scores are. And it's good for a lot of people, but
well, that's probably for the best. I think we would have got sidetracked a little bit.
yeah, especially you watching, especially Michigan was on.
Well, that could have been during our break too. I think they start a little later today.
That is true. That is true. Once again, if you're watching at home, please give us a thumbs up on your player there. If you're watching on the YouTube page, subscribe to our channel, like our Facebook page, follow us on Twitter. It's all very well appreciated. Any sort of advertising that we can get out of our fans, that is our method of advertising. We appreciate it quite a bit. Once again, I am Darren Cini with NDBowling.com, joined by good friend Ken Fletcher. And we're here for the duration, and we're going to, once the tournament's over, we're going to be packing up and heading back to Fargo tonight. And then I have another 4 hours to drive on Sunday, so.
Yeah, that's a lot of traveling for you in a couple days.
Yeah, and then Friday I got to travel back down this way towards Alexandria for another show, so.
Yeah, a little bit closer at least.
Yep.
It's only 100 miles instead of 240.
And I don't know if any of you saw earlier when we first came on the air and we weren't we didn't have the sound on yet. We were waiting for bowling to start and everything, and Eric Parvey was chasing after someone across the screen. And if you need a good laugh, go back to about 5 minutes into the show, and before they started practice, you'll see a guy running across the lanes, and he was like high stepping it too, so it was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, that might have been the high wave over there.
No idea what we're talking about either. That's okay. Eric Parvey, everyone, running track at a bowling tournament this morning. So,
well, you got to get it warmed up somehow.
Yep.
Some of us do it other ways.
Yeah, you usually stretch out your back or something by laying out on the approach.
Yes, if you ever come to a bowling tournament, I will be the guy laying on the approach. when everybody's getting ready to practice.
We have a request from Clayton Moore. He wants a picture of the score sheet after 4 games. Well, the way the scores work here, I can send that to you, but you're only going to get like the front 25, 30 people. It's not your typical lined up all on one page kind of thing, but we'll do the best we can there for you, Clayton. We'll send one over once we get that Game 4 update. And they have been, I do want to mention to you, they have been highlighting through 14.
I think it looks like they might have switched to 16 there.
They did switch it to top 16, so that's good. So when we send that over, the highlight is the cut line. And they're paying out, what did you say, 18?
18 spots, yep.
Okay. One thing to keep in mind, we'll actually post the picture of the standings through 4 on our ND Bowling Twitter feed, and then Clayton, you can get it through that if that would work. You can retweet us, everything else. So if you haven't followed us on Twitter yet, go ahead and do so, and we'll give you a score update after 4 games when we get it. Looks like Randy Peterson off to a pretty decent start.
Yeah, nice quick start, couple doubles.
Looks like we have a machine call here or something on lane 5. Maybe a ball not coming back. One thing I do like about this is we get some bowlers where they either do something on the lane or they want to come over and see if we caught it on camera, because the stream you see is actually like slightly like a minute and a half delayed from real time. And when they come up to me and they're like, "Can I watch it?" I'm like, "Well, it might be a little too late right now, but we'll see." And we just had Chris Charles over here, and you might have saw him slap off a shot, he said. You can always go back in the player. If you go click on the bottom, you can rewind at any point in our show. So if you missed a part, you can go back and watch it. And like we said, watch Eric Parvey high step across the approach at about the 5-minute mark or somewhere close to that. All right, a little bit of a delay here on our featured pair, and it looks, I don't know what's the deal is. It might be a ball call, but that's okay because this is a pair with 4 on it, so yeah. I think they're okay with a slight delay too.
Slow them down a little bit so they're not on 9 and 10 so hard.
Eric Parvey in the house. Eric, how you doing, man?
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Nice.
Could be bowling better, but I'm doing okay.
We did mention on the live stream this morning when you high stepped ran across the approach. That
was live.
You'll have to watch. You'll have to watch the 5-minute mark sometime. And we mentioned that was pretty entertaining before bowling started. It was.
Somebody's got to do it.
I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah, I saw it was live on my phone, so then I went and did it. Whatever. Gotta have fun, right?
Absolutely. Eric Parvey, everyone. And maybe we can catch a word with one of our top qualifiers before we cut off the stream after qualifying today, after Game 7. We'll talk to them, kind of see what worked, what didn't, and then once again after the qualifying, they have to re-oil. They're giving a break to everyone to eat lunch and everything, so we'll cut the stream off, and when they are done qualifying, we're going to let you know about what time we'll come back on. What we might do is, since the stream is running so well, I might keep the stream running and just cut the sound and put up a banner of NDBowlTV, and then we'll let everyone know about what time we'll resume play, and then we'll come back. You know, technology, I hate to shut it off and try to get it going again. So
yeah, I was going to say that could work for the best. Don't want to shut out something that's working pretty well at this point.
Yeah, for the connection we have and everything's working really well. So we might keep on what we're doing here. We're gonna cut the sound just for the sake of, you know, something being said out there that we don't want going on the air. So just know that we will mention what time we'll be back, and I'll post it as well on our Facebook and our Twitter feed when we'll be back on the air. So stick with us. Got 31 people watching right now. I know some people come and go, so it's pretty good. I think the most we've had on here at one time was Manitoba last year, and I want to give a shout out to our Canadian fans. They are great people, and they love NDBowling.com. And last year for the Manitoba Open, I think we had about 125 people on at once.
Sounds right.
Watching the two-time World Cup champion Michael Schmidt claim his 6th Manitoba Open title and 7th NDBowling.com major. And we do have that show in our archives on YouTube, so go ahead and watch that if you get a chance. He actually ran the ladder and had to beat the top qualifier twice, which happened to be Clayton Moore at every event that we do. It seems like.
Yeah, and on a bad knee, if I remember right.
Yeah. Yep.
Shows what the mental game can do for you, too.
I agree. And we saw back in, what was it, when Matt Smallin won the CMA in 2010?
I think it was 11, wasn't it?
10 or 11. I know it. Smallin and Parvey won it back-to-back years. And the year Matt Smallin won, he had to throw the last 4 strikes to shut Mike Schmidt out by 1 pin, and when he did, Mike Schmidt still had to bowl his 10th frame.
Yep.
And he went up there and he went through his routine and he focused on 3 shots, even though he was already shut out, and threw 3 pure shots to lose by 1. And
Yep.
I think that shows the class and the focus on a guy like that, and that's why he's such a good bowler that he is.
That's why he's as good as there is around here, especially.
Yeah, I agree. So, and I'm sure there's a chance you'll see him on our show here in January at the Manitoba Open. He claimed to me that winning the Manitoba Open was not that hard. when I interviewed him last year after winning, he's like, you know, this isn't that hard. And I'm like, dude, I have a hard time making that cut.
When you've won it 6 times, I think he can probably claim that it's not that hard.
I'm sure there's a different level of difficulty between us and a guy like Mike Schmidt. So
yeah, and considering he runs a pro shop there, doesn't he? I believe.
He could. It's possible.
If I remember right, but I'm sure he's bowled in that center for who knows how long, and a guy with that kind of intelligence on the bowling lane doesn't need that much help.
Yeah, that is for sure. And we'll probably see him, there's a good chance, either on our telecasts in Winnipeg, in Minot, and he may even come down and bowl in Fargo at the NDBowling.com Classic, because he is a past champion of that. So
that is very possible. 1-2 years ago, I believe, in his first attempt.
Yep. And maybe he got that major out of the way and thought, okay, we're done with that one now. And speaking of majors, there's only one bowler to win 3 separate majors, and that's Eric Parvey, who's about to throw up here on lane 7. So,
and like to add, the other one he hasn't won, lost by a pin. Wasn't it 2 years ago to Ryan Sandvik?
Ryan Sandvik at the KFYR, yeah. He made it in the final, so he's a game away from the career Grand Slam. And that's crazy to think when no other bowler has won 3 different ones. So,
yep.
So he's definitely going to be on the radar at the KFYR every year, and as long as he's bowling in it. So, and we got a tweet in from Clayton Moore. He's hoping to stop the reign of Mike Schmidt at the Manitoba Open. So,
well,
Mike Schmidt, consider yourself challenged.
I don't know if that's what you want to do, Clayton, but
if there's anyone that could, I give that guy
absolutely
100% chance of being able to do that. So now, if I said Mike Schmidt, watch out, I think Mike would probably laugh and be like, dude, stick to the live stream.
Just laugh at you. Go back behind the camera.
Yeah, exactly. Back where nobody can see you.
Although I will say he was pretty entertaining on the CMA broadcast last year.
And as long as if he's not bowling in any of those, I think he might join us in the booth, because a lot of people did enjoy the insight that he had. And, you know, a guy that's bowled all over the world, winning World Cups and stuff like that, it's good to have a guy like that on the show.
Yeah, the kind of knowledge he has, especially from what he's done. It can't be matched around here.
I agree. Let's check at our scores here. Randy Peterson is clean through 8. Looks like he'll have another tough spare there to pick up on 6. But that's what you got to do. You know, if he picks this up, he has a chance for 220 actually.
Yeah, 220's just grinding out spares, it looks like.
Yeah, he has 2 doubles on the board, and he'll still have a shot at 220 going into the 10th. So that's what you got to do on a pattern like this. And I think when it comes to North Dakota bowlers, Randy's one of the best.
He's proven that once or twice.
Yeah, once or twice, and he does that on the golf course too.
Yeah, he does that too pretty well.
I'm still mad about that. This past Labor Day weekend, we all got together. It was Ken, myself, our good friend Chris Carrico back in Fargo, and then Randy Peterson came down from Carrington. We all golfed this at Rose Creek, and I ended up shooting the round of my life, throwing darts like crazy. I've never done it before. I had to make a 10-footer on 18 for a 79. And I was pretty proud of that, because I've never shot in the 70s, and then we added up the scores, and I still lost to Randy by 4. And
yeah, and I thought I was doing well that day, shooting about 82, and
you were
here
third.
I'm not even close to these guys.
But yeah, Randy's the same way in bowling. I could think I'm having a good day, and I look up at the scores, and Randy's killing me. So
yeah, I remember him leading CMA qualifying. It's been a couple years, and just making a look effort.
Senior national.
I remember one of those he bowled really well in.
I followed him on Extra Frame and things like that. So. You know, speaking of, if any of you are out there and enjoy what we have here to offer on NDBowlTV, subscribe to Extra Frame. It's the online bowling channel, as they call it, the PBA network, for everything professional bowling. And there's a lot of good stuff going on there in the next couple months with the World Series happening. I think it's only $64 for a year to subscribe to them, and the archives are always on. I think what's cool about that is they have 2 channels now. I don't know if you're on Extra Frame. What they do is you can go on Extra Frame 1, and let's say it's on 5 and 6 like we are. They'll have another setup down on the other end of the house, and you can switch back and forth depending on.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
You know, find your favorite bowler and stuff like that. So, you know, go subscribe to them. Mike Jakubowski, Mike J. Laneside does a great job. Shout out to him.
It's a pretty steady 201 from Randy right there too, by the way.
Yeah, that's 201 for Randy Peterson. Clayton Moore does say that work is pretty boring, so he's listening to us, and we're pretty entertaining. So
thanks, Clayton.
We do appreciate that. We're doing our best, since this is probably one of the longest shows we're having. I think we're close to 2.5 hours right now on the air. So
yeah, right about 2.5 already. And so much more left to go.
There is. I think we're in Game 5 right now.
I've lost track already. I believe it is Game 5, yes.
And we do have the ability to put graphics on the screen, but the first couple shows here, I'm kind of testing the waters, because YouTube has a new interface. I purchased a new live streaming interface as well, and so we're kind of testing the waters, how things work, and wonder if we can get RP to come back here and give us a little bit of insight.
Come back and talk.
Yeah, Randy Peterson just got done bowling on our featured pair here. Maybe we can get a little bit of insight as to what's going on.
Yeah, I'll let him sit in while I take a quick break here.
Okay, so. All right, we got North Dakota Bowling Hall of Famer Randy Peterson in the booth with us. Randy, how are things going out there? I know you mentioned on the featured pair here they hook a lot more than what you were seeing.
Yeah, 5 and 6 hooked a lot more than what I came off of on 1 and 2. 1 and 2 was a lot tighter than actually 29 and 30 that I came off right before then. So I don't know. This 5 and 6 hooked the most so far.
So the higher end of the house is a little bit different for sure.
Yep.
You know, Matt Small and bowled on this pair a little bit ago, and looking over it, he's got a much better score going on right now on 9 and 10, so that bodes well for you. But maybe 5 and 6 is the poison pair of the house. So.
And 6 is really on fire. 5 and 6 are both on fire, but 6 is really hooking hard.
Yeah, it makes that 201 you have on the board look pretty good right now.
Yeah, I got to just scratch out a couple more good games, and I hopefully get in the top 16 and bowl later on this afternoon.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to watch and see if 5 and 6 just that's how they are, or if they break down that way every time. We'll have to see going forward. And we just got word from Joe Fleming that Andy Mills down on around 14 as a front shot. Shot looked pretty good. Looks like he got it. So he's got front 11. He throws Brunswick equipment, so I don't think we have to worry about a free bowling ball going out on this one.
Definitely can't miss Andy. He's always dressed up pretty flashy.
We saw him here. He was around the featured pair in the bright orange, kind of Ricky Fowler-esque. What equipment are you throwing out there? What do you find that's working?
I started out with the Marvel S from Storm, and that worked really well. I had 220, 230 my first 2 games, and then I got down to 29 and 30, and they were really tight. And I switched between there, and yeah, it looks like he got it. Thinking about so maybe it was, but I got to get down there, and we'll stop back.
Update on the scores while I post this to our
Plus 16 right now. Three. Tristan Smith. Sean Mason. Tim Look, 834. Justin Schiffler, 831. Chris Charles still hanging in there at 818. Scott Arisman, again, we're pronouncing that right or not, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
apologies if we're not, yes. 817, 1 pin above the cut line, and Glenn Paulson at 816 is the cut. Just looking here, Randy Peterson right around that cut line. Josh Hepp making a comeback, couple 230s there. Get him close. Jeremy Sonnenfeld's not far off. Mike Cruz Jr., Ted Steichoff. And I don't know if you announced it yet. We just had 300.
We did. We were talking to Randy at the time, and then we heard everything. So,
yep, that'll bump Andy Mills up there, probably inside the cut line. That puts him through 5 at 61 over. So,
very nice.
Yeah, he's right back in the hunt there.
You know, and as he says on Facebook all the time, Fig Jam, this is your NDBowlTV Fig Jam, Andy. So if you watch around the time you shot 300, we'll send you a shout out for you.
I didn't see it. I know earlier he was throwing what looked like a Karma. I don't know if that's what he was throwing at the time there, though.
Figured the Brunswick staffers would do that.
And speaking of Andy Mills.
And yeah, he claims he's throwing an Ebonite Warrior, but he's got Brunswick all over his clothes. Ricky Fowler.
Yo, total Ricky Fowler today.
He tried to come by our booth here and claim the free ball, and that's not going to happen. I think we know better than that. The day Andy Mills throws Ebonite will be the day he wears normal colored clothes.
And good luck with that, I think.
Yeah, I think a couple of years ago he wore pink pants at the CMA. So.
Yeah, I remember that. I think he was on the show, too.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, we're going to take a word with Joe Fleming here. So if you just want to keep him there, we'll just switch him over. So, all right, we got a slight delay in the rotation here, so we're joined in the booth by Joe Fleming. Joe, welcome to NDBowlTV, man.
Hello, everybody. First off, let me say thank you so much for making the drive down here. I know it's a long haul, and it just really puts a different aspect on this tournament with you coming down here, so I appreciate it very much.
Do appreciate that. We do have shout-outs from a guy in Washington, D.C. watching, and a few other people, so
Wow.
the reach is actually going quite a bit out there, and we do appreciate those of you watching right now.
Fantastic.
So we've had as many
Deal. And we just had our
Yes. Yeah, we were just used. Tonight, the official bowling ball sponsor, by a free bowling ball. Specific bowling, making a lot better. It's pretty good. I throw it myself. So.
I guess just while I'm here, just for a few minutes, we're through 5 games here now. With the transitioning's definitely happening now. The first 3 games, I think the people that were scoring were playing mostly up 10, up 12 kind of area with more of a bite in the back end. You couldn't really play in the middle. You could if you were pretty accurate, but you didn't have a whole lot of room for error. So a lot of the big scores in the first 3 games were game 4 is when the transition really happened, and I think most of the scores went way down. You were getting a little bit of over-under, and now I believe I'm about 80 over, and I've got a nice shot. I'm standing pretty much right in the middle of the approach, throwing third arrow just with a soft hand, and the guys that are scoring, they're not throwing anything aggressive. It's just mainly, get it out to about 12 or 10 on your break point and just let it walk back in.
Right, and not to give up the pocket or anything. What kind of equipment is working for you? I know we talked to Randy Peterson. He was throwing a Marble S a little bit. He switched to a Paradox, and that seemed to work for him. He said he might switch when he goes over to 9 and 10. But what was working for you? What kind of drillings and stuff like that?
Well, right now, the last 2 games, I've been throwing the old root beer Crux Pearl. It's just a standard pin under. With me, I don't have a whole lot of revolutions. I'm more in the accuracy range, so that's been working nice. It's more of an even arc ball. But the first 2, I had a lot of success with the Devour, brand new one from Rotogrip. It's got a little bit of a bite on the cover stock with 300 or 3,000 grit. It's got the disturbed core, so it was real controlled. So like I said, the first 3 really you couldn't be grabbing like a lock or anything that's going to just go big. You really had to, I think, in my opinion, for the guys that were scoring, were throwing real control type balls.
Yep.
So most of my stuff's pin under just to keep the control. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm having some good success right now with the Crux Pearl, and hopefully I can keep that going here for the next 2 games. So
very nice. And we did, talk about the top seed, how they get an automatic bye into the mini eliminator for the finals, and the number 2 seed gets a first round bye. So the top 2 seeds are very important to get at this tournament.
Absolutely.
And the other ones are going to be into the bracket, which we'll explain a little later as we go into the match play portion of the tournament. And
you definitely want that top seed. That's going to guarantee you at least 4th place. Unlike other step ladders, like a step ladder final where you're guaranteed a 2nd place if you're usually the top qualifier and there's no match play or anything. This way you still have a little bit of work to do, but you're making money, and I wanted to reward the guy that comes out after qualifying here, the number 1 guy, reward his hard work with a spot in the final. So it's a pretty unique format.
Okay, and I do have a question for you. For the finals, we're going to have 4 guys, and it's a mini eliminator format, so the low guy is out, and then you bowl again. Is there any way we could have all 4 guys on the same scoring monitor? Is that possible? Because you would still bowl a back and forth kind of thing, and it'd still be, because it'd be easier because we could zoom into the scores a little better, and they would show up.
Well, I can definitely see. I don't see why we couldn't do that. It's just a matter of putting all 4 names in on the left side. So
it takes a little longer to get it started, just all being on one lane. But once they, get the pace going, it's the same as if it would be like this. So I think it would be helpful to our viewers to do that.
Right.
And we can adjust the camera.
I'll talk to the staff here at Eastway and get the input of the guys that are coming through. When we get to that mini eliminator, the 3rd round after the bracket match play is the 2 games. The mini eliminator is what I call it. The 3rd round. So we bowl four bowlers at the same time, and then you're going to bowl 2-game total, and the low total is going to be out in 5th place. The other 3 will meet in the final eliminator with the number 1 seed. So I don't see why we couldn't do that.
And I understand when we get to the final match, when it's a one-on-one, you're going to use both lanes because there's no other way to do that. So, but while we have more than 2 guys, it'd be really neat to have that. We could see the scores a little better here on NDBowlTV. So we'll see what we can do.
I hate to chat and run, but it looks like we're ready to roll again down there. So thank you again, Darren, and hopefully I can come back on and chit-chat a little bit more later.
Yeah, no problem. Good luck.
Right, thanks.
All right. While we have a quick minute, I'm going to step away now. I'm going to turn it over to Ken Fletcher for a minute. And I just want to remind you all that we are watching the High Plains Bowling Network, NDBowlTV. And we'll be here. We're about to start Game 6. And I'll be right back. So whatever Ken wants to talk about, I guess.
Well, thanks, Darren. Yeah, going into Game 6, a lot going on right now. Close scores, They touched on that a little bit. Just looking at who we've got coming up on the feature pair, looks like Justin Schiffler and Ted Steichoff. It's going to be fun to watch both those guys right around the cut line. It's scores going every which way right now, See a lot of good scores. Guys are starting to figure it out again, and a lot going the other way, unfortunately. But it should be an interesting last couple games. Still a lot of guys vying for it, and as Andy proved a few minutes ago, shooting 300, you're never really out of it. Once again, just want to tell everybody, share the link. Thanks for watching. It's a great show going on here. Have a little break coming up here a little sooner than we anticipated. Probably about another hour or so. But yeah, share the link. Get as many people watching as we can. That's how we can keep doing this. Or I should say Darren can keep doing this. Just happy to be here helping him out. And as you can hear, he's back.
Yes, we are. Oh, how's it going?
That's doing pretty well. Just looking at who we've got coming up. Looks like Justin Schiffler and Ted Steichoff coming our way.
Very nice, very nice. Ted Steichoff has been pretty active out there on the PBA 50 Tour. Those of you who follow along on that, I've seen him bowl quite a few of those events.
Yeah, he's a regular up at K-Fire. Remember, I think he threatened the show a couple years ago, finished 6th or 7th, something like that.
Yep. I believe he was on the show one year, I want to say.
He may have been, actually, now that you say it.
Yeah. I can't remember that far back because that's the one major that we don't have on NDBowlTV. It's on live Western North Dakota NBC. So I tend to forget the finals of that one a little more than the ones that we cover, but looks like our scores turned back to a shade of blue after a slight delay in green. So maybe we'll go back to a dark blue and be able to...
Well, hopefully at least for the finals we can get it for that gray again, and maybe you can read it at home.
Yep, and if that mini eliminator, when they have the first couple games, maybe they'll have them on one lane and we can adjust the camera to get a little closer, and I bet you'd be able to see some more because these are pretty big screens here. So the camera itself is still not fully zoomed in, but you can only go so far with how wide the screens are. So making do with what we have. Once again, I'm Darren Sioux with NDBowling.com with Ken Fletcher, a good friend of mine. And we'll be here for the duration of the event. A slight break after we finish qualifying here, we'll let you know when we'll come back on the air. We'll have to grab lunch at some point here and refuel for the match play portion, which should be pretty exciting based on what we've seen so far in this oil pattern.
Definitely. Yeah, we figure we only got probably an hour or so bowling, another half hour or so to get the scores done. So.
Yeah, we'll have to listen for the announcement on when they'll resume bowling, and we might actually let the stream run. I won't put the banner on there so you can kind of see, people will be able to see when bowlers are getting ready to bowl again, and they'll re-oil. And maybe I can put a banner up on the screen at that time. Bowling will resume at a certain time, and keep the feed running of the lanes here, and that way if someone comes online, they'll at least know we're not just
ditching them for no reason.
Yeah, we just have random blank lanes and an oiler going across the screen.
That's what everyone wants to see, isn't it?
Yeah, oiling lanes. They want to make,
it moves by itself. That's pretty cool. That is kind of funny now that you say that.
With everything going on in the world and Veterans Day and what have you, it's a good thing to see sometimes. So we're starting game 6 now after the slight delay in the action. Looks like we got some groups of 5 coming up, so they're a little behind Randy Peterson's pair with 4 on it. So
he was already halfway done with game 6.
Yeah. I did notice Matt Smallin had about a 220 going that game, so
yeah, I think he finished with 234 if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe he's trying to cover his brackets and high game pods and stuff like that, so he can walk out of here with some cash, I guess.
Yeah, he'd pump a couple 250s, and who knows?
Yeah, anything can happen, especially on this condition.
We've already seen scores can be had.
We have Justin Schiffler up here on lane 5. Good shot there. He's a regular up in North Dakota at many of our events, mainly the big events. Once again, if you're experiencing any trouble with our live stream, we're kind of going on limited connectivity here, so we're doing the best we can. We do apologize. But it seems like everything's working pretty well, and the folks here at Eastway Bowl have done a great job helping us out with everything.
Yeah, can't say we've had really any complaints yet. Everything's run pretty smoothly, and setup went pretty quickly this morning.
You know, we were talking about it last night. I'm kind of excited to eat the. I know they've mentioned they have really good food here, and we're gonna have to try that for lunch.
Oh yeah. Anybody who's been to Eastway, if you got any suggestions, comment, Twitter, something. Let us know.
Yeah. I think Joe mentioned they have wood fire pizzas here. That sounds kind of good right now.
Yeah, I walked by a little while ago, and a lot of good smells coming out of that kitchen.
Very nice. So we have a bowler, Tristan Smith, who is bowling right now, is following us on Twitter, is retweeting our scores and everything else. So
awesome.
Good to know that they all care about the live feed while they're bowling as well. I like it. I think Justin just jinxed himself right there. He came up to us and told us he does not bowl very well the first 5 frames, and the strike was bonus, and then he does that.
Oh, yeah. Split I'm all too familiar with.
Once again, we are in Sioux Falls, South Dakota at Eastway Bowl for the Great Plains Scratch Classic, the 4th annual. Our first time live casting here in South Dakota, so.
Kind of looking around behind us, too. We've actually got a pretty good crowd just watching out here.
A lot of people stop by the booth here to see kind of how the operation is run and what the setup is. And you know, I did put on Facebook the other day to stop by and say hi, and people are doing that, so that works. That was almost a lily on 3, wasn't it?
Yeah, I kind of had a little moment there when I saw it for a second.
That's kind of what I figured it was. You, of all people, love the sour apple, 5, 7, 10.
It's one of the funniest things to see, that's for sure.
Okay, we just got handed a official prize fund. They're giving away $1,200 for first. You also get a nice crystal trophy as well. Second gets $1,000, third gets $900, fourth gets $800, fifth gets $700. So you make that mini eliminator, you're guaranteed $800. So if you're the top qualifier, $800 guaranteed.
It's a nice chunk of money.
And I do believe they're also giving away what they call the golden ticket, which might be for high qualifier as well. They get a free entry to next year's.
Oh, that's cool.
So there's a lot of incentives to being the high qualifier here today.
Yep.
6th place through 9th place is $500, 10 through 16 is $250, and then 17 through 19 do not make the bracket, but they at least get their money back. So
yeah, they're actually paying out one more than they said at first.
yeah. Very nice, good. And really, they have $1,000 added money, so it's not something over the top added money. So for the payout that they have is pretty good.
Yeah, I think anybody would take that $1,200 for first and run with it.
Yeah, you and I both would do that. Well, I just looked down the lanes a little bit, and I saw Matt Smallin open. He missed a 3-6-10. I think he sent the 3 around everything, and he didn't seem too upset about it. So my guess is he's kind of
he's at that point, yeah.
Who knows, you know, how far down he is, but plus is the cut right now, and even with some pretty good games at 125. Hurt him quite a bit. So for those of you listening back home in North Dakota, that's the case right now. We have a few North Dakota guys up in the top through game 4. Joel Galley, Randy Peterson's right there.
Chris Charles up there as well.
Yep, Adam Peters, he does live in Fargo now, so he's another guy we all know. Jason Polrice, we see him a lot at tournaments. Brady Stearns are the top 3, Peters, Stearns, and Polrice. So once again, if you're watching on the watch page on YouTube, please give us a thumbs up, like the live stream, subscribe to our channel. That would be greatly appreciated. Ken and I will be here for the remainder of the day, probably until 4, 5, 6 o'clock, however long it goes. We have a lot of bowling left. Don't go away.
Yeah, and it's all the exciting stuff yet too.
Yeah, the bracket, the head-to-head stuff. That's
what it's all about.
That's what I like right there. And then I think that mini eliminator is going to be fun to see how it progresses and how the last the lower guy is, because you always have a guy that kind of gets out in front.
Yep.
And then the other 2 or 3 are battling out to stay in it. So that'll be exciting to see, especially on a pair that seems like it's giving everyone fits right now. But they do re-oil, so we'll see how it all pans out. And if those of you who just started watching NDBowlTV at the Great Plains Scratch Classic, you can go to our page on YouTube, and we have archive shows of about 5 or 6 shows. And the last one at the Kickoff Classic, the 2015 Kickoff Classic 3 weeks ago, was a very exciting show. We had a 9th and 10th frame roll-off, as well as the title match coming down to the final shot. So if you haven't yet watched those shows, very exciting there. So it's a nice day for college football. I'm going to take a minute and see what we got going on here. I know we have a lot of college football fans out there. We're getting about the time of the year where the college football playoff is starting to tighten up a little bit. See who advances there. I know you're a big Michigan fan, and I have to ask, how about the Michigan State game? How did you feel about that one? I haven't talked to you since then.
That was rough.
I expected that. I was up at the Lucky Strike at North Hill Bowl when I saw it happen, and the muffed kick and return for Michigan State with like 7 seconds to go. I'm sure we've all seen it, but
I think I was in shock more than anything else when that happened. I was at home watching it alone and didn't know what happened. I'm actually glad it wasn't my dad who was actually at the game.
Was he?
He was at the game.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
He thought it was over, turned away for a second, so he missed most of it, and all of a sudden he hears some screaming and turns around and finds out that they scored. And
wow.
Yeah.
Can't imagine the level of shock in that building, because it holds over 100,000.
Oh, yeah. It's well over 110 almost every home game.
Crazy. If you guys are just joining us, Ken Fletcher and his family grew up in Michigan. They're big Michigan fans, Red Wing fans, Tiger fans, Lions fans, you name it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm a Lions fan.
Yeah, they're not very good this year. But yeah, Ken and I are good friends. I'm a fan of the Pittsburgh team, so our teams normally don't play against each other unless it's in the finals, championships, or interleague kind of stuff. But
well, I mean, hey, baseball, we are the natural rivals.
Natural rivals, so they say, yeah.
Well, that's what they call them, at least.
That's true.
Get to have a lot of fun with both of our teams because
we do.
They've both been pretty bad for a while, or all sports for that matter, and they're all pretty decent at the moment.
Yeah. All right, game 6 here at the Great Plains Scratch Classic. After this game, we have one more game, and then we will cut to the top 16 players for a bracket. And well, let's touch base on that now and how this kind of works. The first round, they're going to have 14 players in a 2-game total pin match. Okay, so it's going to be your normal 10 versus 9. 14 versus 5, 13, 6, and so on. And they'll bowl 2 games, total pins advance. The number 2 seed will get a first round bye. The second round will be the same thing, a 2-game total pin match. And then once the second round is over, they go to the semifinals. And you got 4 guys left. Well, 4 guys plus the number 1 seed. They're going to bowl a 2-game total pins with the low score out. So then those 3 advance to join the number 1 seed in a mini eliminator. And in that case, it's a 1-game total pins, eliminate 1 guy each time until you have an eventual champion. So there's still a lot of bowling to happen here.
There is, and it's a lot of complicated bowling too. From
yes.
The sounds of it. It'll might be a little hard to keep straight, but it'll be a lot of fun to watch.
And we'll have to keep track of the scores here for you since it is a 2-game total. Hopefully, things are easier to see. I can only imagine if there's only 2 bowlers that both names will be highlighted the whole time and we won't be able to see anything.
Well, they at least, I can see they do show the totals for each individual bowler up in the lane, so
Okay.
should be able to relay that well enough if they can't read it
Ooh.
on screen.
Did you see that on our screen over there on lane 3? Guy almost picked up the Greek church.
Is that, oh,
I think he left just the 7. A pin came out of the pit and took out the 4. There it is. Yeah, he almost
Oh,
out of
wow.
the pit almost took up the Greek church. That was pretty cool.
that, the replay there, it almost looked like the 4 split, not the church.
Oh, it was the church.
That wasn't,
Yeah.
all right, I missed it.
He had 5 left there. Ted Steichoff wheeling it from the middle of the lane. I suppose there's a little more friction on this pair as we've seen. So
Yeah, Ted's got a nice game going so far.
yeah, also throwing Brunswick equipment. It looks like
It's hard to get in there and really see it. It's black.
could be the new melee hook. I know it's that like dark blue color, almost looks black, and I could see Ted having some of the new stuff.
Oh, no doubt about that.
So it's kind of hard to see because the lighting isn't the greatest down there, but with it's got like a yellow pin on it, so it seems like that's what it is. All right, in the middle of game 6, we should be getting a scoring update soon. So what's been your overall observation of the day and how people are playing the lanes, and what do you expect going into the bracket portion?
Well, as you can see by that shot there on lane 5, at least later on in the day, they you get it in and it hooks.
Mm-hmm.
But you saw Matt try to play the outside part of the line. That didn't work, so it's really touchy. You know, a guy like Ted, just nice, smooth, consistent, doesn't give it away, could sneak up on you.
And I will confirm, he just picked it up. That is a melee hook. That's a brand new ball from Brunswick that he's throwing right now on the right lane.
And speaking of scoring updates too, by the way.
Yeah, not a moment too soon, I guess. Adam Peters is still our leader, but only by 17 over Brady Stearns. So that race for the top 2 spots, and more importantly, that top seed is
Tightening
well
up a
on. Brady Foreman at 11:04 in 3rd. Jason Polrice at 10:89 in 4th. Joel Galley at 2:26, recovered from that 1:59. He's got 10:83. Joe Fleming at 10:79. Nick Heilman in 7th at 10:66. Andy Mills with the 300 game vaulted all the way up to 8th at 10:61. Troy Bush at 10:57. Okay, Ryan DeVries in 10th at 10:33. We go down, and Jeremy Sonnenfeld is a current cut at 21 over. And on our pair, Justin Schiffler is 1 off the cut. Good shot there for him, so he can still post in the 2 teens, 211. If he punches out,
Yep.
that'll.
Yep, 211, that'll help him.
And he's been steady the whole day, 193, 228, 209, 201, 189. So that's what you got to do in this pattern.
Yep, he seems to be one of those grinders who can just grind out the games.
Ted Steichoff on our pair, he's in 29th at 992, so he's about 30 off the cut. We got Randy Peterson at 1012, he's 9 off the cut. Looking at the second page, Henry Trutwin, I know we have a fan out there for him. He's at 952 and 37th, so he's got a little making up to do. Eric Parkey, we saw him, he's in 35th. Matt Smallin had a 234 following his 125. So 9-12, so he's still 100 off the cut with 2 to play, so things are looking pretty grim for him. And elsewhere, I don't know any of the names here.
Do you have your card down there?
Yeah, there's a look at the scores for you.
Chris Charles still on the cut line too.
He is, yes.
Yep. Yeah, it's been hovering all day right around that 20 mark. Hasn't fluctuated much over.
Yeah, and they did mention last night that their goal is to keep it around even, so it's holding its own. I think the cut might go down a little bit these next few games because the scores are looking pretty low.
Yeah, you see a lot of good scores, but you look down the sheet, you know, Adam Peters, who's been on fire all day so long, 171 game 5, so.
Oh, 9-pin there for Steichoff. He could have used that one in this foundation frame.
Yep, that would have been nice.
So now Steichoff has 147 up in the 7th with a strike in the 8th, and now left a 9-pin here in the 9th. So he's still got a shot at shooting 200, which I think at this point is going to be pretty good.
Yeah, he goes off for, what, 217. I mean, if that gets him, what, 9 over, that'd be a nice bump. A lot of players, though, from 10th on down to 30th is 43 pins. So it's extremely bunched right now.
And not only to make the bracket, but to sneak into that cash spot. So, which they're paying top 19, who is Danielson right now at 16 over.
Yep, 16 over, but then, you know, there's another 5 guys right below him that are within 10 pins.
So it's very close. That'll be exciting to see, and we'll let you know who those cashers are when we get our final qualifying scores, and we will post the final qualifying scores on our Twitter feed. So go ahead and follow us on Twitter, and we'll do that for you.
There's a big double there for Schiffler, too, going to the 10th.
Yeah, a 211 for him on this game would be really good based on what we see going on here. I think we have one decent game up on the board already at 226 on lane 4. Other than that, it's...
Yeah, look over 2-0, couple 190s. Yeah, it's... the way they started down here on this end, they've definitely gone the other way.
And I would like to remind everyone we're running a bowling on our Facebook page, facebook.com/bowlnd, or you can search ndbowling.com in the search bar. Once we get to 1,000 likes on our page, we're giving away an Ebonite Warrior to one lucky fan. We'll probably do like a guess the score thing once we get to 1,000 likes. I'm going to go check right now to see where we're at. I think we gained a few. We're at 701. We cracked the 700 mark this morning.
Nice.
And just 4 days ago, we were in the mid 500s. So over 150 people, new fans to ndbowling.com. We appreciate it. If you could let your friends know, that would be greatly appreciated. Once we get to 1,000, we're going to give someone a free Ebonite Warrior. So head on over to Facebook. Once again, if you're watching on the watch page on YouTube, give us a thumbs up, like the live stream. Every little bit helps us. Ted Skykoff up in the 10th. That's a good shot for him there. That puts him in the 200s.
Yep, big strike for Ted.
Because he was the...
He's down there a little bit, but still well within range.
Yeah, that's right. He was...
29th, I believe.
Ah, yes, yep, 992, so he was only 30 off. 20 off. 30, yeah, I can't add. I'm an accountant, but I can't add. But
funny how that works.
Doesn't it? So a good game over deuce here would, I think, will go a long way. I think it'll get Ted back to plus. Big shot here for him. That's a pretty good shot. Yeah. Melee hook. It's the first I've seen of the new ball, so a lot of new equipment coming out from a lot of different companies.
Yeah, I know we saw Randy Peterson earlier throwing a Paradox.
Yep.
One of the big new track balls that came out earlier this year.
And we saw Sonnenfeld throwing the Elite Warrior, which doesn't get
Correct.
released until the 1st of December, I believe. So,
Lucky him then.
yeah. And that, I think the same thing with the Melee hook. Only the staffer people have the new stuff that hasn't been released yet. So, and Ted's one of those guys with Brunswick. So,
Well, wouldn't it be nice?
yeah, right.
Yeah, nice 216 from Ted to get to 8 over.
I think it does help that they're very good bowlers.
Well, you know, that's why we know those guys.
That is why we know them, yes. And that is why we are not on staff, because we are not that good of bowlers.
I would have to probably agree with you on that.
Big shot
nice
there
shot
for
from Justin.
Justin Schiffler, and that'll put him into the deuces. He can get 211 here with another couple strikes. That'll help he was one off the cut going into this game, so.
Yeah, that keeps him right there.
So a strike here will put him in the 2-0s, and then he can get the last one for 211. Jump him up there 11 pins, get him to plus 31, and depending on what Sonnenfeld does, he's, I'm guessing, down on the high end of the house now, because we saw him early in our show.
Yeah, he's probably way down there yet.
There
Yeah, another
go.
nice shot.
So he'll shoot in the deuces. Just how much now? But overall, not bad showing by this group on this featured pair. 160, 164 on the top, and then 209, a 216 by Steichhoff, and possible 211 here by Schiffler. So
Yeah, for what they've been lately, that's a positive side for people coming in here for Game 7.
yeah, maybe the poison pair is letting its grip off a little bit. That'll jump him up to 31 over, and with any luck, he might jump into the cut, because you look, what is it, right? Hell, up to 10th is
10th
Ryan
place,
DeBreeze
so
at 33 over, and you go down to 16th, it's 21 over. So there's a
Yeah, it's so bunched up right now on that right around the cut line.
and even below it, yeah. 30th is 10 under.
Yeah.
So 30 pins between 16 and 30th. So this last game should be interesting. I wonder who we got.
Haven't really.
Cody Bunker up on the left lane. Let's see where he's at in our standings. And the only, am I missing it on here? Maybe that's not his real name. Maybe he's wearing someone else's shirt.
That's always possible.
Or I just can't find his name. We'll look for it.
No, it was right by your finger, right there.
All right, there it is. He's in 45th. He was at 1912, tied with Matt Smallin. And that was going into game 6, so depending on what he shot there. And I've noticed that when people first come to this pair, all their stuff is going high. Like it's hooking off the lane for them. And Randy Peterson.
Yeah, I think we've noticed that a little bit as the days have gone on.
Ooh, there's a name on the back there.
Oh, I remember that
Tim.
name. He's up there.
Yeah, Tim up here on the right lane. He is in 11th. He was at 32 over going into game 6. So it'll be interesting to see what he does here and there. We just said it. That right lane looks a lot more.
It's funny how it always seems to be the right lane on these feature pairs.
I wonder why that is. Because people, maybe they gradually drift off of the gutter, or feel they need to drift left because of the ball return and where they play. I don't know if it's a natural thing or what.
It could be. I know I've always felt a lot more comfortable on the left lanes just because you've got all that room to move around. So could be that everybody playing that little bit further right's just getting that burn spot all that much worse.
Right. And like I mentioned earlier, it's kind of nice when some of these guys have their name on their shirt, because we don't know a good portion of these guys. So I do apologize if your favorite bowler's on the screen and I don't know them.
We'll say we've seen a lot of the Cruises Pro Shop shirts around here.
Yep, they have a pretty big following going on right now.
I believe Mike Cruz Jr. runs Pro Shop at Empire, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and Adam Peters runs it up at West Acres Bowl in Fargo. So. We'll keep an eye on Ted Steichoff as he's in our viewing range here in the booth. Let's see how he finishes up after that last game got him a little closer. He got back to plus. He's a plus 10 right now, plus 8. And the cut was 21 over going into game 6. We are in game 7 of qualifying now. Once this game is over, we'll try to talk to a couple bowlers, see how they're doing, what worked, what didn't, and then we're gonna take a quick break. They'll re-oil the lanes, and then we'll get started for our match play portion a little bit later.
I will say, as fun as this is to watch, be a whole lot more fun if we knew everybody here.
Yeah, it would be. That's why our shows in North Dakota, we can provide a lot more insight because we know 90% of the bowlers that are there. And, you know, maybe we'll be back here next year. I don't know. And I think we'll know a little bit more as far as the bowlers go, and maybe they'll wear a shirt with their name on it. And
You know what? Just a little more familiarity. You don't see a whole lot of these guys up in our part of the area.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know,
Sorry, that was my leg.
He's kicking the table with our camera on it here. But for those of you who don't know, I come all the way from the Minot, North Dakota area, so it was a big 8-hour drive to get down here on Friday. Once we're done with the tournament here, we're packing up and heading back to Fargo, and I'm going to stay there for the night and head back to Minot in the morning. Next weekend, we're down in Alexandria for the Sun Opta Sweeper. That might be another event where I might not know 100% of the people, which is okay. It's a good time to learn some of the bowlers because that is a handicap event, so there will be likely a few locals that I don't know. And
Yeah, it's always fun to see new areas, new faces, different styles. It's always cool to see people you've never watched bowl before.
On a side note, our scores changed to a tint of brown. So, you know, if you don't know what you're going to get after each game, they kind of change, but very slightly. Some colors work better, some don't. We'll take a look at our scores to see if we can see anything. And it's still kind of the same, where the highlight is pretty bright. So I do apologize that. We'll try to get scores out to you when it comes time for the bracket, and the scores are to a point where we know everyone as well. We'll keep an eye on the guys close by our pairs that we know are close to the cut line. I see Mike Cruz Jr. there on lane 2. Just threw a shot. We'll see how he's doing. He's in 20th.
Yeah, so he's right there. He's been there all day.
Plus 14 heading into game 6. We don't know what he did down there on the high end of the house, but this game he's got spare, strike, it looks like.
It's a nice start for him.
Yep, especially jumping into the house to get dialed in on a pair on the other end of the house that quick is a bonus. We'll also keep an eye on Justin Schiffler, who is just on our pair. He's two pair over. We'll keep an eye on him because he's line.
Quick a reminder, please turn in your score sheets as soon as you are done with your 7th game of bowling.
Okay, this made the announcement to turn in their sheets, but
Again, bowlers.
well, we'll look at the clock here. It is 12:21, 12:26 here on my computer anyways. I'm guessing we'll get done here in the next half hour or so. We'll talk to someone. We'll wrap up our morning coverage around 1:30. They'll probably start up again around 2:30, but we'll get an exact time for you, and I'll see if I can get that put up on the screen. We'll keep the stream running for you. we'll cut the sound, keep the stream running on the lanes, and then we'll let you know when we'll get back to the match play portion of the event.
Yeah, you just looking down at Justin, picked up a tricky little 2-7 split there. Ted also with an early open, so things may be tightening up for those guys around the cut line.
Yep. And we do know how this pair from the next pair people are moving to are pretty drastically different. We saw Matt Smalling go 125 on our featured pair and then shoot 234 on that pair. So there's got to be a distinct difference between those two, and hopefully they can figure it out. Let's see, Brian Eastman on the pair to the right. See where he's at on our standings. Once again, a guy with his name on his shirt does help. Brian is in 64th through 5 games at 857, so he may be just going through the motions at this point.
Oh, just noticed over here on our left, Brady Foreman.
Oh.
One of the guys that's way up there.
Yep, he's bowling. He just threw a shot on 3. That strike there was Brady Foreman. He has a spare strike start, and he was in 3rd going into game 6. He was 104 over, so we'll have to watch his game as he's chasing that coveted top 2 spots, especially the top seed. Mike Cruz got away with one there.
Yeah, that was
two.
Brooklyn for a 4-bagger, so he's off to a really good start to try and get on the cut line.
Yeah, like Patrick Allen would say, take it to the bank, baby. And he would say around the 7th game too, you got to pry it off, Haas. Got to pry it off, Bob.
Oh, yeah.
This is where you start squeezing the ball a little bit. You want a shot. Ooh, I see a game breaker 2 Pearl going down the lane on 4.
Got one of those in my arsenal. That's pretty good ball.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting one myself, that and the Elite Warrior, so I think that'll kind of complete what I got going on. I have 2 Game Breaker 2s. I've gotten a Warrior, a Black Widow Legend, and then some Columbia balls to go with it, so add those 2 in there, and I think we got something pretty good going on.
Yeah, just kind of sucks carrying all that around.
Yeah, you got to pick and choose when you go on the road as to where you're going, what you're bowling on, and I think that goes back to knowing the pattern. You know, you don't know the pattern at Nationals, how many people are going to go out there and haul 9 bowling balls to Reno or to Vegas. And
that's very true. Well, you know what? Little boost sales for the pro shops that are there.
Yeah, and for UPS and for FedEx shipping everyone 19 bowling balls down to Vegas.
Or guys like us that just haul bowling balls.
Yeah, we drive down there. So over there on 1 and 2, Mike Cruz did take advantage of that Brooklyn. Now he's got spare 5-bagger on the board. So looking to solidify himself in the cut. I don't know what he did game 6, but going into game 6, he was 7 pins off the cut. So
you'd have to think he's still right in it no matter what he shot there.
Yeah, and if he puts together a good game here, you got to be thinking high game pot, you got to be thinking in the cut, you got to be thinking everything. So.
Oh, definitely. Open there for Justin, the fourth frame.
Yeah, so he's got 68 in the fourth. Steichhoff has 47 in the third with a spare up, so got to think they got a double or something here soon. And
yeah, put a string together to be able to sneak inside the cut line. Or at least a couple to get some money back.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Mike Cruz Jr. is up on 2, so you see that full rack up there on 2. This will be his shot here. I know you can't see him on the screen, but he's got 2 spares 5-bagger. Was outside of the cut going into game 6. A little high for a 4-pin, so.
Pretty close, got away with it. Tripped a 9 kind of late.
Yeah, I think he's okay with that shot.
Probably. I think after the couple he's had lately, he'll probably take that and run.
Charles Hayslett, where's he at? He's up here on a pair to the right. 7. He's got the front 4. He was in 54th going into game 6, so he was about 140 off the cut. So, and the
jinx.
Yeah, the NDBowlTV booth jinx. Sorry, Charles.
Saw a Farmington Lane shirt on him.
Yep, he's along the guys with Darren Hansen and all them.
Who we know all too well.
Yes, so shout out to Darren Hansen. He's a good guy. Well, once again, if you guys are out there, follow us on Twitter, like us on Facebook, subscribe to us on YouTube. That would be greatly appreciated. Shout out to Paul Sundvold. He sent us a message on Twitter. Hashtag no Brooklyns allowed. I agree.
If only.
You go to his Twitter account, it says stand left, throw right, storm balls will find the pocket every time.
Hey, that's my motto.
Yeah, thank you for tuning in there, Paul. Once again, our stream is working pretty well for all things considered, I guess. We're going to have to get some food here in our break while everyone else breaks. At some point, maybe you should go order us food here before all the bowlers are done.
That's probably not a terrible idea.
'Cause I think everyone's going to order at the same time, and I think they can find us rather easily in this building.
Probably. Well, maybe I'll wander over and grab a menu if I can find one.
Yeah, go ahead, and we'll take it over here. We'll keep watching the people we have close. Mike Cruz Jr. did strike in the 9th. He has 197 in the 8th, strike in the 9th, so he could put up a big score and make sure he gets into that cut line, the top 16. Looking over at Ted Steichhoff, he's got 63 in the 4th with a spare in the 5th. Schiffler has a strike up in the 5th after the open in the 4th. So we'll see if the guys we know who are around the cut, and there could be some right in front of us, and I don't even know it because I don't know these guys very well. I do apologize. I'm learning as we go. Once again, if you just joined us after this game, this is game 7 of qualifying. We got a scoring update here. After game 7, we are going to keep rolling the stream. We'll cut the sound because they're going to take a break and re-oil the lanes. And we'll let you know when we'll come back on the air. Our scoring update here going into game 7, Justin Schiffler is the number at 31 over. And the guy on our pair, Tim Look, I don't know how you pronounce that one, he is 1 pin back. So, and he's got a good game going here. He's the E, the bottom right, and he's got open spare and a 4-bagger, so a good look for him there. Chris Charles is 2 pins up on the cut with Mike Cruz Jr., who left a 10 pin in the 10th, so he's in the 220s at least, so he'll be safe in the cut. Josh Hepp is in the cut at 49 over. Our leader, Adam Peters, at 13.55. Brady Stearns at 13.33. Joe Fleming at 13.26 in third. Brady Foreman at 13.02, and he is on the left pair to us here. Which one is he again? Is he B? I think so.
Oh, geez, I already forgot.
It looks like he's going up to bowl now. Yeah, he's the guy up on 3 now. Mike Cruz Jr. is going to be in the 230s, and he was in the cut going into this game, so he should be in.
That's good for him.
The fan of Henry Trutt went out there. Chantel, he is at 12.09. He is, cut is at 31 over, and he's at 9 over, so he's going to need a decent game here. But he is in that cashing line. He's in 19th, so Steichoff needs some help. We got Matt Smallin finished up here.
Yeah, we're going to have a visitor here.
Matt, you want to join? Okay, we're going to get a word from Matt Smallin here, and I'm going to look at this. All right, Matt, welcome to NDBowlTV. We saw you on the live pair. It seemed a little difficult for you. Summarize your day, I guess.
The summary would be this is the worst tournament I've bowled since I've been in men's league.
Really?
This is the worst.
So what was the issue out there? Was it the lanes? Was it you? Was it the ball? Was it?
I think I came into it pretty confidently. I thought I'd have a pretty good look from my favorite part of the lane, but it was all me. I think Fleming put out and the folks here at Eastway, I think they put out a very fair pattern. You definitely have to hit your mark. The lanes change based on who you follow, just like they should. Multiple angles were available. You just needed to pick what you were going to do and commit. Once I started throwing it a little better down there, the look from out was pretty good. Andy Mills had a 300 from in. I think it was just a matter of picking your favorite area of the lane and getting it to the proper break point.
Oh, I agree. And we've been watching this pair all day long, and it seems like it's been the poison pair for everyone. It definitely was for you, and Randy Peterson didn't care much for it either. Some people have good games, some people struggled out here, but it seems like bowlers that have come across these pairs here have been attacking the lanes in many different angles, and I think that adds into how they're breaking down as well. And if you match up on that lane, you got to get them while the getting's good, I think, and then you got to grind out the bad pairs.
Yeah, the middle of the lane got hit real hard with something on here on 5 and 6. I think that it hooked quite a bit more in the middle for me.
I've seen that a lot from a lot of people. Randy Peterson said lane 6 was on fire when he was here, so.
But yeah, basically overall, I think this is a very fair pattern, and I wish of all tournaments that don't have re-entries. I know that's not something that tournaments really do much of anymore, but I would re-enter this one.
Absolutely, and
totally fair.
I think here on NDBowlTV we'd be here until the until past midnight. So
yeah.
I wonder if we could get a word with the guy that shot 300 if he's done.
Well, I can maybe go find him for you.
All right. Well, it was good talking to you, Matt, and I guess we'll see you at the 8 game. Are you going to be bowling the Sun Opta, or are you going to be joining us here on NDBowlTV?
I think I'll probably be here in the booth. I don't think bowling that would be very good for me at this time. I'm not throwing it too well. So.
All right. Well, maybe we'll connect with you on NDBowlTV next weekend, and we can get some more insight from you.
All right. Thanks, and listeners, bowl better, friends.
All right. Thanks, Matt. Okay, a quick update while we get our next guy in the booth here. Tim with another strike there, and he was one off the cut. here on our featured pair, and he still has 246 left on the board. Mike Cruz Jr. finished with 237, so he's safe. Looking around, Brady Foreman, he can strike out for 213, have enough to jump into one of those top 2 coveted spots. Looks like we have another visitor here to the booth. We have Mr. 300 of the day, Andy Mills. Welcome to NDBowlTV.
Thanks, Darren. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So how did the lanes go for you today? Obviously, you had the one good game. What worked for you? What didn't? And what do you see going forward?
Well, I started on 31 and 32. Had a pretty decent look in practice. Just used a roll leaf pin over ball and didn't throw it very well. And caught myself throwing some splits early. So then I made a ball change to similar drilling, which is a little more flippy. So I tried to move in a little, get into my comfort zone. Mm-hmm. Looked worse.
Yeah.
So the lanes played pretty tough early. And then games 2 and 3, I balled down to a controlled drilling ball, my Karma Pearl, which is my least hooking ball. Tried to play straighter, keep my angles tighter, and minus 2 bad shots in the 10th. I came back with a couple good 200 games and thought I was rolling. And then talked with Nick and moved on to the next pair and shot 165 and thought it was opening up, and it didn't. So then switched back to my control drilling ball and just balled up a little and got a ball, which was the sole, into game 5, and that's when it started rolling and shot 300 with that ball.
Very nice. So I saw here at the Game 6 update you were 84 over. Where'd you finish?
I shot a big 268 on the last game to get to 152.
So do you think that is going to be enough to sneak into one of those top 2 that is so coveted in this tournament?
I talked to Brady. He said he struggled and shot a 180 or 190, so I passed the 2 guy. Joe was on my pair. He was 40 ahead of me. I beat him by 43. He shot 220 to get to 140 something.
And
so I passed him.
And Brady Foreman is right here, and he can only max out at 190 something here. So you're going to pass him too. So
it's looking like I got the right ball in my hand to match up. I shot 791 in the last 3.
Wow. So did you find any differences between the high and the low end of the house as you went across?
Not really. The only big difference I saw between lanes was the 31 and 32, and it was fresh, and I could tell right away that 32 hooked more in the middle of the lane. It just wasn't letting that ball float out. Mm-hmm. It could have been because of the fresh shot that just put down. Could, if you didn't get any bowlers developing it and throwing some shiny stuff or playing the angle straighter to develop the pattern. But that's the only difference I saw. I suppose I was playing the lanes the same, each one, games 5, 6, and 7, and they just developed nice. We had a great follow. We followed guys that were playing straighter that are bowling good. Mm-hmm. So Heilman and who's the leadoff guy? That's who we're following too, Adam.
Oh, Adam Peters. Yep, he plays right.
Yep, we were following him too, and our whole pair is looking like it's going to sneak in, and we all kind of work together, and it's really fun.
So last question for you. I noticed that you said, you had the big 700 the last 3. How are you going to change the way you attack the lanes early on, since it's going to be a fresh oil thing? And if you do sneak into that number 2, you get a first round bye, but it's a 2-game pin total match against. So are you going to change the way you attack the fresh, or?
Yeah, I think I have to. I'm going to play it, I think, the way I played games 2 and 3 after I came back from the high end, came to 3 and 4. I was using my Karma Pearl, and I'm going to use that ball. And if it's too weak, the sole that I have drilled, it's drilled identical with a little bit of a surface on it, and it's kind of a low performance ball, nothing that hooks out of the building, and that's going to be a good ball up for me. I see those 2 balls being in my hand right away.
Very nice. Well, I look forward to seeing you here on probably one of our featured pairs in the match play, and maybe we'll see you in the title match, man.
Thank you, Darren.
Yeah, thanks for visiting. Okay, well, that about does it. We have a few guys throwing their last shots. It looks like Ted Steichhoff is up in the 10th, and he still has 230. Okay, so we got word that Adam might not have bowled good of a game. Andy might have jumped to that number 1, which would give him makes 800 no matter what, and he's in that midi eliminator final on our featured pair here later in the day. So
that's one guy you don't want to see later in the day, I think.
Yeah, he went 780 the last 3. It's pretty crazy. So he did jump all the way up there with a 780 the last. That's pretty impressive. And we talked to him earlier, and like he said, you know, he really followed. He followed people that looked bowling well, and I think that goes to show in a tournament like this on a tough pattern how important it is.
Yep.
Small and on the other part of that jump, because Heilman and Mills was 4, 7, 8, and Matt Smallin was 5, 6, 9, 10.
Yep.
So, you know, certain follows are good, certain follows are bad. I think in this case, Heilman and Mills, Peters were all on the good follow.
They got the good one. Yep. Sad.
So,
well, set up on 9, can shoot strike and maybe sneak the backside of the cut. It's a great shot there.
Okay. Yeah. We'll be in the 30, so
put him about 40 over, if he 41 over strike here. That'll be really close.
Okay. Got a little glitch in our connection here, so I do apologize for that. But obviously there's nothing left to see.
Well, almost nothing. There's 2 bowlers left. Ooh.
So Stike off the 6 count gets 229.
Yeah, 37. You hope that those pins don't hurt him.
Once again, we're going to take a quick break here. We talked to potentially the qualifying leader, Andy Mills. We don't know that for sure yet. We talked to Matt Mullen. He let us know kind of what was going on in his game. And we will come back and give you the top 16 when we start our match play portion of the event. Looks like Justin Schiffler, who was the number, can still strike out for 181.
Yeah,
so
that's not going to help him.
Right below him, Tim Look, however you say his name, he did shoot a 225, so
he jumps him. Ted just jumped him with that game as well, so unfortunately for Justin, that could even push him out of the caching too.
Right, that might end his tournament, which is unfortunate. You know, we've all been in that situation. I think last year I was alternate 5 times in a row to finish last year. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. Alternate's the maybe the worst place to finish, I think.
Yeah, because you get your money back, but you're so close to being able to bowl for big money the next day. So.
Yep. Rather finish 400 pins out than 4 pins.
All right, let's see if we can, well, we're going to take a minute here and wait because I think they're going to make an announcement as to when the next round will start.
As that's the last ball of qualifying right there.
So everyone is officially done. My guess is they're probably going to start bowling again at 2 o'clock. So that's in an hour and 10 minutes.
That sounds about right.
As soon as we have those, we can calculate everything, make sure we have everything right. We'll have some brackets out. We'll have the cut line as soon as we can.
So they just made the announcement. They're going to hand out brackets, announce the top 16 here in the bowling center. They'll re-oil the lanes. We're just going to wait here to see if we can get a time. So once again, we're here for the duration. The match play portion should be pretty exciting. Okay, I'd just like to let everyone know that you are watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. We'll be live the rest of the day today, and we will be back next Saturday from Alexandria, Minnesota for the Sun Opta Sweeper. Once again, we are sponsored by Ebonite, the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. I'd like to thank Sean Morris and the folks at Ebonite for believing in us and giving us a chance to kind of prove our worth to them. And please stay connected with us on social media. I can't stress enough how important it is for you, the fans, to, the word of mouth, advertise for us, tell everyone, tell your friends, family about ndbowling.com. It helps a lot. And we are just waiting our cut line or a time to resume play, and then we can take a quick break here, and we'll let you know when we'll be right back. All right, we just got word from the folks here at Eastway. It'll be about 45 minutes to an hour. So we're just going to say we'll be back on the air at 1:45. So tune in at 1:45 for the match play portion. Let everyone know, share it on social media. And we'll see what we can do. 1:45, we'll be back on the air.
Probably.
All right, welcome back to NDBowlTV for live coverage of the Great Plains Scratch Classic from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. We are in the match play portion. Let's give you an update as to who did what and where they're at in the bracket. I don't have an actual bracket in front of me, but we have a good idea of how this all works out here. Andy Mills shot 790 the last 3 to take the top seed by 2 pins, which means he gets an automatic berth into the semifinal or the final, the eliminator final, and is guaranteed at worst 4th place, which is $800. Right behind him is Joe Fleming, 2 pins back at $1,550. So Joe will get an automatic first round bye, so he'll be in round 2. So rounding out the top 16 is Adam Peters in 3rd, Brady Stearns in 4th, Jason Polrice in 5th, Nick Heilman in 6th, Brady Foreman in 7th, Joel Galley in 8th, Mike Cruz Jr. in 9th, Tim Locke in 10th, Glenn Paulson in 11th, Troy Bush in 12th, Aaron Johnson in 13th, Adam Danielson in 14th, and Ted Steichoff in 15th. He snuck in with that last game. And Jeff Nygaard is the number in 16th. The first cashers would be Josh Hepp in 17th, Ryan DeBreeze in 18th, and then tying for 19th is Henry Trutwin and Eric Parby. We did tweet the scores after 7, but Eric Parby's final score was wrong. He actually shot 257, so he did tie for the last cash spot. So now what will happen is on our featured pair, which is going to be 3 and 4, I believe is Jason Polrice and is it Danielson?
14 seeded.
Adam Danielson, yep.
Who is defending champ, I believe they said.
Wow. Okay, so you heard it here first. And then on 1 and 2, so you'll get a bit of that match, is Mike Cruz Jr. and Tim Locke. So that'll be our matches. Well, we tried to get the scores to, I mean, here at the center, the scores are gray, and on your screen they're blue. So there's something a little weird about my color settings, I guess.
Yeah, you were messing with it. You probably screwed something up.
Hey, you look at the Ebonite flag that we have up there, and it's the exact same colors it's supposed to be.
That's true.
I don't know what's going on with the scoring monitors, but regardless, we're going to keep you posted. And what happens here in the first round is each bowler will bowl 2 games, and the high pin total will advance to round 2. For the same thing, high pin total out of 2 games advances. After this match, we're going to go to round 2 on the same pair, and then we're going to go into a mini eliminator semifinals on 7 and 8. So we'll have to adjust our cameras. And in that game, they'll bowl 2 games, and the low pin total is out and finishes in 5th place. Then the top 3 will advance to the eliminator finals on 5 and 6 in the middle, and they'll bowl 1 game and eliminate a guy each time, so we'll eventually get our champion. So, once again, I'm Darren Cini with NDBowling.com, joined by Ken Fletcher, a good friend of mine, and we're here for the duration, so let your friends know match play is starting, and we should be nonstop now until we have a champion. So tune in now, share it on social media, let everyone know. The exciting part of the tournament is up next. And for the record, we did get some of that good food here, and it is approved.
We did. Yeah, that pizza that they make, that's pretty darn good.
Yeah, wood fire pizza. We actually got the meat lovers, if whatever you want to call it. So. See, I don't understand. I look at the scoring monitors, and I can read everything right now, but the second they put the scores up there, it's like everything. Okay, if you heard that right, the high qualifier gets to pick lane choice. Once again, it's a 2-game total, so a lot of game to bowl. 2 games here, so we'll see how that works. Of course, they're all nice and highlighted for everyone. But you can see that a little bit better.
See, now it went to blue even though it was gray earlier.
Yeah, and it's still blue on my screen.
Yeah.
I don't know. Regardless, you know, we're zoomed in here. You can see it. So. Okay, so our first match here. I'm gonna edit this a little bit so we can see more of the bowling. Not that one. Okay. So now, they didn't put their names in again, but just know that Jason Polrice is on lane 3. Adam Danielson is on lane 4. Then we'll keep you up to date with the Mike Cruz Jr. And who else is over here again?
It's Jeff Look.
Tim.
Tim, sorry.
Yes.
My mistake.
There's one. Yep, Tim Locke. So we'll keep an eye there, and it looks like we can see our scores a little better. I might have to adjust the camera. We can't get the total. 1 second here. There we go. Now we have at least a total on there. So when we look at everything. Okay. Well, we were talking earlier about how these bowlers would attack the fresh different from what they did this morning. And, you know, we were just talking about it earlier in the break, how there was a certain follow, a certain set, because they skip pairs. So you follow certain people and you skip certain pairs. And it seemed like there were 2 sets. And there was one set of bowlers who didn't really have a good look because they followed the wrong people, and another set, which includes a lot of these guys out here right now, that followed the right people.
Yeah, it seems like almost everybody that we watch, ooh, excuse me, that crossed on the feature pair minus Joel Galley, who started there, just was a rough go for him all day long, just could never get ahead of it.
Right, and Tim Locke was on that pair the last game, so for him to get through the way he did, along with Ted Steichhoff, is pretty impressive.
Yep, absolutely, and Mike Cruz was 1 pair behind them too, I believe.
Yep. All right, so Jason Polrice up on the left. You saw him get that late kick, and now he is up on lane 3 with a double.
It actually looks like they did have, they must be doing it up at the desk, but their names are in the spots now.
They just did that, so.
Yeah.
Well, not like our viewers can see it anyways.
Well, still.
We'll take a closer look. They can kind of see it. We made some adjustments to the camera to try to make it a little more friendly on the scores, but do what we can here. Once again, this is a 2-game total pins. And then we'll move on to the next round. And let's see how this will work. I believe it goes to the bottom side of the bracket. We'll come back here. So the people bowling over here on the high end of the house, 2 of those winners will come over to 3 and 4. So I think we'll really have to keep an eye on, you know, what 2 people are coming onto this pair, how this pair is, you know, how they're attacking this pair to start, because this is fresh oil now, and 7 and 8 will be fresh, and 5 and 6 will be fresh. So the semifinals and finals are fresh, just like the first round here is, but the second round should be interesting with a little bit of play on the lanes already.
Yeah, it looks like at least early on, most of the guys are trying to stay a little bit right and play towards the track. See, Adam was a little bit further left than at least what Mike and Jason are trying to do.
Yeah, we just look down here on the high end. Nick Heilman, you know, playing his bread and butter shot right over 7-5 area.
Yep, he's done that how many times up at the CMA?
Oh, yeah. The only guy that's right of 10 by the end. Looks like he's got a early hold on that match. But
Yep.
we'll try to keep an eye on everyone because we have 5 matches going on to the right of us. We're right behind the championship pair, and to the right of the championship pair will be the semifinal pair. So we have 2 blank pairs here to the right of your screen. And then you have 2 matches to the left, 5 matches to the right, and then we'll slowly dwindle down, but we'll try to keep you updated on what's going on out here. The losers in this match will take home $250, so the winners will be guaranteed at least $500, I believe. Yeah, 6 people will be out after this game, or these 2 games.
It's a nice chunk of money for that far down.
Absolutely.
Would make even your trip worth it almost.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, let's head over to the NDBowling.com Facebook page. We're going to post that we're up and running here. All right, there we go. And while I'm on the Facebook page, I might as well let everyone know that we are running a contest on our Facebook page. Once we get to 1,000 likes, we're giving away a free Ebonite Warrior. So head on over, hit the like button. That would be greatly appreciated. Once again, Adam Danielson and Jason Polrice here in our first match. 2-game total pins. Winner advances. And what we'll do is we'll just make it a point through the 5th, 8th, and 10th frames. We'll kind of zoom in on the scores here. So once Adam's done, we'll give you a closer look at the scores to know where they're at. A new feature on NDBowlTV this year.
Yeah, early on, Jason looks like he has a pretty good look.
Yep. I don't know if Adam's quite comfortable.
He looks a little bit maybe off early on. Waiting as long as they did, that at least I know that can hurt.
Yeah. All right, a closer look at the scores. Polrice has the early lead, especially off that open there by Adam.
Pretty close match over there on 1 and 2 with Mike Cruz and Tim Locke.
Looks like we got some college football on here for us. A little bit of Florida and South Carolina. Florida with the early lead. Well, I guess it wouldn't be early. It might be highlights.
Yeah, they seem to be scrolling through a few highlights right now, but
reminds me of my good friend Dave Heatherly back home. And Minot, he's a big Gator fan, so. You know, I will say one thing. We've had a slight connection issues all day, and the only time the computer blew up on me and crashed was during our break there, so it kind of was at a perfect time.
that worked out nicely. Get some food, computer crashes. Oh, okay.
Yep, so for those of you who are kind of watching through the whole thing, that's what happened, and that's a way to get to, I guess.
Yeah, that's not exactly what you want to happen.
So we are in the first round, 2-game total, game 1 of 2. Jason Polrice, Adam Danielson in the first match here. 1 of 7 matches going on right now. Once again, Andy Mills shot 790 to vault into the top qualifier and will advance to the Eliminator Finals later in the day, and that's quite the shot by Jason.
Wow. Go Greek Church to back it up with that.
I think he thought he struck. Yeah, I think he did
yeah, he turned away from that one pretty quickly.
I don't know if he knew it or not, but
no, that didn't look like it.
all right. Yeah. So that's that.
I don't know if I've ever actually seen that. I mean, I've walked away from a couple shots that I thought were pretty good, but usually you'll look back.
Yeah. Well, there was a shot. I was practicing with Matt up in Minot a few weeks ago, and I threw a shot with some of my new equipment and off the hand, and the way it faced up, I just turned around, and Smalls was like, well, good shot. You're still up. I looked back, and it was the same thing. It was an 8-pin.
It's a nice double from Adam to get him right back in that game.
All right, over here, it looks like 2 opens for Tim Locke, so Mike Cruz has a chance to take advantage of the opening there in that match on 1 and 2.
Yeah, Nick Heilman, even after an open in the 8th, still a pretty commanding lead in that first game there.
Yep, he's got 172 in the 8th, and his opponent, Aaron Johnson, has 119 in the 8th. And good shot there by Adam.
Yeah, that was a good kick out of the 10, maybe a little lucky, but he's not complaining.
Yeah, now that 8-pin looks a little different. If you're Jason, would have been nice to have a strike up there on the board here.
Yeah, because he's going up, trailing by a few now.
But the good thing is it's a 2-game total, and just get yourself in position the first game, get yourself into a rhythm, and then make really good shots and hopefully have enough.
Yeah, you just don't want to shoot yourself out of it right away.
Mm-hmm. All right, we'll take a quick look at the scores here through 8. Paul Rice on the left, Danielson on the right. Still a pretty close match.
Mike Cruz just barely tripping out an 8, would have been an 8-10.
Good shot there by Jason.
Yeah, that was nice.
We've seen Jason quite a bit. He bowls some of the bigger tournaments up in North Dakota. I see him bowl the Aberdeen Scratch Tournament all the time.
Yep.
So
it's one of those guys you always pay attention to no matter where he's at.
yeah, I would like to mention too that we had they did give away the I don't know, we call it a jackpot for the high senior out and the high junior out. We did not have enough women to do the high female bowler out. So the high senior out was Randy Peterson, and he was in 26th at 1385, and the high junior out was Tristan Smith at 1382. So they got an extra $50 side pot for their divisions.
And both of them for a long time were in the cut today too. Unfortunately, just couldn't finish it off.
Yeah, a few people were like that. I think Chris Charles was one of them.
Yep.
He was in the cut most of the day.
Chris Charles, Josh Hepp made a nice run, just 180 the last game, missed by a few pins. Yeah, Ryan DeVries, who started off with 268 on our feature pair, just again couldn't quite hold on with the 180 to finish.
Right. All right, in the 10th frame of our featured match. It's got to hurry.
Oh.
It's a lucky 2-pin roll.
That is what us old bowler boys call the Riley Rood strike.
Yep. Those were the days. And so now he can strike out here for 232. Paul Rice still has 219 on the board, so this strike here will pretty much lock up the lead going into game 2. Looks pretty good.
Yeah,
it's a good shot.
That was nice. It's a big string after the way he started that game. Obviously got settled down pretty well.
Yep, that 8-pin's going to cost Jason 10 pins.
Well,
Had
still
he struck there.
Yeah, punches out for 219, and he's still well within this.
Oh, yeah. I like how they're scoring here. I never actually looked at that. It actually tells you what happened the last few times you were on that lane.
That's true. I do remember that from the last time I was here, but just something you don't pay attention to really when you're back here.
Yeah, I know you can't see that on your screens, but below the scores, they actually show like speed. They show what you did on that lane at the last 2 frames, and it's pretty neat. Now Pole Race up to finish the 10th frame off. He gets all of them. He's only down 13. Shot's okay.
Pretty close. Yep, that was good.
Go. So we could have a pretty close match into game. So how's it going over there in that Mike Cruz match?
It's a pretty close match at this point.
Uh-oh.
Oh, was an air ball by Jason, but Mike just pretty good shot, left a rep 10 for in the 9th frame, so he's looking at 190. That's still pretty tight match. They're both going in that 180, 190 area.
Yeah, Locke can strike out for the 191 and Cruz can strike out for the 197, so well, that'll wrap that game up. Pole Race is going to have a 29 pin deficit. Is that what I see?
Yep, 29. He had 203, it looks like.
Let's take a closer look at that score to show you at home. 232, 203. So those scores will go above their current zeros up there for this game. There's scores above that. That's their total. So now we're in game 2. You just follow the arrows is what I was told. And followed the arrows, so now Adam Danielson will start this game on the left lane. Looks like he's kind of got a little more comfortable than the start of the game before.
Yeah, he he looks like he's got himself locked in pretty good right now.
I think he tried to wave to the camera, but he waved to the scoring camera, so it didn't work.
Yeah, he might have got a hint of him on the other one. Who knows?
Yeah, pretty wide angle on the other one. It's got a push or hook. Wow.
Oh.
Because the last 2 shots on that lane, he sailed wide, so he kind of went inside, and I thought it had to push, and it just sailed on him. So
might have to make a little bit of a move. Mike Cruz finishing up over there, went 10 pin 4-9 for 184.
So Locke could come up here and strike out and get a 7-pin lead. And he will be up on the lane 2 on your screen. So Tim Locke is up right now with a chance to take a 7-pin lead. He's got to have all 3 to do it.
Oh.
Gets the first one.
Looked a little bit shaky too. He went a little bit heavy and tripped out a 6-pin in the 9th frame, so
it's another wide shot by Jason.
It's a little uncharacteristic.
Makes you wonder if it's something on the lane or if he's actually missing it at the bottom or missing right on each one. So
something to watch the next couple frames. Oof. So pretty big early hole for Jason. That's not what you were going to expect, I think, in this match.
Yeah, when you got to win by 30 to advance. I think if in this position, if you're Adam, you got to really focus on at least filling frames. But if you can put up 2 strikes here, you put a stranglehold on this match.
Yeah, you can put it away pretty early if you can throw a string.
It looks inside.
Ooh.
Well.
And just like that.
Might back here.
Looking for 9 and 10. think the lone junior bowler that made the cut, Aaron Johnson, just threw a nice 3-bagger, so
Very nice.
maybe trying to put a little bit of pressure on Nick.
Again, we're in game 2 of 2 in the first round. High pin total will advance. The loser will go home with $250. I guess I shouldn't say the loser. You know, in a world of being politically correct, they're not losers. They're just, they've been defeated. I don't want hate mail for people saying I called everyone losers. No, they got defeated.
That's the nice way of putting it.
Because I know there are people out there that are oversensitive to everything, so let's just call them the people who were defeated. Will get $250 for their efforts today.
Yep.
Well, ooh, he almost got that out of the back.
That was close.
So 2 opens now. Here's your chance. If you're
Yeah.
Jason, you gotta take your chance. You're down 30 coming into this game, or 29.
Can swing that match around, and we're on 1 and 2. Mike Cruz with a nice early strike, and Tim with a big washout, just getting 1 out of it. So that's a little bit of a hole for him early. Can definitely see the hang in the lanes right now after the re-oil.
Yep.
Seen a lot of 210s already, which was pretty noticeable early on, too.
Yeah, in our match on 9 and 10, Nick Heilman goes back-to-back opens. He has
Oh, wow.
74 in the 5th, and Aaron Johnson's working on a 3-bagger here. It looks like he got
Nice
another
shot
one,
there.
so
That'd be a pretty monumental upset.
yeah, I can't see what their first matches were, first game was, so I don't know what the lead is at right now.
Nick shot about 210. I don't know what Aaron shot.
Looks like a 1 on the board.
He
So,
he definitely had a rough start, but I want to say he had about a 170. I can't. It's hard to know, though.
oh, and a
And
pocket
wow.
710 for Aaron Johnson. He was going for a 5-bagger to
Yeah,
really
that-
give himself a shot in this match, and he's 710. Wow.
That hurts.
This is a cruel, cruel game. Now, how is Adam going to regroup here after 2 opens?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he sent on that 710 for Aaron Johnson, he sent the 7 out.
About 10 feet. Good shot by Adam there.
Okay, we can't really see what's going on in the matches down on the other end of the house, but we'll know after these matches. They'll reshuffle people around for round 2. They'll insert Joe Fleming, the number 2 seed. He'll get, let's see. All right, Joe Fleming will get the winner of the 9-10 matchup, which is Tim Locke and Mike Cruz Jr. So this match on 1 and 2, the winner will get Joe Fleming, the number 2 seed. So looked like he missed that at the bottom a little bit.
Yep, anything just wide, and it's going to do that.
Pretty fine line to hit right now to reach the pocket.
Yeah, for sure.
Ball change by Nick Heilman to a scholar, and it looked like
Yeah, it looks like,
better
I think he did that a
action.
couple frames ago, but that one that was a little better.
Aaron Johnson with 123 in the 6th. Heilman has 74 in the 5th, working on a strike. So let's take a look at our scores here in our featured pair.
Got a pretty close match. If Jason can throw a couple together here, could put some pressure on.
A big double there for Heilman over on 9 and 10. That's wide. Yeah, he knew it right away. Well,
Yeah, I know when you, at least with me, I know when you know you can't miss right. You see the miss right more often.
Yeah.
Oh, nice 210 pickup from Aaron.
Aaron Johnson.
Keep himself at least maybe within striking distance.
Yeah, without knowing the exact score over there, we're not going to say either way, but we'll do our best to see what's going on here. Another split over there for Johnson.
Yep. Looking over on 11 and 12, Adam Peters, I believe, with the first 4.
The lone North Dakota bowler to make the second round, Joel Galley. You look down there, I did see he just opened. We don't know what he's got up there for the match, but for all of our North Dakota hopefuls, we hope Joel can prevail in that match.
Saw Jason throw a nice strike there after missing the head pin. And Brooklyn over on 9 and 10 for Nick. So that could about seal it up since Aaron just opened.
Once again, as PA would say, take to the bank, baby. You know, that's the thing about Brooklyn's. I talked to Mike Morris after the kickoff classic, and I noticed during that match he really didn't like to watch his opponent bowl. And I asked him about that in the interview, and he said, I don't know, there could have been 4 or 5 Brooklyns thrown against me, and he's like, the score is the score. You know, it's not like they intended to throw Brooklyn.
Yep.
He's like, I just don't want that to affect my mindset, and that's completely it.
No, that's for those who can actually do it, that's probably a great way to do it. You know, you just look at the score. Oh, they threw a couple strikes, whether or not they were good or not.
Yeah, that shouldn't matter to you.
Yeah, nothing you can do about it.
Score's already up there, so you know, and if anyone can do that, it's Mike Morris.
Oh,
so.
Absolutely. Known Mike for a few years, and he's got one of the most relaxed attitudes you'll ever find, but he's as tough as there is when it comes to competition.
Oh, he's a competitor.
Having won 3 classics out of 4 and making 4 out of 5 shows.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's really good.
Well, let's look at our score here in our featured pair. Jason needs help. He's got a slight lead in this match, only by 9 though. He needs to win by 30 to advance.
Yeah.
You think he's got a punch here?
If he doesn't throw a strike here, Adam can throw a couple and about shut him out.
Big shot here. Looks okay.
Pretty good off the hand, yeah.
Stays alive.
He carries that light one pretty well.
Well, you know what happens when he goes pretty solid in the pocket. And it looks like Heilman's going to prevail over here. Looks like he's got that one in the bag.
Yeah, that one's pretty much done. Aaron tried to put up a fight, just a couple bad breaks. And over on 1 and 2, 5 frames in. Mike Cruz has a nice little lead.
And we will mention it's Mike Cruz Jr.
Yes.
Senior did not make the cut, I don't think.
No, he did not. He did bowl, but did not make it.
Good shot there
nice
by
shot from Adam.
That will help him out here. 9-pin lead for Paul Rice. Paul Rice has to win by 30 to advance. So we do know Nick Heilman will advance. That's about as far as we can see in our viewing area here.
If my math is right, if Adam doesn't strike here, Jason can go up and punch out to beat him.
That'll make it interesting. Big shot then.
Pretty close.
And it doesn't pick up. It just kind of hydroplaned at about 45 feet.
So 205 max. Yeah.
Yeah.
He'd
Paul
go
Rice
up and
has
he
36, doesn't he? Oh, yeah, he's got 36
so,
left.
Yeah, if he punches out, he beats him by 2 pins.
Yeah, so here we go. The stage is set for Jason Polrice. He punches out to win, so or strike 9 to win. As long as he picks this, which he does.
Yeah, a little worried for a second there.
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. So here we go. Jason Polrice up. Gotta have it.
Last 3 shots have looked pretty good. You would think you would put 10 back right here.
Well, yeah, this hasn't been his favorite lane. He's only struck once here this game.
But it was the last shot.
Looks okay.
Looks like he moved in on that one a little bit. That was nice.
It's a really good shot. So let's take a look at that score now. He can go strike 9 to seal the match. Another good shot.
That was really good.
All right.
Looks like he figured the pair out finally.
Strike 9 to win it.
There's a reasonable chance of a tie here. Oh, that's left. Yeah, that was left all the way.
Well, now he can max out at
223
if he picks it. So realistically, 222 with 2 here.
222 means strike 9, I think.
Remember,
strike
Jason's got to win by 30 to advance. So let's look at the score. 222 on the board. He needs to get to 193.
Yeah, strike.
Well, 193 would be a...
No, strike, yeah, so strike 9. Well, strike is huge, then 9 pins, so...
Yeah, because a 193 would tie. Because it's a 29-pin difference right now.
Yep. See him taking a little bit of time. He knows it.
And unlike Jason, this has been a pretty good lane for him throughout this match, so... It's a good shot.
Got to push a little. That was nice.
Got it. So now he needs count.
Yeah, 9 pins and 2 balls. That should do it. You would think, given the level of all these guys bowling right now, it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, that just shows you how that 7 count for Jason, the second ball in the 10th, really kind of changed the way the 10th frame went here.
Yeah. Otherwise, he'd be staring at needing to double, and that trip 4 will do it.
And that'll do it. Adam Danielson will advance. And Jason Polrice will go home with $250 for his efforts. It's a single elimination format here. We're going to go one more round of 2 game totals, and then we'll go into the mini eliminator, and then the eliminator finals after that.
It's looking over a 1 and 2. Mike Cruz on a double here. Can throw one more in the 9th and pretty much shut that match out.
Okay, and he'll move on to face Joe Fleming. I'm not sure who we'll have here on our featured pair the next match in the second round. But it looks like matches are wrapping up. We got a couple frames per shot, and there was a good shot there by Mike Cruz.
Yep, that was really good. He's already in the 220s. Tim can max out at 212, excuse me. With his lead already, that should do it there.
Yep. So once again, Tim will go home with 250 unless
a miracle happens.
Yeah.
And with that 7 pin, probably not.
So that'll do it for our matches here on our featured pair and a half, I'll call it, because we don't really have scores over there. But We'll take a look at the final score here. Well, it just changed to the totals, but
Well, you can still see the scores.
yeah, take it from us. It was Adam Danielson, 437, Jason Polrice, 425.
I'd like the chances of whoever bowled on this pair later. They played about the same. I mean, they're both around the same area, so shouldn't be too bad for them.
Yeah, depending on who they are that comes over here. I would like to let everyone know that you're watching live coverage of the Great Plains Scratch Classic match play portion on NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. I'm Darren Cini with Ken Fletcher here today. Wall-to-wall coverage. Heading into round 2. Once again, round 2 will be a 2-game total in matches, and we'll have 4 players advancing out of the next round, and those 4 will bowl 2 games with the low score out. And the remaining 3 will go into the finals with Andy Mills. 1 game, low guy out each time until we have a champion. So, pretty exciting format ahead of us. They're just kind of filling out the frames here on 1 and 2, so that match is over.
Yeah, 221 for Mike Cruz. That's a nice game.
Got a couple more shots to be thrown down here on the high end, and we'll figure out who beat who and who's still in the tournament here.
I will say when we walked in here and you saw the Cruz's Pro Shop shirts, there are still a lot of them left bowling.
Yeah, I look down there and I see 5 right now just in my view in 5 matches, and then
And
Mike
don't
Cruz
forget
Jr.
Mike
over
Cruz
here.
Jr.
So 6 of the 16 have those shirts on right now. So
yeah,
big following for Cruz's Pro Shop.
That's a testament to bowling down here.
Hopefully one day when we're in tournaments in North Dakota, those are ndbowling.com shirts.
Yeah, you can hope, right?
Yeah, we're getting there.
Hey, it happens.
You know, last week in state doubles, I think we had 5 or 6 ndbowling.com jerseys out there.
Oh, yes.
So
Mike Larson, Ralph Hennebree, a couple of them.
Lonnie Thielbar. Can't forget slots.
Can't forget slots. I hope you're listening, Lonnie.
Oh, yeah. Once again, if you guys are just joining us, share the link with everyone on social media. We are in the exciting portion of our tournament. Round 2. I think they'll take a couple minutes here to finish up. I think we got a couple more frames to finish up on the high end. Now, once again, if you want to connect with Ken or myself on the booth, you can go through Twitter, you can go through Facebook. Let us know if you have any questions. We're here to answer anything you guys need. If you have a favorite bowler that's still available or still in the tournament, let us know and we'll try to keep an update for you. And if you guys weren't watching earlier, here at ndbowling.com, we do send our thoughts and prayers out to the people of Paris and all the victims who were involved in the tragic events yesterday. I don't care where it's at, it's still not cool. So thoughts go out to them. And once again, in honor of Veterans Day this week, all of our servicemen and women who risk their lives to give us the freedoms that we have. So thank you to all those out there, and prayers to those involved in Paris.
We had kind of a cool moment at Sunset on Wednesday night. I work, for those who don't know, I work out at Sunset Lanes on Wednesday nights in Moorhead. And before league got going, we got names of everybody who has or is serving and just kind of called them out on the approach and had a little round of applause. It was a pretty cool moment.
Very nice. You know, in some ways they don't get recognized enough. Some people do a very good job of it, especially on Veterans Day. They all should get recognized, past, present, and those currently serving, I guess, which is present. So Looks like we have Adam Peters coming on to our featured pair.
Yep.
Just a slight delay here. Just do want to remind you that we are sponsored by Ebonite. So if you are bowling a tournament covered by NDBowlTV, make sure you have an Ebonite ball in your hands. If you shoot 300, we'll give you a free one. Free Ebonite high performance bowling ball. So keep that in mind for traveling out to tournaments covered by NDBowlTV, and I want to thank the folks at Ebonite for giving us that chance. So okay, it looks Adam Peters, and we're still
waiting on who's going to be over on 1 and 2. I think that might be up in the air down there yet.
once again, we're at wonderful Eastway Bowl here in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Our first time webcasting here in South Dakota. It's been a pleasure. It's been a good time so far.
Yeah, I think we've both enjoyed ourselves at this point.
Yep, no major breakdowns besides the computer crashing in the break there, which was a perfect time to do it.
Yep, we'll take that every day if that happens.
I tried to put a banner up on the screen to say that we'll be back at 1:45, and
yeah, I
for
didn't like
some
that.
reason, yeah, the interface did not like that. So I think we're
some exciting finishes to the matches there.
all right. That's a loud
Lanes 1 and 2.
intercom.
Mike Hughes Jr. is moving forward. He will be on lanes 11 and 12 versus Joe Fleming. Adam Danielson's moving on. And Nick Heilman is moving on. They will be on lanes 15 and 16. Adam Peters versus Glenn Paulson on lanes 3 and 4.
So Glenn Paulson
Brady
took out
Stearns
Joel Galley.
versus Troy Bush on lanes 9 and
Yep.
10.
So
If you
now
just finish that match and you lost, you can come up to the desk and get your checks. All of the losers in the first round will receive $250. Congratulations, and thank you so much again for bowling. As soon as we reset the monitors here, we're going to do 3 minutes of warm-up for this next round. Once again, the high seed will have the say on which pair or which side they will start.
okay, so Glenn Paulson and Adam Peters will be on our featured pair next. They just announced that they will be doing a 3-minute warm-up.
Yep, and nobody on 1 and 2, so get to look at one match now.
Let's see here. Oh, nice.
We've got an updated bracket that just
Yeah.
brought to us by Joe Fleming.
He gave us the whole big bracket. We were going to have Joe Fleming against Mike Cruz Jr. on 11 and 12, Adam Danielson against Nick Heilman on 15-16, Adam Peters and Glenn Paulson on our featured pair, and Brady Stearns against Troy Bush on 9 and 10. Once again, the 4 winners will go into a mini eliminator format on 7 and 8, and they'll bowl 2 games with the low score getting cut. So
just looking at the scores, a lot of pretty close matches there.
that's for sure. Hopefully we have some close ones here. You know, my scoring camera is bugging me because it's crooked.
It would only bug you.
It would. Did I go too far on that?
You may not have gone far enough, actually.
Yeah,
It's pretty close.
that's almost. Oh well.
Deal with it.
I will. Would like to remind everyone to stay connected with us on social media, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Like us on Facebook, subscribe to our channel on YouTube, and follow us on Twitter. If you want to stay up to date, we do have tournament recaps up every Monday on tournaments that we do cover. I'll probably write up a recap of this one on Monday or Tuesday, depending on how things go for me back home. We have a shout out from John Herman, who is watching in the nation's capital. He says hoping for Mike Cruz Jr. to get the win. He said he drills all his equipment, and him and his dad, Mike Cruz Sr., are class acts. So good shout out to those guys. They're pretty good guys.
Always nice to hear people from not even close to our area watching.
Well, hey, from the way he talks, he used to be from around here. He's just out traveling on business or vacation, and
that's cool.
As you can tell, it's at 5 minutes to start with. So at 2 minutes, we will be starting your match. So again, your lanes are on for 3 minutes of warm up.
Okay, so this will be the only match here for us. In our viewing area, we've got Brady Stearns. We've got the Cruz Jr. and Joe Fleming match. And who is that bowling Brady? It's Troy Bush. So that's what we can see in our viewing area. A little bit farther down will be Danielson and Heilman. And after this match, we'll be down to just 4 people, and they're all going to be right here on NDBowlTV. So,
well, technically 5 people.
I suppose.
With Andy Mills sitting on the bench yet.
Right. The next round will be a 2-game low score out, and the 3 will advance to join Andy Mills in the eliminator final, where they bowl 1 game and the low score is out. So pretty exciting stuff. It looks like it's going to be close to 5:30 when we get out of here, when this thing wraps up. It's 2:30 local time here.
Joel Dolly to the front desk, please. Joel Dolly to the front desk.
Here's what we'll do. We'll take a picture of this bracket here and put it on Twitter. So for those of you who want to see the difficulty of this thing. This is what's going on. So you can head on over to Twitter, follow us. Well, it looks like both of these players play relatively similar lines to the bowlers who were previously on this pair.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, and they both looked a little bit suspect with their reactions at this point.
And I was correct. John Herman is from Sioux Falls, and he's in D.C. for work.
Okay.
So
yeah, that's cool. Still, can say somebody watched from the capital.
Yeah, and an interesting bit of news from him. He said that Glenn Paulson shot 300 on 3 and 4 last Sunday at the Sioux Falls Regional USBC Seniors. So
wow.
So this is a good pair for Glenn. We'll see how he can take advantage of that.
All right, Great Plains Classic.
His arm swing reminds me a lot of Randy Peterson.
Yeah, a little bit, now that you say it.
It's a lot of football. And, you know, Randy Peterson is nice, smooth, gets to the line, and then it's all nice, smooth swing through. And that's what Glenn Paulson reminds me of.
Top seed will choose their starting lane. As soon as you see the letters up, they all are up now, go ahead and start your match play bowling. We'll get the real names in there as soon as you guys choose probably the second or third frame.
All right, we're underway. Adam Peters, didn't like that one off his hand.
Yeah, I think he knows if he gets out a little left of that, it's taking a nosedive.
Yeah, we were seeing a couple shots like that in practice, and what is he throwing? That looks like a deviate ball.
Yeah, I overheard him talking. He was throwing a thug at one point, I believe. But can't say that I know deviated extremely well.
Right. Okay, Glenn Paulson. I see Randy Peterson at the finish. It's a good shot there. So we have 4 matches going on right now across, all the way up till, 15 and 16 with a few closed off pairs in the middle.
Yep, what is it, Heilman and Danielson, I believe, over there in the end.
Now, this is interesting for Adam Peters because he led most of the day, and then at the end, there was just a fierce run by Fleming and Mills. Fleming went 217, 247, 224. Mills went 790, as we already mentioned, and Adam Peters fell to the dreaded 3 spot when he was leading all day and had a one-way ticket to the finals already.
Yeah.
And then just got passed up the last game, so it makes you wonder if.
Well, he, I think he clearly liked the fresher than the burn on this pattern.
Oh, for sure. If he can advance in this match, it's going to be fresh the next 2 rounds. So.
And he could be tough, and especially the way that Andy started on the fresh, you never know what's going to happen there.
Yeah, we talked to him in the interview, and he did mention that he's going to have to try to play the fresh a little different because of that. And it'll be interesting to see because we'll have him here on the featured pair in front of us. So we'll also have to look and see if 5 and 6 reacted the same way that they did this morning in qualifying.
And early on, watching Adam, high shot, miss head pin. It's he's got to find something, I think, at this point because first shot from Glenn looked pretty good.
Yeah, and the good thing about it is it's 2 games, so as long as he keeps making his spares and finds something where he's comfortable, anything can happen in a match like this. That was in 2.
Same thing. Just gets it that right there into that spot, and it's left, but he pushes it another board or 2 right, and it's gone.
Yeah, and it just each time he throws it doesn't look like he likes it off his hand, so.
Yeah, whether that's, hand position or if he's got to make a move. Looks like he doesn't want to get in deep at this point. Nice spare conversion there, getting it outside.
Looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, that was a good shot from Glenn. Looks like he's might have some room inside.
Trying to see what he's throwing. Get a
all I can tell is it's a dark ball.
Yeah, very dark.
It's really hard to see it.
Can't see the markings or anything, so. That looks in.
Yeah, that was a little left, but he'll take a Brooklyn for a double.
Cash it in, Huas.
Hey, absolutely. See, a red pin makes me wonder if it's hammer.
It also reminds me of a Storm IQ Tour. Has a red pin like that.
Could be. It seems like it's a little dark, but yeah, it's really hard to tell.
Well, you can see the mass bias there by the thumb hole, which is indicative of a or one of the Hammer Black Widow balls. Like that marking for the mass bias.
Yeah, it could be a legend. That was my first thought when I saw it, but just early on over a 9 and 10, a lot of struggles.
Ball change there for Peters.
Yep. Ball changing, that one never picked up.
I think this is where the lanes are getting into that squirrely stage.
Yeah, where you shoot 180, 190 and you're happy.
I look down, I see Joe Fleming and the peacock is what I call him.
It's quite the interesting hairstyle he's got going on.
Yeah, he's got the longer hair on top kind of thing, and everything else is shaved, so it puts it up in his little man ponytail, and it makes him look like a peacock. Sorry, Joe, if you watch this at a later date, but
you brought it on yourself in that case.
That's fine. It'll give him something to laugh about, I think.
Glenn, that not a bad shot, just didn't quite pick up enough.
Ooh, almost got away with it.
Yeah, they did get away with that one. Yeah, 3 and 4 is pretty touchy right now from the looks of it. Troy Bush with a double 4th and 5th to take a nice lead on Brady Stearns at this point.
Well, Adam Peters has got to find something here.
Another ball switch, looks like a scholar here.
That one had a little more in the back, but it was still late.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at that score, and Adam needs to...
He needs to figure something out quick. That's 4 splits in a row.
Yeah, converted the one in the third, so...
That one didn't look too bad. I think he might be able to work with it. Just you give it a little bit more, maybe it'll pick up sooner.
Ooh.
Little different way to shoot that.
Yeah, and he almost got it, too. Come out of the pit, so... And once again, after this match, it's 2 games. So once this match is over, we're going to have to readjust our cameras over to 7 and 8, and we will provide coverage of the semifinals, and that shot look better for him.
Yeah, it looked like a move right with his feet and try and keep his break point where it was.
But he's down 50, so he got to... the comeback trail's got to get going here.
He's got a ways to go yet. Yep, another 3-10 leave. That's everybody's favorite split to shoot. I think you should make it 90% of the time, and you make it about 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not as easy on a pattern like this either.
It's close, good shot.
Depending on how you go about it. I know if I'm on a house shot, I like to throw something with a little bit of tip and just kind of let it sail and it rolls up and it takes out both. But when you're on a tough pattern like this, you almost have to go straight, and you have really no margin of error.
Yeah, absolutely not. I know if I'm on a house shot and I see people leave that, I try and bet them money to go through it.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, that's half the fun of league bowling, trying to get people to do stuff like that.
Yeah, we would know because you and I do that a lot.
Yes, we do.
All right, 4 matches going. We're in game 1 of 2 in the second round. 2-game total pins. Loser, not loser, the bowler that is defeated.
The defeated bowler.
Gets $500 in this round, so they already made some good money. The top 5 are guaranteed $700, so some good money going into this thing.
Yep, looking 9 and 10. Both bowlers struggling over there. Troy just kind of looking at it like, what's going on here after another split.
That's a good shot for Adam.
Yep, that's a nice double there. That helps.
It's like in basketball. Once you see one go in, it's a lot easier. It kind of loosens up your shot a little bit. The same thing with bowling. You just got to throw a couple good shots and then get a little rhythm going. And
it's all good from there then.
Yeah, knowing the kind of bowler he is, I expect him to keep throwing some good shots now and get himself back in this match.
Seen the 210 picked up quite a bit here in match play already. It's about the 4th time, I think.
Well, it's been left so much today that it makes sense.
Well, that's true. That was another good shot from Adam.
And as expected, all the Cruises Pro Shop guys have quite the following behind us here at each pair that they're on. So
yeah, there's still quite a few people out here watching.
And then, of course, all you watching at home, good to have you here. For our second show of the season, we'll be live again next weekend in Alex.
Yikes.
And now that changes the complexion of this match a little bit.
Yeah, a little
Adam
bit.
Peters still has 199 on the board here, and Glenn Paulson, he better get 4 here. He
or
can't
he's
get there.
in danger of being down.
Oh, get the 3, and
yep,
he can strike out for 198. And so
well,
how quickly that turned.
Still well in this match no matter what happens here in the 10th frame.
But if you're on the Adam Peters sideline,
to
be able to go spare, open, and still win this match, not win the match, but take the lead after this match, you got to feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, definitely. He's got a chance to go up there and get a 11-pin lead, potentially, if not more.
I relate it to like a football game, turning the ball over 3 times in the first half and have a 3-pin or 3-point lead at half. It's like, that's about what this is.
Yep.
Spares it up. He can strike here for 188.
Well, he'll take that one and run.
Yeah.
188. You think he'd maybe be looking to make some kind of move or ball switch after how his ball reaction looked those last few frames?
Yeah, he started out with a really good ball reaction, and then it kind of faded on him there. And now let's see if Adam can continue the run here. Looks okay if it picks up.
Pretty good shot there, yep.
He kind of double dribbled that one, so I was wondering if it would pick up.
Well, you know, some of us do that a lot.
The Cini special is what that's called for those of you at home. looks okay.
Gonna push a little. Yep. Yeah, that's a good shot.
As Randy Peterson would say, Adam Peters. I don't even know if I can do it.
Oh, God, please.
I got to quote the Randy Peterson quote from the 12 U.S. Open. Adam Peters burns paper with a magnifying glass at night.
I was waiting for that one.
He is a bad, bad man. It's got to push. All right.
It's all right. 198.
So he'll take a 10-pin lead going into game 2. And early in that match, I did not think that would end that way. So
no, not at all.
that's why you always stay in it, folks. Always. Now we're in game 2. Glenn Paulson must win by 11 to advance.
Been watching over on 9 and 10 a little bit as well, and Brady Stearns looks pretty lost over there. Looked like he tried to move right and go straighter and harder, and that's not working.
Looks like a 168 on the board for Mike Cruz Jr., and Joe Fleming can strike out for 189, so might be an early lead for Joe. Ooh, or Joe might open here. But he's pretty good at that split, as we mentioned earlier.
Is that a 210 or is that more than that? I can't tell.
I believe it's a 2-4-10.
Yeah, I can only see the 210 from here.
The 4 is there.
Well, yeah, if anybody could pick it up.
Yeah, and he let us down. So
disappointed.
That match is pretty much even now going into game 2. So is that a 5-pin?
And that was a spinning 5-pin. Saw that go around a couple times.
All right, so about him burning paper with a magnifying glass at night.
Maybe not.
Maybe at sunset. Converts to spare. That's about all you can do with that.
Troy had a chance to jump on Brady there a little bit, but 2-4-8, not an easy spare on this.
The one match that we have no idea what's going on would be Adam Danielson and Nick Heilman. We'll have to wait till the end of that one. It's out of our viewing area.
Yeah, a little too far away for our eyes.
Okay, good shot there by Adam.
He's got his confidence back, so he's look out now.
Yeah, if he throws a few more, I might have to drop my pajamas line. I'm just hoping nobody goes 4 in a row and they look back at me and give me the crotch chop. Hambo and like Rob Stone.
Oh, should tell Joe to do that. He probably would.
Hey, Stone, here's your Hambo. I'm waiting for it here at NDBowlTV. Get a crotch chop right back at us.
You have a promise if I ever make a show and you're doing it, I will do that on 4 in a row.
I appreciate that. You have to get 4 in a row first.
I have to make a show first.
Yeah,
or should
all
say
of the above.
Make a cut first.
Yeah, you have to make a cut there, guy. Oh, once again, we're in game 2 of round 2. After this game, the high pin totals will advance. The bowlers who are defeated will get $500 for their efforts. We'll be down to 5 people.
That was a ball switch from Glenn. It looked like got lucky and tripped out a split late.
Good shot there. I did just get confirmation that the Minot High cheer team did win state, so.
Kind of as you expected.
Yep. Good work there by my wife and her fellow coach and their cheerleaders, so. Ooh.
A little bit light on that one. Could see it was a little wide.
That shot reminds me of Buffalo Lanes. I had a lot of Swisher 7s like that out in Jamestown the last few weeks.
Yeah, that was written all over that place. See if Glenn can make the adjustment, get himself in the match with a double here.
Yeah, once again, Glenn Paulson trailing by 10. Oh,
Pretty good shot. Didn't get rewarded though.
all right. We got I believe that's Steve Bone out of Minnesota in our chat room. Wants to know who the top 16 were. Andy Mills was the qualifying leader. He is already in the finals, in the final eliminator, so he'll make the top 4. Joe Fleming was 2, Adam Peters 3, Brady Stearns 4, Jason Polrice 5, Nick Heilman 6, Brady Foreman 7, Joel Galley 8, Mike Cruz Jr. 9, Tim Locke 10, Glenn Paulson 11, Troy Bush 12, Aaron Johnson 13, Adam Danielson 14, Ted Skykoff 15, and Jeff Nygaard was 16, rounding out our qualifiers. So thank you for tuning in. I believe it's Steve. Hopefully it's Steve. Once again, Glenn Paulson trailing by 10 here in game 2 of 2.
Kind of another unlucky break, leaving that light 7.
Yeah, it seems like lane 3 has been leaving a few of those.
At least a little better ball reaction. Maybe he can make something of it these last few frames.
Gotta push.
It's a little in. Yep. And my favorite spare.
Ah, yes. And I think if Marshall Howard back home is watching, he will think the same thing. He's not a fan of this one.
It doesn't matter how I shoot this. Hook, straight, whatever. I will chop the 3-pin off 75% of the time.
Yep. Or if you don't, you'll hit the 3 and send the 6 around the 10. Done that a few times.
Yeah, it's usually either chop the 3 or miss the 3.
Ah, yes. All right, so an early lead for Adam Peters in this match, and he's leading 10 overall after the first game, and he's got adding on to his lead now. Up by 21 total. After this shot, we'll take a closer look at our scores.
It's pretty close. Oh, boy.
And Marshall Howard is indeed watching our
Yes,
live cast right now, which is pretty awesome.
We totally agree with what you said, Marshall.
Yeah, I think we all hate that spare, but now this makes this match interesting. Adam Peters now, if he does not convert here, opens the door for Glenn Paulson, so maybe.
Close.
Got
Nice
it.
shot. Yep.
Okay, well, now if you're Glenn, you gotta put up a double here.
He's throwing a couple good shots. Got to do it again.
Put up a double here, get some pressure on him, make him think about it a little bit. It's got to get there.
It's got to push a little. Yep. noticed something a couple times on that spare right there. It looks like the pin setter's offsetting 6 or the 10. It splits it a little bit.
So it brings in the chop into play then.
Oh, very much. So something maybe to watch later on. Although this is the last match on this pair, I think, right?
Yep, because the final 4 out of these 4 matches are going to go over to 7 and 8. And they're going to bowl 2 games and the low scores out. And those 3 remaining will join Andy Mills on our featured pair on 5 and 6 in front of us for a 1-game low guy out until we have a champion. So,
yep. It's a good shot from Glenn there, too, to finally put a strike on the board.
So after this game, we have about 5 games to go, and then we'll have our winner. Gotta push. Does.
Big shot there from Adam.
Hook.
It's got a hook. Wow, it did make it back.
Well, that puts the stranglehold on this match.
Yeah, Glenn's got to throw a double to have any chance.
Yep, like I said, make him think about it, make him perform. Ooh, that looks in. Oh, and gets away with it with a trip 4.
Yeah, he needed that one bad.
Yep.
Well, you look at the scores, and Glenn goes off the sheet for 230. Adam will just have to miss once here.
That's true. I suppose the way it works out when you're both on a double, if you miss, it's got to go.
It's not bad. Yep, that was a good shot. So 230 on the board. Adam goes strike, 9 spare strike. Glenn strikes out to tie.
Interesting.
So a double here, 9th and 10th for Adam shuts him out.
Looks okay.
Pretty good. Yep, that was a good shot.
So this one, he strikes here and it's over. Is that what we got?
Yep. Strike here and the match should be over. Puts him in the 230s. Anything less and he can tie or lose. It's got to push a little. Yeah, that was a good shot.
Jeez. You know how they make Superman pajamas? Well, if they made Adam Peters pajamas, Superman would wear those. He is a bad, bad man.
How many more of those do you have?
Only have a few more.
Yeah.
There we go.
That'll officially wrap it up. And 5 frames into that match, I don't think either of us thought that was going to happen.
Right. Because he at one point had 4 splits in a row. He converted the first, but 3 opens in a row. So very good match there. And I'm sure he'll enjoy watching that later in the archives. While burning paper with magnifying glass at night. Little test ball there for Adam.
It's all right, 243 right now. That's a big game.
Yeah, looking down at the scores we can see. Looks like an open in the 7th for Mike Cruz Jr. And Fleming has 39, 139 in the 7th if he spares here in the 8th. So
Yeah,
Joe's got the advantage in that one.
Brady there with an open net. Split conversion there would have really helped him, given him a chance, but he could be in deep trouble.
All right, I just want to remind everyone that you're watching live coverage of the Great Plains Scratch Classic here on NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. You can stay connected with us on social media, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Connect with us and stay updated on everything bowling in the High Plains. And once again, we'll be out in Alexandria, Minnesota in a week from today for the Sunopta Sweeper tournament that benefits the food shelf there, the local food shelf. It's a good handicap event. A lot of people turn out for that one, so. All right, we're gonna, since we're done with this pair, we're gonna move our cameras, so just give us 1 minute. All right, we got our cameras set up here on our next featured pair, which is 7 and 8. And we will begin shortly once they figure everything out.
Just went and took a quick look at scores down there. Nick Heilman shot .516 for his 2 games to oust Adam Danielson, who shot .468.
Wow.
So pretty good pair down there. And Brady and Troy Bush right here, pretty close match yet. About a 20-pin lead for Troy, and it's just about flip-flop. So gonna come down to the 9th and 10th there. And Joe Fleming and Mike Cruz tied the first game from what it looked like, and we're within a pin going to the 10th frame, so I believe Mike needs the first strike here to defeat Joe.
And it'll be the ball coming up on your screen right now. He's got to have it.
And that looked really good.
Yep. Yeah, I think he's got to have.
I think 9 pins does it. I think 8 spare does it as well. Looks like it does it. Looks like Mike Cruz is going to defeat Joe Fleming.
Yep. So it looks like we had Adam Peters over here, Nick Heilman, Mike Cruz Jr., and one match undecided as of right now.
And it's still a pretty tight match, I believe, there. And that could be big trouble.
Oh, that'll give Troy Bush, if he converts and strikes, 157. If he doesn't, we're in the 140s. Maybe. Got two. I think that one is...
It's,
did Brady have the lead in the first one there?
no, he was down by somewhere in the range of 20. I couldn't quite tell.
Wow.
So it's a pretty tight match yet. Brady still probably needs a mark here to secure it.
It'll be the next ball thrown on your screen. Will be that match. Good
Yeah,
shot there.
That was good.
That about does it. He's in the 180s, so
Should do it. It was 150s and 170s. I couldn't quite see scores over there, so that likely will lock it up. Shaking his head a little bit.
yeah, I think he missed on that one, but it still struck, so.
It's that or it's one of those, why didn't I do that sooner?
Well, that'll do that match. Brady Stearns will advance. So our four that are going to be up to bowl now are Adam Peters, Brady Stearns, Nick Heilman, and Mike Cruz Jr. And they're going to bowl 2 games, and the lowest score gets removed, and they will receive, what is it, $700?
I believe so, yep, 700.
And then the remaining 3 will join Andy Mills on our featured pair 5 and 6, where they'll bowl 1 game and the lowest score out each time to determine a final.
Kind of curious if Andy and Nick are doing what they usually do up at CMA. Higher finisher has to drive, or lower finisher has to drive home.
I don't know if Andy's ever driven home. Every picture I see, he's just snoozing away, and Nick's driving home the whole time.
Well,
so.
I think he's finished higher than Nick almost every time.
Well, not lately, because I know in Manitoba, Nick was on the show.
Oh, that's true.
So Nick was on the show again at the CMA. So.
Match play just finished up, a couple exciting matches. Moving on to the mini eliminator, which is now all 4 of the bowlers are going to be bowling on the same pair of lanes. This will take place on lanes 7 and 8. This is the mini eliminator. You will bowl 2 games. The lowest 2-game total will be out. It is the 5th place finisher. The other 3 bowlers will move on to join Andy Mills in the eliminator final.
I wonder if we could get them to put everyone on 1 lane, because we could really get the scores zoomed in, and I bet you everyone would be able to see them on 1 monitor. You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't doubt it. You mean, it's typically not what they will do, but it's possible.
In this case, I don't know if it would really affect much. It's
well, it just affects on what you finish on is all.
This is a fresh oil here. The high seed will get to choose their lane position and the lane position.
So that's interesting how that might work with higher seed still getting to choose.
Yep.
So in order, as you guys are bowling down there, Adam Peters, you will have the choice of which pair you want to be on and which position. So there will be A, B, C, and D. Everybody will be on. Yep. Then Brady Stearns will get second choice. Nick Heilman will get third choice. Mike Cruz Jr. will be stuck with the last spot. So once again, you get to choose your lane and position on the lane.
I don't know. We've got a pretty powerful final five here.
Yeah, there's not a single slouch among them. Not that there was really to begin this match play either. This would be quite interesting because Adam dominated the fresh early on. So did Brady, but Brady hasn't looked the best the last couple games either.
Right, and that could have been because he was bowling on some leftovers from the game before, the match before on that pair too. So.
Yep, that's very true. But he's also, at least the first couple shots in practice, tried to stay where he was there. So he might not be completely comfortable where he was in the qualifying portion. But yeah, as you were saying earlier, just watching him too, speed sensitive. A little bit too quick and nothing's turning the corner.
That's kind of what we were thinking early on today when people started first practicing on this pattern. You knew that it would be speed sensitive, and then eventually when it broke down, it was going to get ugly. So,
yeah. And that it did.
Unless you're Andy Mills.
Well, yeah, he's something else though.
Yeah. When the further in you get, I think the better he gets.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't know, going on the fresh here, I kind of look for Nick to make something happen.
Right, and in this match, you just don't want to be the low guy.
Yeah.
It's 2 games,
exactly.
and just get yourself enough pins. Don't be the low guy. And then the next game, and it's the same way. It's pretty much 2 games, low guy out, add in Andy Mills, and a game, a guy out, game, a guy out.
All right, great.
Then we'll have our title match.
Down on lane 7 and 8. Please hold up when you practice. Reset the pin center back to the first cycle. A, B, C, and D are up there. As soon as we know who's bowling what down there, we'll change those. Don't worry about it. You won't need to.
Okay. So they will decide who's going to be what letter based on high qualifying finish today. And then they will, at the desk, change the scores to fit the proper person. So it looks like, make it easy, Adam will be A.
Yeah. Adam looks like A. Nick looks like he's going to be C.
Brady being B would be nice. Unless they're going to change them. Yeah, we've already got Adam's name up there, so.
Yeah, it's a good opening shot there.
Once again, we bowled 2 games, and the low guy is out. So.
Oh, he almost rolled that across the deck.
So, how would your strategy change in an eliminator format as opposed to, you're just placing one guy head-to-head, 2-game total pins?
Well, in essence, you almost are going head-to-head with another guy. It's just the guy ahead of you you're going head-to-head with. You just want to make sure you get close to him or stay ahead of him if you can. But I don't know if right away changes any. You maybe pay attention to the scores a little bit more now than you would in, a 7-game qualifier. And that's about all I would, that's all that would change in my mind.
Right, and just making sure you beat one guy. That's all you really have to do. You beat one guy, you're going to advance. If you don't beat anybody, you're the odd guy out right here. And a 5-2 frame for Mike Cruz to start.
Interesting.
I believe these games are going to go rather quickly. Someone's always up bowling, so that'll speed things up a little bit. We have 5 games left to let everyone know at home that we are in pretty much crunch time here at the Great Plains Scratch Classic. It's the part of the tournament everyone would want to watch, so tune in now. Once again, we'll take a look at the scores probably through 5 frames. We'll zoom in and give you a better look. Well, through 2, through a shot and a half, Mike Cruz doesn't look very comfortable out there.
It's a couple wide shots early on, a washout and a 2-4-8-10. See if Brady, after a Brooklyn start, can maybe jump out early.
Ooh, gave it a run.
Close.
Take to the bank. Right to the bank.
I think he was a little softer with the speed on that one, and it at least rolled up nicely. Or halfway nice.
Yeah. I call that a free move. Trip 4 like that. Oh, lane 7 must be the Brooklyn lane.
That's 2 out of 3 strikes for Brooklyn on that lane.
It's a good shot there.
Yeah. It's like Nick was talking to Andy for a second. Maybe gave him something to do.
Hey, and we just finished well in the tournament.
That makes the trip worth it.
Yep. You know what I did notice? I think 4 out of the 5 left are throwing Brunswick equipment. Because I'm pretty sure Brady throws potentially Storm equipment.
Yeah, I believe I've seen him throw a bunch of Storm. I think he was throwing a Crux earlier. Even a Hypercell.
Looks like Cruz Jr. is throwing a Nirvana right there.
Could be, but yeah. The other 3 definitely throwing a lot of Brunswick and I guess DVA too, which I think is part of Brunswick as well.
Yep, they're aligned to Brunswick.
Ooh. Oh, nice spare.
Oh, it looks through 3 like Mike Cruz Jr. is the guy on the bubble right now.
Well, still a lot of time.
Yeah, a game and a half, game and 3 quarters. Maybe.
Ooh.
It's an interesting leave.
Not the easiest spare in the world.
And if you guys can't see that on your screen, the 8 is back there.
Adams got lane 7 okay so far, but high couple shots in a row on 8.
Oh, good pick there.
Nice. there's the chop. Looks like Adam's going to go back to that scholar he was using a little bit ago to finish on our feature pair. It's a good shot from Brady, too.
This is a big shot for Mike Cruz.
Yeah, he needs to get something to get back in it. That looked a lot better.
It's like a pat on the back right there.
Yep. No, when you come back with your hand in the air, you did something right.
Can opener for Nick Heilman.
Yeah, he does that quite a bit.
That's okay. I do that a lot at league. Good 8.
Yeah,
That's
that
a good 8 for
was
Adam.
wide, but we'll take that.
Once again, for those of you tuning in, we're in the mini eliminator portion of the tournament. We have 4 bowlers bowling right now, 2 games, total pins. The low guy is out. Those 3 will then join Andy Mills here on 5 and 6. We'll bowl a single game, and the low guy is out each time until we determine a winner. And the winner will take home. Oh, where's my prize fund again? There it is.
I believe it's $1,200 for first.
$1,200. So everyone that is remaining will take home at least $700. The low guy out here will take that home. So pretty exciting. I believe Andy with the top qualifier also got what they call the golden ticket here, which gives you free entry into next year's event.
It's always nice knowing you can come back and not have to pay for it.
Yeah. And they do that at the Morris Anderson as well for the top qualifier. So
just a little firm there from Brady, it looked like. Good spare from Mike, the maybe unconventional way.
Ah, yes. Since that's a spare we all throw at quite often. Well, the open for Brady. Well, we're through 5. Let's take a quick look at the scores. You can see
it's pretty, they're pretty close across the board for the most part. Nobody's really jumping out to a big advantage.
doesn't like it. Maybe lane 7.
And yet another.
I think each guy, I think one guy hasn't had one. I think it's Mike Cruz. It hasn't had the Brooklyn on 7.
Mike had the good one on 7. But Nick will take it. That'll give him the early lead there.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you can, out of the gates, be that guy that's up 30 on second or so and just run away and hide for a little bit, because all you have to do is beat one guy in this thing.
Yep, it just makes it so much better when you can get off to that good start. Can free up a little bit. It's another good shot from Mike there on 7. Needs to back it up with 1 on 8, though.
Yeah, once again, for those of you just tuning into the match play portion, I think I lost my sheet, but it is a 2.14 to 1 ratio oil pattern, so it is a sport compliant pattern. Played just like one. I think 37 over was the cut. Yep,
37.
To get to the top 16 bracket to cash, it was 11 over, and that was Henry Trutwin and Eric Harvey. They tied for that last cashing spot.
Nick on a pretty good shot, just left a /7, so.
And that's the same thing Brady Stearns left on that lane as well.
Yep.
Well, there. That was almost a Chris Charles 110 leave.
That was pretty.
I know. I'm sorry, Chris. You're not going to appreciate that leave. And you know what? I'm sure Kirby Weller will love me saying that. So I know you guys are watching it. At least at some point you'll be watching. So yes, Chris Charles left the 110 at the Kickoff Classic on NDBowlTV and almost happened again. But a good shot, yes, there by
Yes, that was a
Mike Cruz.
Nice double from Mike. Couple opens there from Adam and Brady, kind of put them on the bottom end at the moment.
Shot there. Just got confirmation on Facebook. Joel Galley will be at the Sun Opta Sweeper next weekend, so good chance we'll see him on NDBowlTV again for the 3rd time this year. We'll have to look into that format a little better. I believe it's a 6-game qualifier, and then they go into some sort of bracket. So we'll figure all that out next week when we're in the Garden Center. Those of you interested, there's a full poster up on ndbowling.com. Just click on upcoming events. Maybe. What a break for Mike Cruz.
The guy that starts slow starting to turn it on.
Yeah, now if you're Brady Stearns, you better, I suppose, and Adam Peters.
It's close from Brady right there.
Well, let's look at that through 8 score a little closer. Nick Heilman on the top on the right. Mike Cruz Jr. at the bottom of lane 8. Brady Stearns. We can actually see the scores. It's maybe the fixes that we made are working. So
Ooh, what? That's a little oopsie daisy there.
it's like me bowling in tournaments. Doesn't like it.
Nope. Same
another,
thing again.
Another good 8.
Nice shot from Nick there.
You know, and I was thinking about when we first walked in here today, the 2 guys that traveled from Wisconsin, they're always near the top of the leaderboard, and it wouldn't surprise me if those 2 ended up in the final against each other.
Oh, not a bit.
And the way it's looking, it's becoming more likely by the minute, but there's still a lot of bowling left. So
yep, it is. Adam and Brady both look a little bit frustrated, I think.
yeah, Mike Cruz can take advantage of that here.
Yeah, throw another strike, and he might not have to worry a whole lot the second game.
Looks okay. It's a good shot.
Yeah, he's just throwing good shots right now.
Brady just does not look comfortable on that lane.
No, that's the 3rd time I think he's done that this game.
Well, didn't he Brooklyn over there as well? Because that's lane 7.
Yep, first frame Brooklyn, and 3 times he's left some form of the super washout.
Wow. Just say how different the 2 lanes are. It's
Yeah, I mean, I would look for him to make some kind of big jump in, because I don't think that right is working for him. I think he knows it.
Well, the good thing about if you're Brady right here, there's a guy that's only 7 pins ahead of you.
Yep.
And you're both on an open going into the 10th, so you're definitely not out of it. The other 2 guys are going to post something.
Yep, he
possibly in the 200s. So
if he can finish this game off with any kind of a decent shot, find something for next game. Is Nick's locked in now.
Yeah, he's still got 235 on the board if he gets the last two here.
That'll be a
that's at least a 70-pin lead over Stearns if Stearns strikes out. So
yeah, that's a huge game for him. He doesn't have to think about it too much, and Adam a little lucky on that spare, I think.
Looks okay. Just kind of sailed on him though.
It's maybe a little bit wide.
So it looks like you might have an upset brewing in college football. Iowa State up 24-7 on Oklahoma State. So
Undefeated Oklahoma State too.
yeah, in the college playoff currently, Oklahoma State. So interesting game there, and we get to watch it all and get distracted while we're here on NDBowlTV. So
well, now's the time to do it. Finishing up the game, and Adam back to the ball he started. That looked a little better.
all right, now if you're Brady coming up here on 8, you might want to, try a few things. You strike out. You're not the low guy, but
Looks like he went and grabbed Hypercell, so might be making a move, and that's not what you wanted to do if you're Mike Cruz.
yeah, he could have really took advantage of the 2 low games over there, and now he'll have a marginal lead.
Yeah,
so
if he doesn't pick this up, it's 20 and to be almost 40.
well, he's closer with that.
Yeah, that's a little better.
Hardway. Ooh.
This takes 2. That's 187, so it's 24 on Adam, and it'll be a little more on Brady, but it's not safe by any means.
It's a big test shot here for Brady. Use this to your advantage, and
yeah, if I'm him, I think he needs to make some kind of a big jump, get in maybe a little bit closer to where Nick and Mike seem to be playing.
that's really wide. Good 8.
Yeah.
But that'll be, let's take a look at our scores. A 154 for Brady.
It's 9 back of Adam, but still, I mean, Nick's got a nice lead, but anything can happen.
Yep, that is true. So
Any of these guys are capable of putting up 250 like nothing.
we got one more game here, and the low guy will be out, and we'll move over to 5 and 6. And single game matches with the low guy out each time. So we're down to our final 4 games there, my friend. It's been a long day.
That it has, but it's gone by pretty quick. I can't believe it's almost 4 o'clock already.
Yeah.
Nick with a nice strike there to start the game. Andy looked pretty excited as he left.
Yeah, I've heard them talk quite a bit, and I think they split regardless. And the higher the other guy gets, the better it is for both of them. So
Yeah, I don't doubt that's exactly what they do.
when you guys travel together like they do and go to the tournaments they do, if I was a better bowler, Matt Smallin and I would do that, but I think he'd get the short end of the stick on that.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but hey, as he showed today, everybody's human.
Absolutely, and that's the beauty and the beast, I suppose, of bowling, is the fact that as good as things can be, it can really bring you down to earth in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
So
certainly can. And a bad opening shot from Brady. Hey, that's 4 strikes in the first frame.
yeah, it sounds like you might get let go a little early today. So it looks like Joe wants to talk with us for the final match, or the championship match. Maybe that means the final 2 or the whole eliminator. I'm not sure, but we'll decide when he gets over here and he wants to jump in, and we'll take care of that.
Still got a little time before that. Yep.
Oh, looks like everyone just found something all of a sudden.
Oof.
And there's that left lane for Brady. That's not good for him. Can't figure it out.
Looked like he tried to move in, but still just hung, didn't get up enough.
Yeah, actually, he's got a stronger cover in his hand. He moved in, and I thought he was a little soft with the hand, so it still was late. Doesn't look like a box finish on that hypercell. It almost looks like it's got a little bit of shine to it, so.
It very well could.
I know with how strong that cover is, yeah. There's a little bit of shine on that ball, so. Adam back to that green deviate ball he was throwing earlier.
That's 3 good shots. He might be a handful the rest of the game here.
Well.
Interesting there. Not that at this point Nick has a whole lot to worry about, but you don't really want to do that either.
Well, whatever move Brady is going to make, I think now is the time to do it, because you're going to have to do something the way the 2 closest guys to you are running them here.
Yeah, if he doesn't get something here the next couple frames, could be checking out early.
Good shot.
Nice shot from Mike. He's feeling it a little bit now.
It looked like he hammered on that one a little bit at the bottom and went Brooklyn.
Give it a little bit extra and softened in.
I think he said, I'm going to make sure that one gets to the pocket, and it did. And it took off. We call that the yam back home.
Oh, yeah, sweet potato farming.
Yeah, yam. Just yam on it, son. There's
and yet another one on lane 7.
Oh, once again, after this match, the low guy is out. We'll move over to 5 and 6, which is fresh oil. And there will be 4 left. We'll bowl 1 game, and the low guy is out. We'll bowl another game, another guy is out until we have determined a champion. So after this game, we have 3 left.
Looks like he went back to the ball he was using.
Yeah, that one got back to the hole pretty easily, but just does not seem comfortable in that left lane.
And seen Mike do that a couple times today.
I'd be out on the lane if I tried to do that.
I did it once this past week, and I don't know how I hung onto the ball.
All right, if you're watching, let everyone know on social media that we're about down to the final 4. Now is the time to tune in to NDBowlTV. Live coverage of the Great Plains Scratch Classic here in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Game 2 of 2 here in the semifinals. Low guy is out. We'll be down to our final 4.
That was a good balk by Mike right there. Came back and threw a great shot.
Yeah, it made it worth it.
Good thing there's not a shot clock in our game right now.
Yeah. Good shot there by Nick.
Yep. Double help him out now. He's just keep it clean for him.
Unfortunately, it's starting to look like Brady might be that that guy out as of right now, so.
Well, considering the other 3 guys have 2 combined misses at this point.
Yeah, and the guy closest to him already has a 35-pin lead on him, or 33, 43.
Something like that.
Well, put up some strikes and you never know. This game has a strange way of humbling people sometimes. Just ask Matt Smallin today.
Yeah.
Looks okay.
Yep,
Really
he's
good
got
shot.
that. He's got both of them dialed in pretty good right now.
That Nirvana is rolling really nice for him.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, that's a better shot from Brady.
Oh, on his good lane, though, he hasn't missed over there yet. It's that lane 7, if he can get a couple shots over there. Unfortunately, he's got to finish on lane 7, too.
Yep, and you just want him to get there with a chance, but the way it's going for him and for everybody else might not be the case.
Yeah, he's going to need help. Well, it's good to know that next weekend I'll have Matt Smallin in the booth with me for the entire tournament, so that'll be some good insight for him. So from him,
That's cool.
you guys, everyone out there will have to tune in next weekend as Matt Smallin and myself will be giving you live coverage of the Sun Opta Sweeper in Alexandria, Minnesota. And then at the end of December, our annual 10-game marathon from Minot, North Dakota. I do believe Marshall Howard will join me again on that one. Another long day, but looks like Mike Cruz is going to keep striking and not look back.
Yeah, I think he got away with that one a little bit.
Another can opener for Nick.
I don't know what it is about that roll, but he certainly mixes those light ones well. Adam looks like he's just trying to stay clean and not make any mistakes at this point.
Yeah, and Brady's doing what he's got to do. He's got to double up on the board now. He struck on lane 7. If he can go back to his good lane, strike there.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty good shot. He looked from here like he tried to move in a little bit, and that one faced up nice.
So that's a 9-pin difference between Adam Peters and Brady Stearns. That looks like to be the race we got to look at here.
Yeah, Mike with that 6-bagger and 180. I already forgot what he shot.
187.
187. Yep, that's right.
We'll
Yeah,
take
with
a
that.
closer look here after Brady's shot. We'll take a closer look at the scores. I think he's got to have this one. Good shot.
Yeah, it's a couple of good ones in a row right there.
So he puts the X on the board, and now if you're Adam Peters, you got to start thinking about this.
I don't know if he has to think quite yet, but throw another one, and that might get his attention. It's a good shot from Nick to pretty much seal up his spot.
Close to 50, so he should be good to go here. And
Just
now,
like that, he
now it's interesting. So let's go back to that scoreboard really quick.
yeah.
Adam Peters with a potential open here in the 8th. It's going to come down to what Brady can do on that left lane, because he's got that 8th and 10th frames on that lane still. So
yeah, if he can come up here and throw a good shot on the 8th frame, it's a game on now.
Shot there by Mike. That seals it up for him.
Yeah, pretty much already in the 240s.
Big shot here for Brady. Looks okay.
Oh, wow.
Lower 7.
Yeah, he knows it too. He
missed an opportunity there.
Still, though, even with Adams open, he's not out of the game quite yet.
All right, that puts him in about a 165 in the 8th, which he's down 6 this game, 9 the last game, so it's still 15. He's still got a pretty good shot here. And I think it's a 2-horse race here for that last spot into the finals.
You almost go back to the 4-pin that he missed. That would make it even pretty much if he had picked. Yeah,
Brooklyn for Adam Peters. So,
but even so, Brady strikes out. Adam would still have to mark, and been a little bit shaky as of late.
yeah, so throw a strike here if you're Brady. If he opens, you have a chance. If he doesn't, well, put up a good fight at least. Because the way the scores work here, it's not like Brady can finish first, so. And carries out
I
the
got
10.
a nice messenger there.
He's wishing he would have got the messenger over on the 7 the last frame.
Yep.
Well, it'll come down to this, the 10th frame. Nick Heilman and Mike Cruz Jr. will advance. It's going to come down to Adam Peters and Brady Stearns. Adam he led Brady by 9 going into this game. Currently leads by 6. Both on strikes in the 9th. Let's take a quick look at that scoreboard before we go into the 10th frame here. And there's a situation for you. It all comes down to what Adam does right here. He could put it away.
Strike will pretty much lock it up here.
Looks in. And another Brooklyn. So back-to-back Brooklyns to sew up the spot for him.
It's got to be a little disheartening if you're Brady to watch that, but
well, it goes back to what we were talking about with Mike Morris, you know.
Yep.
Sometimes it's better not to watch, so.
Yeah, I know if I was there and I would be watching that, I certainly wouldn't be happy about it, but it's the way it happens sometimes. Came back with a better shot there, but
that doesn't make it any easier for Brady.
Yeah, he knew that it was pretty much over already, so.
All right, at the conclusion of this match, we will readjust our cameras once again to the final pair. Here, 5 and 6 right ahead of us. We'll have 4 guys left: Andy Mills, Nick Heilman, Adam Peters, and Mike Cruz Jr. We'll bowl 1 match. The low guy is out, and we'll keep going until we have a champion determined. So Brady Stearns will take home $700 for his efforts. As the odd guy out right now.
And as it always happens.
It's easy now.
Yep.
Good bowling by Brady, though. He bowled well most of the day, so.
That he did. Near the top for most of the day. Just unfortunate to lose his look a little bit too late.
Yeah, it looks like Adam Peters will end up with 394, I believe. It's a 442 for Nick Heilman.
And
450.
I think that's 430 for
30.
Mike Cruz.
Yeah, because he had the 87, so it's a 430 for Mike Cruz. And then Brady will finish off here, 154 the first.
364 for Brady then.
All right. So we're going to get everything readjusted here for the final matches. Once again, you're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network.
All right, let's give a big round.
All right, we're back. Ready for our final eliminator here. We got 4 bowlers. They're all going to bowl one game. Low guy out, and we'll do it again till we have a champion. It's what everyone's been waiting for. So those of you out on social media, please log on. Let everyone know. We're going to be sending out a message right now to everyone on our Facebook page.
Should be pretty interesting to kind of see what Andy has for a ball reaction, since he's been sitting for better part of 3 hours, it looks like.
Yeah, and he looks like he's playing in on the fresh, so and it makes you wonder how that might affect everyone else, because it seems like the other 3 guys play a good deal right of him, so
they're only going to help him out if that's the case, if he has any kind of look early on.
And just get a little update. We've got 717 likes on our Facebook page. So if you haven't done so yet, go on to Facebook, find the NDBowling.com page, and once we get to 1,000 likes, we are going to give away a free Ebonite Warrior. So log on and hit the like button. It'd be greatly appreciated.
Just early on in practice, too, watching Andy and Nick throwing what looks to be, well, not for Nick, but plastic right down the middle.
And it looks like right here, Nick is throwing in one of the other New Brunswick balls, the new Mastermind.
So I wonder if they've got some kind of strategy amongst the two of them.
Well, you've got to think they're here together, and the other two are probably here together as well. We got kind of a tag team match going on here.
That's true if you think about it.
Two guys that are Cruz's Pro Shop and two guys that are Team Brunswick, Nicholas J's Pro Shop. So Pro Shop versus Pro Shop right here.
This could be an interesting couple games.
Because you got to think they're both working together towards the other two. So
yeah, and it's not like, you know, either pair throws it exactly the same.
you could probably call this a doubles team match right here. Might as well just go Baker while we're at it. One team is out.
Hey, why not? That could be fun, actually.
That would be fun. Next year on the Great Plains Scratch Classic.
There's a doubles portion added. What?
Yep.
All right, GPC tournament bowlers. Congratulations on making it this far to the championship eliminator. It is a one-game low man out. Move on after that, so on and so forth, until we have a winner. Again, congratulations on getting this far. Good luck the rest of the way. As soon as you see your arrows up, we will have you start the championship.
I see where you're going.
I do like the little touch screen things they have here down for the in front of the ball returns for the scoring.
It's kind of interesting. I don't think I remember them the last time I was here.
Yeah, they do. They did start a new scoring system, so I think that might have had a lot to do with it. They're using like a Brunswick beta, so it's still under, what's the word for it? Construction, so to speak.
Yeah, I
And
suppose.
they're just like testing it out, and that's why they couldn't have the names earlier today for the qualifying round go with them, because it was still trying to be built to do that. So
Sure. And surprisingly enough, Andy and Nick on the same lane.
yeah, so we got Team Brunswick Nicholas J's Pro Shop on the right lane. We have Team Cruz's Pro Shop on the left. But this is, mind you, this is not a doubles event, folks. We are in a singles event. Low man is out right now, so here we go. We're underway. It's kind of nice having them on the pair in front of us now, so you can actually see the reactions a little bit better.
Yep, he can actually a little bit closer idea of where they're actually trying to play. Couple good shots there to start.
You know, for the sake of competition, I kind of want to see one from each, quote, double squad make it here to the final.
Yeah. So I think if either if either side both got there, not to say they wouldn't be trying to beat each other, but one from each would make it a little bit more
Exciting.
yeah, so to speak.
Instead of just bowling for the crystal hardware.
Yep.
Well, we were kind of wondering about that, and 6 was on fire when we first started the day, and it just makes you wonder if it's just a typical of this pair.
It could be, and with how Andy started on the fresh too, it was always going to be a wonder. But if anybody's going to figure out, it'll be one of these 4 guys.
Right, and one thing to put out there is there's nothing but Brunswick equipment on the ball return right now, so and deviate. So
that is very true.
first errant shot of the game.
Yeah, you can hear it. It seems like Adam maybe set it down a little early. Could hear the double dribble there. Better shot from Andy on lane 5.
Wonder if he's throwing that new melee as well. Look like a darker ball. I don't believe so. I believe that's something else.
Seems just a little bit different from the one we saw. I think it was Ted throwing.
It's a soul. That's what it is. Once again, we're here in the finals of the Great Plains Scratch Classic. Let everyone know. Shot by Mike.
Nice early double from Mike.
I think it's safe to say Mike has probably the biggest following back here.
Yeah, I think between Mike and Adam, it's probably not much of a contest.
And again, another wide shot for Adam. Oh, and there's a Brooklyn for Nick Heilman.
I don't even know if I'd call that Brooklyn.
Just a plow.
He'll take it, though. Take anything he can get.
Okay, so back-to-back opens for Adam Peters early.
And it is one-game elimination, too, so that's not the way you want to start.
Yeah, you don't have that time to come back and save it and get the advance, so. You know, that's one thing I never looked at today. The Bison fall score.
Oh, that's true. I was just trying to point out, for those of you Michigan State fans, Connor Cook got hurt. So,
since there are so many Michigan State fans around here there, Fletcher.
Well, you know, when you live in a world of Michigan, there are a few of them.
Well, yeah, in your world. Come into our world. And it looks like the Bison won by 3, 27-24. So
ooh, yikes.
Over Youngstown.
Well, it's still a win, but...
Yep, and as of right now, South Dakota State is beating South Dakota in the rivalry down here. Okay, well, you know, looking at this game, and it seems just like it was earlier today. The left lane is not hooking as much as the right.
Yeah, I think that's pretty apparent just watching Andy throw his first 3 shots.
And
better shot from Adam.
Yeah, Adam has that reaction on 6, but the earlier shot over on 5 never made it up the hill, so it's got a hook. Okay.
Ooh. Nick may be getting away with that spare.
Just a reminder, after this game, one guy will be out, the low guy, and we'll do it again. Might actually wrap this thing up by 5:30.
Yeah, that's possible. It could be earlier than we thought.
Just in time to grab some good dinner and hit the road for us there, good friend.
Yep, indeed.
Good day's work, if you ask me. It's been a fun day here at Eastway Bowl.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. It's kind of fun to watch from this point of view, you know. So often come to watch tournaments and, yeah, you'll get to see bowlers, but you don't really get to sit down and watch them. sometimes because you wander around so much.
It kind of keeps you stuck in one spot, and you can learn a little bit about the lane and everyone else having the same struggles on that pair. So.
Yep, exactly. And like we were saying, 5 not hooking as much as 6, and
there you go. And I watched that shot by Andy, and it seemed like right when it was going to set up, it skates like an extra 5-6 feet, and then sets up and goes. So got to make an adjustment there. Got to watch Adam's shot here on the left lane and see what it does, because he made the right adjustment on 6, and there you go.
Yikes. Nick may be thinking about lane 5 and does it on lane 6 instead.
Let's see this shot for Adam on that left lane. Is it going to hook? It did.
Yep.
So a good answer for Adam there after back-to-back opens. All right, Nick, get the 2. After this 5th frame here, we'll take a closer look at the scores. I think the people way over to the right of the viewing area thought he struck there because they started clapping.
Yep.
And little did they know the 10-pin was still there. All right, now did Andy move right, but on the, oh my.
Wow.
Well.
Oh, Mike. Can't be doing that.
Well, I think we know the answer to the Andy Mills shot here. So we'll look up at the scoreboard, and this is where it stands. Andy just took I thought he was taking a free shot, but it was a spare ball, so he just missed everything.
Whoops.
So right now, if your team, Nicholas J's Pro Shop.
Not looking so good.
But that open by Mike Cruz Jr. might have given you a little bit of life.
Yeah, still, Mike's out to a little bit of a lead early on. Adam can't get the break, tripping out the 10 there.
Is he gonna hook? Not on lane 5.
I think he knows he's in trouble too right now.
And that's, like we were talking earlier, that's almost the bad thing about being that top seed. You don't bowl. He didn't bowl for a while. That was a good 2 hours.
Well, I think it was more like 3 hours. Finished up about 1 o'clock, and
oh yeah, we started at 1:45, and he didn't bowl a meaningful game until starting at about 4. Yeah, so
it's not good to start off. And
well, he's getting help from Mike Cruz to possibly Nick Heilman here. If you're Adam Peters, take advantage of this right now and get a strike here. Get back into this after the back-to-back opens in the 2nd and 3rd. That looks in.
yeah, he pulled that one pretty bad, but get away with it.
Yeah, that's how he got here, so. big shot.
Yeah, it's a big double right there for Nick.
Okay, and as we mentioned before, we're down to the final two. We'll have Joe Fleming join me in the booth to call the final match. Ooh, that left lean.
Could be 3 opens in a row right there for Mike Cruz after he jumped out early. But still, the way it's going for Andy Mills at the moment, I don't know if it's going to matter.
Tried to get softer with that one at the bottom and didn't push it down the lane so hard. And
yep.
He hooked that one.
Oh, wow.
Got it.
Wow. That's one heck of a fortunate spare.
He almost Ken Fletchered that one.
Yeah, yep, I was watching that one closely.
And you do know that on this new interface that we have here at NDBowlTV, lane 5.
Yikes, and another split on lane 5.
When I get a little more understanding of what this thing does, we do have the option for replay on here.
Oh, that's true.
And we have option for live tweets, so people can tweet onto NDBowlTV as long as we approve them, of course. So once we get more advanced, we can kind of use the
technology a little bit more how it was designed, I guess.
Right now we're just a little bit limited with the size of computer we have. I think we need a little more computer power, and we could do a lot of things with NDBowlTV. So that, I think, is our next step. We have everything else we want. It's just a bigger computer, which means more stuff to haul around. But
yep, absolutely.
well, this is getting interesting here because the guys we thought were in the league just opened, and a big shot for Andy.
And he got a nice strike there, so all it takes for him is one, and he can really get going then.
Big shot for Mike.
Yep.
Got it.
Got that one. That was nice.
So now let's take a quick look at our scores. Adam Peters top left, Mike Cruz bottom left. And then you can see Andy's name there, Nick Heilman top right. Everything's pretty close here. You got to think Mike Cruz has the advantage now.
Yeah, he throws one more in the 9th, and he's looking really good. Oh, big trip 9 from Adam to stay ahead of Andy, too.
Big shot here.
It's a nice shot from Nick.
All right, so if you're Nick, you got to look across and be like, okay, if I stay ahead of Adam, I believe I'm okay. And if you're Andy, you gotta throw a double here.
Yeah, if Andy doesn't throw one right here, he
that shot's
could
in.
be. Oh, well, that could have been a lot worse.
All right, this is a chance for Andy now.
Yeah, he needs one here. He could be one and done.
Yeah, this is a big shot for Andy, just off of that 5-pin lead by Mike. It's got a chance. It's a good shot. All right. And Mike did pick that up. So let's look at our scores here. This is the situation going into the 10th. Low guy will be out and claim $800.
It's Mike's got a little lead. Just going to need a mark in the 10th for him. But amongst the other 3 guys, any one of them at this point.
That shot looks in. And another Brooklyn by Adam. And in the 10th frame again.
It's still not over yet, though.
I guess, who cares how you win? Got it.
Nick tripping out the 7. If he doesn't get that, Adam 9 spares to go ahead of him.
Thought for a second there we might see a little emotion out of Nick, but still.
I don't know if
pretty
those two
even.
go together or not.
Just got a text from Randy Peterson. Who won? Well, nobody yet.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I just got one from Matt Smolin. That was a better shot from Adam.
There you go. Take it to the bank, baby.
He gets one more here and shuts out Andy.
Yeah, that means Nick can strike here and he'll be okay as well. Oh.
And not yet. So
It's a big
Nick
10th frame now.
So strike for Adam, and he's through. And Nick is not safe. Andy can go out and throw 3 in the 10th and knock him out no matter what now. Looks okay. That was a nice shot from Adam.
So he took advantage of the break. He got that first ball. 192 for him. He will advance. So 188. Yes.
188 for
for
Nick. And he can still go out for 191.
And it's not a for sure thing for Cruz either. He needs a mark.
Yep.
Looks pretty good.
That's a good looking shot. That'll do it for
There you
Mike.
go. So it comes down to Team Nicholas J's Pro Shop here. Is it going to be Andy or Nick Heilman advancing?
That was a nice shot there.
That one was in of where he's been playing the whole time on that lane, so maybe he made the move over there.
Well, still needs this one. And even then, it's not over.
Yep, so we do know Mike Cruz and Adam Peters will advance. So Team Cruz's Pro Shop has advanced both of their players. It's just, he needs this one to advance for Andy. It's got to have it.
Looks
Looks
a little wide. Yep.
And I think Nicholas J's Pro Shop will be advancing Nick Heilman.
Yep. And he's going to be done with something in the 170s.
Well, there you have it. The #1 seed is going to end up 4th. And now we've got Nick Heilman, Adam Peters, and Mike Cruz remaining.
All right, folks, let's give a big round of applause to our 4th place finisher, Andy Mills, today. Great bowling, Andy. He's going to take home $800. That is a fantastic day of bowling. All right, we're going to move on to our next spot here, and it's going to be the same thing here. Top seed that's left, we'll get to choose, so we can move around the names where as need be.
All right, we'll go into
Looks
the
like
second
Adam
game of the
Peters wants
finals.
first choice of where he wants to be. And then Nick, you will have second choice. We're all good here? Okay, let's get started.
All right, higher seed got the choices of where they want to go, and it appears. Are we changing up the order, or are we keeping it the same here?
It sounded like they were going to keep it the same, but not entirely sure. They might just be waiting on Mike. I think he's MIA at the moment. Might be going to the bathroom quick.
Yeah, and I suppose he gets to decide a little something here. Mike Cruz was 9. He was the lowest guy, so
Yeah.
I think they're going to keep it how it is. Unless Nick wanted him to be up on the right lane there. But after this game, we'll be down to our final match, the championship match here in Sioux Falls. We've been here since, what did we get here at 7 and the doors weren't open yet?
Yeah, 7
And
o'clock. Nobody was here, so
we went and ate breakfast, came back, and set up by about 8:30, and we've been here ever since.
yeah, that's been all of, 9.5 hours now.
All right, here we go. We're underway in the second match of the eliminator final. Are we going to have an all Cruises Pro Shot final, or We have one of each.
This this could get interesting here.
All right, now if you're Andy and you're Nick, and you guys split regardless, that last game, who did you want to advance if you're those two? Based on the look that they had.
You know what? I don't know if honestly it matters a whole lot. If it was going to break down a little bit more than it probably will, I think you would want Andy, but
I think either way you're in good hands.
Well, yeah, that's pretty obvious. You know what? I'm not really sure. I think at that point it was just whoever can throw the best shots, and Nick just maybe made a couple more, and
yeah, that start by Andy didn't help him. Help matters either. So here we are. That shot had to hold, and it's a good 9.
Yep.
Ooh, break
tripping
there.
out the 4-7-10 for Nick.
I've always told people, you know when you're throwing it good when you can trip 4. And he didn't like that shot right away and still got away with it. So. Early mistake for Mike.
It's yep. Especially in a 1-game match, can't afford opens early on.
And it makes you wonder if that left lane, if they're starting to, figure out that thing doesn't hook as much. So they're making moves, and a little too much of a move there for them. Double bouncer. 8 count.
Just delayed it a little bit. I think the guys are starting to get that right lane finally. Like it a little more, but
forward kick of the 4 for Nick. So that's a guy on a mission right there.
Yep.
They took out his partner. So.
Oh. Snuck out that spare the hard way.
I think Nick wants to put those guys in a position he was in the last match.
Yeah.
You guys decide who's sitting out. We'll see what happens here. Thomas Wolf checking into the chat room says it looks like a doubles match. Well, we think so too.
Yeah, well, we thought it was at first.
And a 4-9. Wow. I didn't think that was that bad of a shot.
No, it didn't look too bad, but it's what happens sometimes, especially on the right lane when it's hooking like that.
Absolutely. It's a cruel, cruel game is what I call it. And that's 2 opens in a row, so.
Well, we saw what happened last game if you throw 2 opens. It can be done. I mean, Adam did it. Andy almost did it.
Two bounces again. And that was in the whole time. He almost got a break there, but
well,
good 9.
I think he did get a break tripping out the 9 pin.
I suppose on that condition, it's hard to get the right side sleeper going on. But tough break there for Nick.
Yep. 2 not so great shots in a row on that lane.
Yeah, he got away with the last one, didn't he?
So maybe giving the guys a little bit of a hope there.
He's going to give it a run. All right, got the 2. Still has an early lead.
Mike needs to come back here with a good shot.
It's got to push.
Yeah, the will on that lane.
Yeah, lane 5. Once again, if you're out there watching, share it on social media. We do appreciate it. Let everyone know we're in our final 2 matches of the Great Plains Scratch Classic. And a messenger trip with a 10.
You got that a little bit wide, it looked like, but came Morin back and got it out.
It's got to push. Now, with that miss there by Nick, this is a big shot for Mike. Coming up here on the right lane.
Yeah, double here can tighten it up considerably.
After this shot by Nick, we'll take a little closer look. We might wait till we have that shot by Mike on the board. Converts a spare. It's a big shot here.
Doesn't look bad. Yep.
Good shot there. So there you go. That is the current situation here. Mike Cruz definitely back in this match. Mike Cruz is throwing a Nirvana, deviate ball in the hands of Adam Peters. I believe Heilman's still throwing the Brunswick Scholar, so. Errant shot there, and I think Nick's going to take his time on this one after he saw that. Took a step back. It's got a chance.
Ooh.
Open frame for Adam Peters. That gives him 105 in the 6th. Big shot here for Nick. It's got to go.
Yep. Left off his hand and ooh.
Got the 9 count, so. Well, there was a pin rolling around in the gutter over there, so it almost fell over onto that and took the 10 out too, so. That's Jeremy Engel kind of stuff right there.
Oh boy. That's a blast from the past right there.
Yep. I still remember the travel team match Matt Small and myself were at when Jeremy Engel, he's a lefty, and he went high, and he left the 2, 4, 7, 8, and a pin came up, hit the 8 into the 4, and the 4 kind of spun, and when it fell, it hit the 7, and the 7 fell and knocked it into the 2, and it all just crumbled at 10 spot.
Oh wow. Nice shot from Mike.
Yeah.
Getting a little animated there too.
So we usually call the late trips of everything a Jeremy Engel. All right, once again, the loser, not the loser, the low man out.
The low man this time, yep.
Will receive $900 for his efforts. And we will be down to our final 2 championship match. The winner will take home $1,200. Good shot.
Yeah, nice shot on 6 for Adam.
All right, now a strike here by Nick will put him in a firm position, ahead of Adam Peters at least. That shot looks okay if it hooks. Will it trip the 2? No.
Didn't look bad, just yet again, lane 5.
Yeah, a little side note, it looks like Oklahoma State is making their.
Yep.
Out on that left lane, so because he'll have to.
Had a chance to jump all over.
Looked like those together where I wasn't going to do that, so might be a respot thing on that lane as well.
Yeah, it's whew.
Oh, we're in a close match here.
It's not bad. It's a good shot from Adam. Big double there.
That gets him back in because right now he's the low guy out. Now he puts a double on the board to now make Mike Cruz that guy out now. Big shot for Nick. And he got it.
Nice, mixed him up.
All right, after this shot from Mike, we'll take a closer look at the scores. We got a shout out from Mike Schmidt.
Oh,
He's loving the ability to see the scoreboard. Well, thank you, Mike, and we'll be seeing you pretty soon.
Mike Schmidt, glad to hear he's watching. Good shot by Mike. He had to have that one.
All right, this is what we got so far. Remember, the low guy is out here, and we're going to be into the championship match.
If Adam and Mike both go off the sheet, they tie at this point.
Yes, they do. So Nick has the advantage here if he can throw a strike.
Yep. Yeah, he likes that lane.
Big shot here for Nick. It's got a hook.
It's gonna hook. Oh,
He got it, the
wow.
can opener.
Oh, wow.
Nick Heilman with a can opener, folks.
It's a huge shot. He can't be shut out at this point.
Oh, this is about as good as it gets here, folks. One guy is going to have to sit out, and this is getting intense with all these guys there.
Yeah, they know the situation. It's
big shot for Mike. Get
there.
there.
Push. Nice.
Big
Very
shot.
nice.
All right, let's look at that scoreboard going into the 10th here. One of these guys has to sit out. 8 pins separates all 3 guys. And they're all on doubles going into the 10th. Here we go.
Adam up first, too, so.
So would you like to be these 2 guys bowling first, or would you like to be Mike Cruz, who sits and waits and bowls last?
I've always been the guy that wants to bowl last.
That's a good shot.
Great shot from Adam on that lane.
That right there is an answer to all the Brooklyns that he threw to get to this point.
That is
pretty
absolutely
good shot
true.
right there. Now Nick's turn. It's got a hook. Good
But
shot.
it's on lane 6, so it did hook.
A little emotion out of Nick there. You rarely see that.
Yeah, he needed that one to force both Adam and Mike to double.
All right, so it's got
That's
push.
left.
That's on that lane.
Oh,
on that lane.
I didn't even expect that one to push.
He got away with that one. Big time. Yeah.
Got a high five from Mike there, too.
Big shot for Nick. He's
And
got it.
Nick will be going to the championship match with that strike.
And there we go. It will not be an all Cruises Pro Shot final. Nick Heilman will advance.
It's all on Adam right here. He forces Mike to throw all 3 if he does right here.
Could you imagine?
That's pretty close. Wow, that's
Well, the situation is this. Mike Cruz needs all 3 to stay alive. And then we'll have a 9th and 10th frame roll-off, I'm assuming, if that were the case.
Some kind of roll-off. That's
straight ball down the middle for Nick just to get count, and he'll advance. 231.
Smart man, yep. 231, 225 for Adam, and
here it is.
225 on the board for Mike still.
Yeah, Mike needs all 3 or he's out. Looks pretty good.
Push. Yep.
Oh,
my. Oh, wow. That. I think everybody could hear the cheers right there.
Oh, yeah. When it's your day, it's your day.
That might be the break of the tournament to this point.
Oh, my. Unbelievable right here on NDBowlTV.
Well,
he still needs these 2. Got to compose yourself. It's got to push.
That's Yep.
And there it is. So
Mike Cruz will be the one eliminated.
So Mike Cruz will earn $900, third place finish.
Third place match. Let's give a big round of applause to Mike Cruz Jr. for finishing third today.
Very good match right there.
That's
$900. Great ball today, Mike.
That's some dramatic finish right there.
Well, with that, I'm going to have to say further ado to my buddy here, Ken Pletcher. Joe Fleming is going to join me here in the booth for the final match. It was a pleasure, and I appreciate you coming down here and helping me out today.
That was a great time. I looked forward to this all week, and just hope I can do it again sometime with you.
Oh, absolutely. We'll do it again, for sure.
Awesome. Well, whenever Joe gets over here, I'll turn it over to him, and thanks, Darren, for a great day today so far.
Yeah, perfect. And I'll put you on like interview guy duty at the end. Whoever wins, you better get them over here.
Sounds good. I'll do my best for that.
All right. So here we go. Adam Peters versus Nick Heilman in the final, and we're underway again. And joining me in the booth is Joe Fleming. Joe,
wow.
Welcome back.
What a great day.
What a match that last one was.
Absolutely.
But now it looks like Adam Peters is pretty locked in here. And Ken and I were talking that it was either going to be a Nicholas J's Pro Shop or Cruz's Pro Shop finally.
Battle of the Pro Shops.
Oh yeah, it was a doubles match in the first game, and now you got one of each here.
Well, I'm sure everybody watching knows exactly who Nick Heilman is, and he's when it comes to pressure bowling, he's right on top of the game. And Adam, I haven't seen him for a couple of years, and Adam's a local boy. I know he was up in North Dakota for a few years, but he came back, and I was really glad to see him, and he has just had a great look all day.
Yeah, he won the NDBowling.com Classic back in 2013 in his first try, so people up in North Dakota definitely know who he is, and Nick Heilman, he's been on the show at the CMA, so.
Yeah, that last match featured an Eagle winner, a major winner, and a PBA regional winner. Mike Cruz Jr. actually won a PBA regional a few years ago.
And Nick Heilman, I think, has one as well.
Yep.
So a quick double there on the board for Nick.
These guys aren't wasting any time.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be a short drive for the Wisconsin boys, so.
It's been a long day, and I'm sure they're just trying to get every little bit of juice I got left.
Yep. And I've been telling Ken the whole time when we watched in qualifying and as well as in the matches so far, lane 6 hooks a lot more than lane 5. It's been that way all day, even on the fresh oil. So it's been something we've been paying attention to.
Without knowing what your conversations were all day, Darren, what is your take of the tournament today? You see a lot of people happy with the format. Excellent.
I think it offers up a different way of looking at a tournament than the standard, going into match play, you bowl everyone and then bowl a step ladder. It puts an emphasis on just beating one guy in a group of 4 and then advancing. And then the 2-game matches I thought was pretty cool too, because it gives you a shot to not one and done kind of thing.
Exactly.
So that part I did enjoy, and then all the incentives that went on today with the seniors and the youth and everything else, I thought it was pretty cool for everyone.
Excellent.
So that shot looks wide, especially on 5.
Well, when I sat down and I was trying to figure out this format a few years ago, I wanted to take everything that was great about scratch bowling tournaments. You get the qualifying, you get the match play, you get the eliminator, and then you get the championship match here. And the first 2 years we did just the basic qualifying. Second day was match play right into the step ladder. And I think it's really popular. We've grown. Get it.
Got it.
Very nice. We've grown in entries in the last 2 years. We've got 27 more entries in the last 2 years. So that's really great to see. That means people are spreading the word. They like the one-day format. I've had a lot of good compliments on the payout this year. I did change the format of the payout this year, so you made the cut. You made really good money, so made it worth your time.
Absolutely. It's definitely good work by staff here and all the work you put in on the event. So
that's
shot there. That's
really
hard.
Nice.
That's hard to beat. And I know if we talk to Nick later, I think he's going to mention how he hasn't had much success on NDBowlTV because he was on the TV pair in Manitoba last year and up in Minot.
Sure.
Didn't have much success, so he's getting that NDBowlTV monkey off his back here. So shot looks okay right there.
Yep, that's good. And see, that's the thing about Nick is if if you don't know him and he walks in the house and he doesn't, you see him throw some practice balls. He doesn't have a big flashy game. It's a nice, controlled, simple game. He's solid at the line. He's solid with his mark on the line, and he's just going to strike you to death. He's very accurate with what he does.
Very even keel too. Keeps his emotions in check, and very rarely do you see him, expose that. That looks in.
Get it. And at this point, you got to believe that some fatigue is setting in. We've been bowling. These guys have been bowling roughly for almost hours now. So
Wow.
with about a 45-minute break, and it's a lot of games.
Well, now if you're Adam Peters here, you got to think about making a move, because it doesn't look like your opponent is letting up at all.
This is classic Nick Heilman. It's blood in the water for him. He smells the championship. He's just not going to let up.
And once again, we hope to get a quick word with the winner once this match is over, so everyone can get on their way, including us here at NDBowlTV. That one looks better, but it's lane 5. Lane 5 doesn't hook, and it's been doing that all day long. And
one thing that a lot of people don't take into account is when we oiled these lanes at 1 o'clock, this pair has been sitting for roughly, let's call it 3.5 hours, just sitting under the lights. The ratio today was like 2 to 1. It's been sitting here for 3 hours. I guarantee the ratio is well under 2 now, the minute they started bowling on that. So that takes into account on what they're getting for reaction.
well, like you said, this is blood in the water right here. He's even got the shirt that's kind of like the shark teeth and going on here. So here we go, working on the front 4.
Oh, that wasn't good off his hand. Got the good count, though.
That's a good 7. Got the 10 out there, so makes it an easier spare.
Well, I'm sure Nick and Andy were happy that they came down. I talked to him about 2 weeks, and he was inquiring about how many entries I was going to get, format, payout, and what. Successful day.
Yeah, and I think that bodes well for both of us, because I mean, you did a lot of advertising on this tournament and be big fans of NDBowling.com, and Nick messaged me one day and he says, you know, I'm interested in that tournament on your site. Do you know anything about it? And I told him to go look on your Facebook page, and here they are, and he's in pretty good position now. So
absolutely. So this year he's the champion here is going to take home $1,200, and he's also going to get the golden ticket.
Which so that goes to the winner. We thought that was going to the high qualifier.
Nope,
okay.
The golden ticket is going to go to the winner, and it's a free entry for next year's tournament.
Okay, so we'll likely see the winner here again next year. So
well, that's a new thing this year. We just added that in.
Very nice, and we'll have to get a picture of them, whoever that is, before we leave.
There you go, Adam.
Well, Adam trying to hang in here.
He's got to be right there for the next 6 shots.
And really quick, I just want to thank everyone who's been tuning in all day. Had a lot of messages in our chat room.
Good.
And some people watching from afar. It's been pretty good.
I think
got a shout out from Mike Schmidt up in Winnipeg.
Oh, Mikey. All right. We'll see you up in Winnipeg in a few months, my friend.
Looking to once again defend his title and go for a record 7th Manitoba Open title.
That guy's ridiculous.
That's a good shot.
There you go.
Giving himself a chance.
We actually had Mike down here a couple years ago when we had the 2-day format, which was a little bit easier for him to drive that far. With the 1 day, you know, that probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense driving the 7-8 hours from Winnipeg. But we do miss you, Mikey. So if you're ever thinking about doing it again, please come on down. You're always welcome.
Yeah, it's been nice seeing him come down to a lot more North Dakota tournaments as well. Shot here for Nick.
Oh,
lower 7 on lane 6.
That's exactly what Adam needed right there. That gives him a glimmer.
That was a good shot too.
Nick didn't do anything different with that shot. That's just a matter of, unfortunately, bad luck.
I'll cover the spare. Let's take a look at those scores really quick. Nick with a slight lead, but Adam does have the double up on the board to his advantage. Is that going to hook? Not on lane 5.
Oh.
Now this got interesting here really quick. Adam can step up here and throw another double and take the lead over.
With the skid spot down there on lane 5, this is no gimme spare.
It's going to hook.
Ooh,
Hey, got the 8 out. All right, so a couple big shots here for Adam. Nick still has 244 left on the board. Adam's got 243 if he strikes out, so it looks okay.
Oh, wow.
Wrap 10.
That's not the time you wanted to see that. That was a very quality shot.
And that was a shot he needed to really gain ground on this match. Instead, he'll still trail by 22 if he makes this. Or, yeah.
Good spare.
Well, Nick Heilman's going to have an opportunity to stand up in the 9th and 10th and win this one. So
one key thing here is Nick is going to have to finish on that lane 5 with that spot down lane. So if Adam can put together one here and just give himself a chance.
yeah, make him think about it. It's got a hook. There it is again.
Nice.
Lane 5 showing its evil face.
Wouldn't have hurt so bad if he was on a strike, but he's losing the count there. That's tough. He's going to need a miracle open here now from Nick.
Maybe. You got it.
Very nice. Still breathing. He's still breathing.
That's all you need is a chance. It's the beauty of this game.
Looks like, first 2 strikes here might lock it up for
Yeah,
Nick.
Adam can only reach 207, so a strike here already puts him in the 2-0s.
Yep.
So it's got a chance.
That's coming heavy. Oh, and he leaves the baby. There's a chance there.
All right, well.
Pretty much a spare and a small count to win.
Yeah, you make this and just needs count. This is not the spare I'd want to pick up to
Absolutely.
win a title.
with as much oil as to the right today, it's a very good chance this ball just skids. He missed it.
Well, he still
can shut him out.
He's got a mark. 207 is the max Adam Peters can have. Let's take a look at that scoreboard. Heilman's got 191 in the 9th. He needs a spare.
It's like
strike 7.
Strike 7.
Yeah, mark 7. Any kind of mark. It's going to hook. You got it.
Spot.
So now I need 7 pins and 2 shots. So this might be another one. Play it safe.
Well, he did leave the 7 last time he was here. You never know. I've seen stranger things, that's for sure. He tries to make an adjustment, pulls it through, maybe a Greek church, who knows?
Yep, all he needs 7 pins. He's going to go for the count. That'll
There
be
it
it.
is. Congratulations, Nick Heilman.
Nick Heilman is the winner of the 4th annual Great Plains Scratch Classic.
Before I get out of here, I want to give a big shout out to Darren for coming down here and doing this. It was a long drive for him, and I hope you guys enjoyed commentary all day, and he does a wonderful job. So if you are a tournament director out there and you want to have something like this, get a hold of him because it's well worth it.
Yep,
well worth it.
You can get a free quote from me. Just find my email on ndbowling.com. I have it posted at the bottom of the page, and hopefully we can get out to a tournament near you.
Exactly. One more big shout out to the Thomas brothers and staff here at Eastway Bowl for once again putting on for the 4th year in a row a flawlessly run tournament, one of the best in the business here. So we hope to see you all here next year. I'm planning on some different things again next year, make this tournament bigger and better. So if you weren't able to make it this year, please sign up to do it next year. This is a lot of fun every year. So I want to thank you, Darren, so much.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Drive safe.
All right. We're going to try to get a word here with Nick Heilman, the champion, before we leave. As everyone gives Nick a round of applause. Well, what a great day of bowling here in Sioux Falls.
And our champion this year, Nick Heilman, receiving $1,200, the golden ticket,
And that's right.
big check,
Nick Heilman will get
and the Crystal Award.
the Crystal Trophy.
Excellent bowling, Nick. Congratulations, man. It was fun watching you all day.
Okay, they're going to do the trophy presentation out here. Okay, we'll try to get a word with Nick Heilman here in 1 minute, and then we'll wrap things up here from Sioux Falls. I want to thank everyone who watched today. We do appreciate you watching NDBowlTV. All right, we're going to welcome to NDBowlTV champion Nick Heilman. Nick, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so I know you haven't had much success on NDBowlTV, but you kind of changed that today. How were the lanes out there, and what'd you see?
After to start, they were really tricky at the start of the tournament. After the re-oil and for the match play, they seemed like there was quite a bit more hold in the middle, where you didn't have to worry about it being so hard off of the spot, and it actually was kind of the opposite at the start, where you had to really get it out. And now when all the qualifying and every time we went to a fresher pair, it seemed like there was more and more push down the middle, and so it was kind of hard to get used to trying to make your misses be in instead of being out like they were for the rest of the day.
And on the championship pair, we've been talking about it all day. We were watching this pair from the start of the tournament, and it seemed like 6 was always on fire, and there was always a hang spot on 5. How did you adjust for that?
I didn't see it at all. When I was down here for these last 3 games, the first 2, I lost my feel altogether, and it just was a struggle to even just try to stay clean and go 185 to 205, and if that was going to be okay, so be it, but I really didn't have any more. I just couldn't feel the ball anymore at like the bottom of the swing, and it started to came back about the first 5 or 6 frames of this, which I was thankful for, but besides that, I felt like I bowled real good earlier in the day, and especially in the match play beginning rounds, and then I just lost it all together, and just kind of trying to stay out of my own way.
Right, yeah, it's on a pattern like this, it's all about staying clean, grinding your way to 190s, 2-0s, and then getting that big game to always get you over the hump. So what's next for you? What's the next event you're going to be at?
We are hosting, this will be our 3rd annual Lacrosse Open this next Saturday. Got La Crescent Wine and Spirits sponsors that for, they guarantee the first 3 spots, $2,000, $1,500, $1,000. We've got some other sponsors, so we got over $5,700 in added money. Right now, kind of unfortunately, we're already full. We're maxed at 96, but there's only one person on the waiting list. So if anybody's thinking about coming down, there's actually only, I think it was only about 4 hours and 10 minutes for me and Andy to get, because we came straight from the bowling alley here, and I think it was, we didn't have to stop for gas or anything, and I think it really wasn't that bad.
Wow, and where can they get information on that?
My Facebook page, or there's a Facebook event page for the 2015 Lacrosse Open.
All right, so if you bowlers out there are thinking about bowling something, when is that again?
Next Saturday, the 21st.
Saturday? Okay, so NDBowlTV will be in Alexandria, but the Lacrosse Open will be going on as well. So check that out regardless where you're at, and you'll have something to bowl, I guess. There's something everywhere.
Oh, God, there's always something now for the end of the year. Going somewhere.
And are we going to see you up in Manitoba and in Minot again?
Yep, I'll be going to both.
Excellent.
Weather permitting.
Maybe we'll catch you on Congratulations again.
I hope so. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Adam, do you want to jump in? Give us a little. Well, we'll talk here quick with the runner-up. And NDBowling.com major winner, Adam Peters. Adam, how did it go out there today?
Oh, well, started out real hot qualifying game 7 for the 7. Then lost it at the end, and then came to the bracket. And the first couple matches were kind of tough. Just eked my way out for the first one, and then kind of got in a groove. Just didn't have it at the end.
Yeah, and you did catch a few breaks with some Brooklyns towards the end to advance in the eliminator, but you took advantage of it,
I
and
did.
that's what you need to do.
You know, they don't look pretty. Your opponents don't like it, but you know they happen.
Yeah, and
just
especially
roll with it.
on a condition like this, they happen
quite
a bit. So
it was pretty brutal. They broke down pretty fast for the 7, and then real slow for match play. So, but pretty cool to have all 4 Brunswick guys.
Yeah,
in
that's
the finals.
That's what we were saying. It was nothing but Brunswick balls on the rack, so you don't see that often.
You know, I bowled with Nick all day. He threw the ball really well all day. I was kind of hoping to bowl against my boss, Mike Cruz, in the finals, but he just couldn't get it at the end.
Yeah, well, the viewers out there really enjoyed the fact that it was, Team Nicholas J's Pro Shop against Team Cruz's Pro Shop, and we were all kind of hoping for one of each there at the end, and that's what we got, and it turned out to be a pretty good match. So, but congratulations on second. It was a good performance by you, and where are we going to see you next?
Well, going to Minot.
Okay.
There is I think the next one, bowling, doubles tournament at West Acres in Fargo on December 6th.
Yep, that's the same weekend as state team for many of you up in Fargo. So that'll be a busy weekend for bowling in Fargo. So if you want to bowl and you're in North Dakota, come to Fargo on the 5th and 6th. I think you'll find something. There's also a Mo Pinnell clinic up at Red River. So
yep, yeah, there's a lot going on that weekend.
So yeah, pick what you want, and there's something to do in Fargo the 5th and 6th. Well, we thank you for joining us here on NDBowlTV. And
thank you.
We'll see you again.
Thanks for coming down all the way from Minot to live stream this. Is pretty cool. I had quite a few followers out there that I was texting and messaging. So
awesome. Well, thanks for bowling again, and you did well.
Thank you.
All right, that'll do it here on NDBowlTV. We're going to wrap up our coverage here from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. It's been a long day. For myself, Ken Fletcher, champion Nick Heilman, Joe Fleming, and everyone here at Eastway Bowl, I want to say good night and drive safe. We'll see you next weekend in Alexandria.